Columbine. Sweet Lord Longview, Villa, rein thy tongue. I must rather give it the rein, for it runs against Hector. Aye, and Hector's a greyhound. The sweet warm man is dead and rotten. Sweet chucks beat not the bones of the buried. When he breathed, and he was a man, but I will forward with my device. Sweet royalty, bestow on me the sense of hearing.
Speak brave, Hector, we are much delighted.
I do adore thy sweet grace's slipper.
Loves her by the foot.
Wow.
He may not by the yard. This Hector far surmounted Hannibal. The party is gone. Fellow Hector, she is gone. She is 2 months on her way. What meanest that? Fate, unless we play the honest Trojan, the poor wench passed away. She's quick. The child brags in her belly already. 'Tis yours. Dost thou infamize me among potentates? Thou shalt die. Then shall Hector be whipped for Jacente that is quick by him, and hanged for Pompey that is dead by him. Most rare Pompey.
Renowned Pompey.
Yes.
Greater
Than great Pompey. Pompey the Huge.
Hector trembles.
Pompey has moved. More 80s. Stir them on.
Hector will challenge him.
I, if have no more man's blood in his belly, then will suck a flea.
By the North Pole, I do challenge thee. I will not fight with a pole like a northern man. I'll slash, I'll do it by the sword. I bespray you, let me borrow my arms again.
Room for the incense worthies.
I'll do it in my shirt.
Most resolute Pompey.
Master, let me take you a buttonhole, or do you not see Pompey as hastened for the combat? What mean you will lose your reputation.
Gentlemen soldiers, pardon me. I will not combat in my shirt.
You may not deny it. Pompey hath made the challenge.
Sweet bloods, I both may and will.
What reason have you for it?
The naked truth of it is I have no shirt. I go woolward for penance.
True, and it was enjoined him in Rome for want of linen, since when, I'll be sworn, he was none but a dishcloth of Jaconetta's, and that wears next his heart for a favor.
God save you, madam.
Marquis, but that thou interrupt this our merriment.
I am sorry, madam, for the news I bring is heavy in my tongue. The king your father.
Dead for my life.
Even so, my tale is told.
Hurries away, the scene begins to cloud.
For mine own part, I breathe free breath. I have seen the day of wrong through a little hole of discretion, and I will right myself like a soldier.
How fares your majesty?
Pray, prepare, I will wait tonight.
Madam, do not so. I do beseech you stay.
Prepare, I say. I thank you, gracious lords, for all your fair endeavors, and entreat out of a new sad soul that you vouchsafe in your rich wisdom to excuse or hide the liberal opposition of our spirits. If over boldly we afford ourselves in the converse of breath, your gentleness was guilty of it. Farewell, worthy lord. A heavy heart bears not a humble tongue. Excuse me so coming so short, but thanks for my great suit so eagerly obtained.
The extreme parts of time extremely forms all causes to the purpose of his speed, and often at his very loose decides that which long process could not arbitrate. And though the morning brow of progeny forbid the smiling courtesy of love, the holy suit which fain it would convince, yet since love's argument was first on foot, let not the cloud of sorrow jostle it from what it purposed, since to wail friends lost is not by much so wholesome profitable as to rejoice at friends but newly found.
I understand you not. My griefs are double.
Honest plain words best pierce the ear of grief, and by these badges understand the king. For your fair sakes have we neglected time, they foul play with our oaths. Your beauty, ladies, have much deformed us, fashioning our humors, even to the opposed end of our intents. And what in us hath seemed ridiculous, as love is full of unbefitting strains, all wanton as a child, skipping and vain, formed by the eye, and therefore like the eye, full of strange shapes of habits and of forms, varying in subjects as the eye doth roll, to every varied object in his glance, which party-coated presence of loose love, put on by us in your heavenly eyes, have misbecomed our odes and gravities. Those heavenly eyes that look into these faults suggested us to make. Therefore, ladies, your love being yours, the error that love makes, I likewise yours, we to ourselves prove false by being once false forever to be true. To those that make us both, fair ladies, you, and even not falsehood in itself a sin, thus purifies itself and turns to grace.
We received your letters full of love, your favors, the ambassadors of love, and in our main council rated them a courtship, pleasant jest, and courtesy, as bombast and as lining to the time, but more devout than these are our respects, have we not been, and therefore met your loves in their own fashion like a mariner.
Our letters, madam, showed much more than jest. So did our looks.
We did not coat them so.
Now at the latest minute of the hour, grant us your loves.
A time methinks too short to make a world without end bargaining. Now know, my lord, your grace is perjured much, full of your guiltiness, and therefore this. If for my love, as there is no such cause, you will do aught, this shall you do for me. Your oath I will not trust, but go with speed to some forlorn and naked hermitage, remote from all the pleasures of the world. There stay until the 12 celestial signs have brought about their annual reckoning. If this austere, insociable life change not your offernating heat of blood, if frosts and fasts, hard lodging, and thin weeds, nip not the gaudy blossoms of your love, but that it bear this trial and last love, then at the expiration of the year, come challenge me by these deserts, and by this virgin palm now kissing thine, I will be thine. And till that instant shut my woeful self up in a mourning house, raining the tears of lamentation for the remembrance of my father's death. If this thou do deny, let our hands part, neither entitled to in the other's heart.
If this were more than this, I would deny. To flatter up these powers of mine with rest, the sudden hand of death close up my eye. Hence, hermit, then, my heart is in thy breast.
And what me, my love, and what to me?
You must be purged too, your sins are racked. You are addicted with faults and perjury. Therefore, if you lie favorably to death, a 12 months shall be spent and never rest, but seek the weary bed, so people say.
What to me, my love, but what to me, a wife?
A beard, fair health, and honesty. With threefold love, I wish you all these three.
Oh, I shall say thank you, gentle wife.
Not so, my lord. A 12-month and a day, I'll mark no words that smooth-faced wooers say. Come and the prince doth to my lady come. Then if I have much love, I'll give you some.
I'll serve thee true and faithfully till then.
Yet swear not, lest you be forsworn again.
Where's Maria?
At the 12 months end, I'll change my black gown for a faithful friend.
I'll stare with patience, but the time is long.
I like her youth, few taller are so young.
That is my lady and mistress, the
Yes,
the
all
whole
below.
window of my heart, mine eye. What humble suit attends thy answer there? And draw some service on me for thy love.
Oft have I heard you, my lord, around before I saw you, and the world's large tongue proclaimed you for with mots, full of comparisons and whooping flaps, which you on all estates will execute that lie within the mercy of your wit. To read this worm tongue from your fruitful brain, and therewithal to win me, if you please, without the which I am not to be wed. You shall this 12-month term from day to day visit the speechless sick, and still converse with groaning wretches, and your task shall be, with all the fierce endeavor of your wit, to enforce the pain impotent to smile.
To move wild laughter in the throat of death, it cannot be. It is impossible. Mirth cannot move a soul in agony.
Why, that's the way to choke the jibing spirit, whose influence is begot of that loose grace, which shallow laughing hearers give to fools. A just prosperity lies in the ear of him that hears it, never in the tongue of him that makes it. Then if sickly ears, deaf with the clamors of their own dear groans, will hear your idle scorns, continue then, and I will have you, and that fault withal. But if they will not throw away that spirit, then I shall find you empty of that fault, right joyful of your reformation.
12-month will befall. What will befall? I'll just a 12 months in a hospital.
Sweet my lord, and so I think I leave.
No, madam, we will bring you on your way.
Our ruin doth not end like an old plague. Jack hath not Jill. These ladies crazy might well have made our sport a comedy.
Come, sir, it wants a 12-month and a day, and then 'twill end.
That's too long for a play.
Sweet Majesty, vouchsafe me.
What's that? Not that heavy.
The worthy knight of Troy.
I will kiss the royal finger and take leave. I am poetry. I am bound
You
to.
were tough.
I am bound to hold the cloud for her sweet love 3 year. But most esteemed greatness, will you hear the dialogue that the two learned men have compiled in the praise of the owl and the cuckoo?
Call them forth quickly. We will do so.
Hola, approach.
Hola.
Hola!
Decided hands venture. This bed spring, the one maintained but out by the cuckoo. But again. We're gonna just cloud
I'm
it.
gonna power through all the witches and start
All the
walking.
witches.
The cuckoo then on every tree, but married men for the sings he. Cuckoo, 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 over the field,
What?
and trading to a
I like that.
merry ear. Run shepherds fight on golden straws, and merry larks are plowmen pots, when turtles tread and woods and crops, and maidens preach their summer swaps. The cuckoo then on every tree, but merry men. For the sings he, cuckoo, 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 over the field, and pleasing to a merry ear. When I suppose by the wall, and did the shepherd lose his nails, and founders lost into the hall, and milk comes frozen home in ale. When blood is nipped and waves be foul, then nightly sings a staring owl. To wit, to woo, a merry note, what breeze you do, the king apart. When all aloud the wind blows, and puffing down the parson's door, the birds sit brooding in the snow, and Marion's note looks red and raw. When toasted crabs hiss in the bowl, then nightly sings the staring owl. To wit, to woo, a merry note, while Chrissy June doth kill the pot.
The words of Mercury. Oh, go!
Get it? That's not
Go!
That's
The
not
words of Mercury are harsh after the songs of Apollo. You that way, we this way, and play.
Great. Real quick,
Yay.
before we start the next one. Thank you so much for everybody who's here. For Love's Neighbors Lost, we are running late for matches. We're going to go very quickly. My name is Kenny. Welcome to the space. Feel free to
Hi,
move
Kenny.
around, but move safely. Do not stand on chairs. Use as many voices as you want, and your names are on name tags.
I'm recording a live stream to raise money for charity, so if anyone is an Actors Equity member, please don't come on camera. Love you.
Yes. When shall we three meet again in thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the Harley Burley's done, when the battle's lost and won.
That will be aired the 7th sun.
Where's the place?
Upon the heath.
There to meet with Macbeth.
I come Grey Malkin.
Paddock calls.
Come on!
Fair is foul and foul is fair. Hover through the fog and fill the air.
What bloody man is that? He can report as seemeth by his plight of the revolt, the newest state.
That is the sergeant who, like a good and hardy soldier, fought against my captivity. Hail, brave friend! Say to the king the knowledge of the broil as thou dost leave it.
Doubtful it stood as two swimmers spent and to cling together and choke their hearts. The merciless MacDonald worthy to be a rebel, for that the multiplying villainy is of nature to swarm upon him. From the western isles of cairns and gallow glasses is supplied, and fortune on his damned quarrel smiling showed like a rebel's whore. But all's too weak for brave Macbeth. Well, he deserves that name, disdaining fortune with his brandished steel, which smoked with bloody execution. Like Valor's minion, carved out his passage till he faced the slave, which never shook his hands nor bade farewell to him. till he unseamed him from the neck to the chops and fixed his head upon our battlements.
O valiant cousin, worthy gentleman.
As winds the sun
I don't discuss.
gins as a reflection, shipwreck and storms and direful thunders break, so from that spring whence comfort seemed to come, discomfort swells. Mark, King of Scotland, Mark, no sooner justice had with an early arm compelled these skipping parents to trust their heels, but with the Norwegian lord, survey and vantage, with furbished arms and new supplies of men began a fresh assault.
Dismayed not this our captains Macbeth and Banquo.
Yes. As sparrow eagles or the hare of the lion, if I say sooth, I must report they were as cannon overcharged with double cracks, so they doubly redoubled strokes upon the foe, except they meant to bathe in reeking wounds or memorize another Golgotha. I cannot tell, but I am faith, my geshes cry for help.
So well thy work become thee as thy wounds, they smack of honor both. Go get him, surgeons. Who here comes here?
The worthy Thane of Ross. No, not you.
No, don't.
You.
What a haste looks through his eyes. So should he look that seems to speak things strange.
God save the king!
Whence comest thou, worthy Thane?
From Fife, good king, where the Norwegian batters flout the sky and feign our people cold. Norway himself, the terrible numbers assisted by that most disloyal traitor, the Thane of Cawdor, began a dismal conflict, till that Bologna's bridegroom lapped in proof. Confronted him with self-comparison, point against point, rebellious arm against arm, curbing his lavish spirit, and to conclude, the victory fell on us.
Great happiness.
That now, Sweno, the Norway's king, craves composition, wrote a day in burial of this man till he dispersed him at St. Column's Inch, $10,000 to our general use.
No more
Worst
that
king
thing.
ever.
Oh God, or shall deceive. Our bosom intersect. Go pronounce his present death, and with this former title greet Macbeth.
I'll see it done.
What he hath lost, noble Macbeth hath won. Where hast thou been, sister?
Killing swine!
Sister, where thou?
A sailor's wife had chestnuts in her lap, and munched and munched and munched. Give me, quoth I, anoint thee, witch, and rump-fed roining cries. Her husband's to Aleppo gone, master o' the tiger. But in a sieve I thither sail, and like a rat without a tail, I'll do, and I'll do.
I'll give thee a wind.
Thou art kind.
And I another.
I myself have all the other, and the very ports they blow, all the quarters that they know. I, the shipman's card, I will drain him dry as hay. Sleep shall neither night nor day hang upon his penthouse lid. He shall live, a man forbid. Where he send nights 9 times 9, shall he dwindle, peak and pine. Though his bark cannot be lost, yet it shall be tempest tossed. Look what I have.
Show me.
Here, I have a pilot's thumb.
Ew.
Right? As homeward he did come.
A drum, Macbeth.com.
The weird sisters hand in hand, posters of the sea and land, thus to go about, thrice to thine, and thrice to mine, and thrice again to make up 9. Peace, the charms wound up.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen. How far is it called to forth? What are these? So withered, so wild in their attire, that look not like the inhabitants of the earth. Yet are on it? Live you? Or are you on that man may question? You seem to understand me by each at once her choppy finger laying upon her skinny lips. You should be women, yet your beards forbid me to interpret it yourselves.
Speak if you can. What are you?
All hail Macbeth, hail to thee, Thane of Glamis.
Oh, hail Macbeth, hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor.
Oh, hail Macbeth, thou shalt be king hereafter.
Good sir, why do you start and seem to fear things that do sound so fair? In the name of truth, are you fantastical? Or that indeed which outwardly you show? My noble partner, you greet with present grace and great prediction of noble hearing and of royal hope, that he seems rapt withal. To me you speak not. If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favors nor your hate.
Hail!
Hail.
Lesser than Macbeth and greater.
Not so happy, yet much happier.
Thou shalt get kings, though thou be none. So all hail Macbeth and Banquo.
Banquo and Macbeth, all hail.
Stay, you imperfect speakers, tell me more.
No.
By Sentinel's death, I know I am Thane of Glamis, but how of Cawdor? The Thane of Cawdor lives, a prosperous gentleman, and to be king sends up within the prospect of belief. No more than to be Cawdor, say from whence you owe this strange intelligence, or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting, Speak, I charge you!
No.
The earth hath bubbles as the water has, and these are of them. Whither are they vanished?
Into the air, and what seemed corporal melted as breath into the wind. Would I have saved?
Were such things here as we do speak about, or have we eaten on the insane root that takes the reason prisoner?
Your children shall be kings,
You shall be king.
and Thane of Quarter too, went it not so?
To the self-same tune and words. Who's there?
The king hath happily received, Macbeth, the news of thy success, and when he reads thy personal venture and the rebels' fight, his wonders and his praises do contend, which should be thine and his. Silence with that, and viewing o'er the rest of the self-same day, he finds thee in stout Norwegian ranks, nothing afeard of what thyself didst make, strange images of death. As thick as tale came post with post, and every one did bear thy praises in his kingdom's great defense, and poured them down before him.
We are sent to give thee from our royal master thanks, only to herald thee into his sight, not pay thee.
And for an earnest of a greater honor, he bade me from him call thee Thane of Cawdor, in which addition, hail, most worthy Thane, for it is thine.
What, can the devil speak true?
The Thane of Quarter lives. Why do you dress me in borrowed robes?
Who was the Thane lives yet, but under heavy judgment bears that life, which he deserves to lose, whether he was combined with those of Norway, or he did line the rebel, with hidden help and vantage, or that with both he labored in his country's wreck, I know not. But treason's capital confessed and proved, hath overthrown him.
Thomas and Thane of Quarter, the greatest is behind. Thanks for your pains. Do you not hope your children shall be kings? When those that give Thane of Quarter to me promise no less to them.
That trusted home might yet enkindle you unto the crown, besides the Thane of Quarter. But 'tis strange, and ofttimes to win us to our harm, the instruments of darkness tell us truths, which win us with honest trifles to betray in deepest consequence. Cousins, a word, I pray you.
Yes?
Two truths are told, as happy prologues to the swelling act of imperial theme. I thank you, gentlemen. This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill, cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest success? Commencing in a truth, I am Thane of Quarter. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock at my ribs against the use of nature? Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. My thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes my so single state of man that function is smothered in surmise, and nothing is but what it is not.
Look how our partner is wrapped.
If chance will have me king, why, chance may crown me without my stir.
New honors come upon him, like our strange garments. Cleave not to their mold, but with the aid of use.
Come what may, time and the hour runs through the roughest day.
Worthy Macbeth, we stay upon your letter.
Give me your favor, my dull brain was wrought with things forgotten. Kind gentlemen, your pains are registered where every day I turn the leaf to read them. Let us towards the king. Think upon what hath chanced, and at more time the interim having waited. Let us speak our free hearts to each other.
Very gladly.
Till then, enough. Come, friends.
Yay.
Is execution done on Cawdor? Are not those in commission yet returned?
My liege, they are not yet so come back. Well, I have spoke with one that saw him die, who did report that very frankly he confessed his treasons, implored your highness pardon, and set forth a deep repentance. Nothing in his life became him like believing it. He died as one that had been studied in his death to throw away the dearest thing he owed as for a careless trifle.
There's no art. To find the mind's construction in the face, he was a gentleman on whom I built an absolute trust. Oh, worthiest cousin, the sin of my ingratitude even now was heavy on me. Thou art so far before, that swiftest wing of recompense is slow to overtake thee. Would thou hadst less deserved, that the proportion both of thanks and payment might have been mine. Only I have left to say, more is thy due than more than all can pay.
The service and loyalty I owe in doing it pays itself. Your highness, part is to receive our duties, and our duties are to your throne and state children and servants, which do but what they should, by doing everything safe toward your love and honor.
Welcome hither. I have begun to plant thee, and will labor to make thee full of growing. Noble Banquo, thou hast no less deserved, nor must be known, no less to have done so. Let me enfold thee and hold thee to my heart.
There if I grow, the harvest is your own.
My plenteous joys, wanton in fullness, seek to hide themselves in drops of sorrow. Sons, kinsmen, thanes, and you whose places are the nearest, know we will establish our estate upon our eldest Malcolm,
whom we name hereafter the Prince of Cumberland.
Oh.
Which honor must not unaccompanied invest him only, but signs of nobleness like stars shall shine on all deservers from hence to Inverness, and bind us further to you.
The rest is labor which is not used for you. I'll be myself the harbinger and make joyful the hearing of my wife with your approach. So humbly take my leave.
My worthy Connor.
Prince of Cumberland, and step on which I must fall down or else overleap. For in my way it lies stars. Hide your fires, let not light see my black and deep desires. The eye wink at the hand, yet let that be which the eye fears when it is done to see.
True, worthy Banquo, he is so full of, so valiant, and his commendations I am fed. It is a banquet to me, let's after him. Whose care is gone before us to bid us welcome? It is a peerless kinsman.
They met me in a day of success, and I have learned by the perfect reports they have more in them than mortal knowledge. When I burned and desired to question them further, they made themselves heirs, which they banished. Whilst I stood wrapped in the wonder of it came missive from the king, who all but hailed me Thane of Cawdor, by which title before these weird sisters saluted me and referred me to the coming of time, with hail the king thou shalt be. This have I thought good to deliver thee, my dearest partner of greatness, that thou mightest not lose the dew's rejoicing by being ignorant of what greatness is promised thee. Lay it to thy heart and farewell. Honest thou art and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised. Yet do I fear thy nature. It is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great, are not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, thou wouldst thou wholly. Wouldst not be false, and yet but strongly win. Thou wouldst have great glamours, that which cries, thus thou must do if thou have it, and that which thou dost fear to do, wishes should be undone. Hie thee hither, that I may pour my spirits in my ear, and chastise with the valor of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fates and metaphysical aid doth seem to have thee crowned with all. What is your tidings?
The king comes here tonight.
Thou art mad to say it. Is not thy master with him, who, were it so, would have informed for preparation?
So please, it is true. Our Thane is come, and one of the fellows at the speed of him, who almost dead for breath, had scarcely more than would make up his message.
Give him tending, he brings great news. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits, that tender mortal thoughts. Unsex me here and fill me from the crown to the toe top, full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood, stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctious visionings of nature shake my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my woman's breast and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substances you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pall thee in the dunnest smoke of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold! Great Glamis, worthy Cawdor, greater than both by all hell hereafter, thy letters have transported me beyond this ignorant present, and I feel now the future in this.
My dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight.
And when goes hence?
Tomorrow, as he purposes.
Never shall sun see that morrow. Your face, my Thane, is a book where men may read strange matters. To beguile the time, look like the time, bear welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. He that's coming must be provided for, and you shall put the night's great business into my dispatch, which shall to all our nights and days to come give solely sovereign sway and masterdom.
We will speak further.
Only look up clear. To alter favor, ever is to fear. Leave all the rest to me.
This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses.
This guest of summer, the temple haunting Martlet does approve, by his loved masonry, that the heaven's breath smells wooingly here. No jutty, frieze, buttress, nor coign of vantage, but this bird hath made his pendant bench and procreant cradle, where they most breed and haunt, I have observed. The air is delicate.
See, our honored hostess, the love that follows us sometime in our trouble, which still we thank as love. Herein I teach you how you shall bid God gild us for your pains, and thank us for your trouble.
All our service, in every point twice done, and then done double, we're poor in single business to contend against these honors, deep and broad, wherewith your majesty loads our house. For those of old and the late dignities heaped up to them, we rest your hermits. The
There's the Thane of Cawdor. We coursed him at the heels and had a purpose to be his purveyor, but he rides well, and his great luck, sharp as his spur, hath holpen him to his home before us. Fair and noble hostess, we are your guests tonight.
Your servants ever have theirs themselves, and what is theirs in comes to make their audit at your highness's pleasure, still to return your own.
Give me your hand, conduct me to mine host. We love him highly, and shall continue our graces towards him. By your leave, hostess.
For we're done when 'tis done, for will it were done quickly. If the assassination could tremble up the consequence and catch with his surcease success, that but his blow might be the be-all and end-all here, but here upon this bank and shoal of time, we jump for life to come. But in these cases, we still have judgment here, that we but teach bloody instructions which, being taught, return to the plate of the inventor. This even-handed justice commends the ingredients of our poison chalice to our own lips. He's here in double trust. First, as I am kinsman and his subject, strong bold against the deed. Then, as his host against his murderer at the door, thou hear the knife himself. Besides, this judgment that born his faculties so weak has been so clear in his great office that his virtues will plead like angels trumpet-tongued against the deep damnation of his taking off, and pity like a naked newborn babe striding the blast where heaven's cherub housed upon the sightless corridors of the air shall blow the horrid deed in every eye, that tears shall drown the wind. I have no spur to break the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition which overleaps itself and falls the other. How now? What news?
He has almost supped. Why has he left the chamber?
Hath he asked for me?
No, you not, he has.
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late, and I have bought golden trinkets from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest cloths, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since? And makes it now to look so green and pale as what it did so freely? From this time, such I account thy love. Art thou afeared to be the same in thine own acts and valor as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemest the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine own esteem, letting I dare not wait upon I would, like the cat in the adage?
Pray thee peace, I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than you were, you would be so much more the man. Nor time nor place did then adhere, and yet you would make both. They have made themselves, and that their fitness now does unmake you. I have given suck, and known how tender 'tis to love the babe that melts me. I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from its boneless gums and dashed the brains out, had I sworn as you have done to this.
If we should fail.
We fail. But screw your courage to the sticking place and will not fail. When Duncan is asleep, where to the rather shall his day's hard journey soundly invite him. His two chamberlains will I with wine myself so convince that memory, the water of the brain, shall be appeased, and receipt of reason a little bit only. And in swinish sleep their drenched natures lie in death, what cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy offices, who shall not bear the guilt of our great crime?
Bring forth men, children only, for thy undaunted metal should compose nothing but males. Will not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy two of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done it.
Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamor roar upon his death?
I am set. And bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away! And mock the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know. How goes the night, boy?
The moon is down. I have not heard the clock.
And she goes down to 12.
I take
Yes, she does.
this way from her.
Here, hold my sword. There's husbandry in heaven, their candles are all out. Take thee that too. A heavy summons lies like lead upon me, yet I would not sleep. Oh, merciful powers. Restrain me the cursed thoughts that nature gives way into repose. Give me my sword. Who's there?
Oh, some guy. Good guy.
A friend.
A friend.
What, sir, yet not at rest? The king's abed. He hath been in unusual pleasure, and hath sent forth great largesse to your offices. This diamond he greets your wife with withal, by the name of most kind hostess, and shut up in measureless content.
Being unprepared, our will we paid the servant to defect, which else should free have wrought.
All's well. I dreamt last night of the weird sisters. To you they have showed some truth.
I think not of them. Yet, when we entreat an hour to serve, we would spend it in some words upon that business, if you would grant the time.
At your kindest leisure.
If you shall cleave to my consent when 'tis, it shall make honor for you.
So I lose none in seeking to augment it, but still keep my bosom franchised and allegiance clear. I shall be counseled.
Good repose the while.
Thanks, sir, the like to you.
Go bid thy mistress when my drink is ready. She strike upon the bell, go thee to bed. Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle towards my hand, come, let me clutch thee, I have thee not. And yet I see thee still, art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight, or art thou but a dagger of my mind, a false creation proceeding from the heat-obsessed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which now I draw. Thou marshallest me the way I was going, and such an instrument I was to use. Mine eyes are made the fools of the other senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy plate and dungeon gouts of blood, which was not so before. There's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now, Lord, oh, the one half world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. Witchcraft celebrates poor, pale Hecate's offerings, and withered murder, alarmed by his sentinel, the wolf whose howls his watch. Thus, with his stealthy pace, with Tarquin's ravishing strides towards his design, moves like a ghost. Now sure and firm set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate by my whereabout, and take the present horror from the time, which now suits with it. Whilst I threat he lives, words to the heat of deeds do too cold breath gives. I go, and it is done. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven, or to hell.
That which hath made him drunk hath made me bold. What hath quenched them hath given me fire. Hark! Peace.
Ah!
It was an owl that shrieks, the fatal bellman which gives the sternest good night. He is about. The doors are open, the surfeited grooms do mock their charge with snores. I have drugged their possets, that death and nature do contend about them, whether they live or die.
Who's there? What hope?
Alack! I am afraid they have awaked and 'tis not done. The attempt and not the deed confounds us. Hark, I lie their daggers ready, he could not miss them. Had he not resembled my father as he slept, I had done it. My husband.
I have done the deed. Didst thou not hear a noise?
I heard the owl scream and the crickets cry. Did not you see?
When?
Well, now.
As I descended.
I.
Hark! Who lies in the second chamber?
Donalbain.
This is a sorry sight.
Foolish thought to say a sorry sight.
There's one did laugh in his sleep, and one cried, murder! That they did wake each other. I stood and heard them, but they did say their prayers and address them again to sleep.
There are two
One
watch
cried, God bless us, and amen. The other, as they had seen with these amen's hands, listening their fear, I could not say amen. And they did say, God bless.
Consider it not so deeply.
But wherefore could not I pronounce amen? I had most need of blessing, and amen stuck in my throat.
These deeds must not be thought after these ways.
Methought
So it will make us mad.
Methought I heard a voice cry, sleep no more, Macbeth does murder, sleep the innocent sleep, sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care, the death of everyday life, sore labor's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast.
What do you mean?
Still it cried, sleep no more to all the house. Glamis hath murdered sleep, and therefore Calder shall sleep no more. Macbeth shall sleep no more.
Who was it cried thus? Who was it cried thus? Why, worthy thing, you do unbend your noble strength to think so brain sickly of things. Go get some water and wash this filthy witness from your hands. Why did you bring these daggers from the place? They must lie there. Go carry them and smear the sleepy grooms with blood.
I'll go no more. I am afraid to think what I have done. Look on it again, I dare not.
Infirm of purpose. Give me the daggers. Sleeping and the dead are but pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If you do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt.
Whence is that knocking? Oh, is it with me when every noise appalls me? What hands are here? They pluck out mine eyes, with all Neptune's oceans wash this blood clean from my hand. No, this my hand will rather the multitudinous seas incarnadine, making green one red.
My hands are of your color, but I shame to wear a heart so white. I hear a knocking at the south entry. Retire we to our chamber. A little water clears us of the steed. How easy is it then? Your constancy hath left it unattended. Hark, more knocking. Get on your nightgown, lest occasion calls us and show us to be watchers. Be not lost so poorly in your thoughts.
To know my deed, twere best not know myself. Wake knocking with thy knocking, I would thou couldst.
There's the knocking indeed. If a man were porter of Hellgate, he should have old turn in the key. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there in the name of Beelzebub? Here's a farmer that hanged himself in the expectation of plenty. Come in time. Have napkins enough about you. Here you'll sweat for it. Knock, knock. Who's there in other devil's name? Faith, here's an equivocator that swore in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, yet could not equivocate to heaven. Oh, come in, equivocator. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Faith, here's an English tailor, come hither for stealing out of a French hose. Come in, tailor. Have you roast your goose? Knock, knock. Never a quiet. What are you? But this place is too cold for hell. I'll devil porter it no further. I had thought to have let in some of all professions that go the primrose way to the everlasting bonfire. Anon, anon.
Was it?
I pray you remember the porter.
Was it so late, friend, ere you went to bed that you do lie so late?
Faith, sir, we were carousing till the second cock, and drug, sir, is such a great provider of three things.
What three things does drink especially provoke?
Marry, sir, nose painting, sleep, and urine. Lechery, sir, it provokes and unprovokes. It provokes the desire, but it takes away the performance. Therefore, much drink may be said to be an equivocator with lechery. It makes him and it mars him. It sets him on and it takes him off. It persuades him and disheartens him. Makes him stand to and not stand to. In conclusion, equivocates him in his sleep and giving him the lie leaves him.
I believe drink gave thee the lie last night.
That it did, sir, in the very throat on me. But I required him for his lie, and I think being too strong for him, though he took up my legs sometimes, yet I made a shift to cast him.
Is thy master stirring?
Oh.
Our knocking has awakened him. Here he comes.
Good morrow, sir.
Good morrow, both.
Is the king stirring, worthy thing?
Not yet.
He did command me to call timely on him. I have almost slipped the hour.
I'll bring you to.
I know this is a joyful trouble to you, but yet 'tis one.
The labor we delight in physics pain. This is the door.
I'll make so bold to call, for 'tis my limited service.
Go the king in today?
He does. He did it quite so.
The men have been unruly. Where we lay our chimney were blown down, and as they say, lamenting heard in the air, strange screams of death and trumpeting with accents terrible, of dire combustion and confused events. New hats to the woeful time. The obscure bird clamored the livelong night. Someday the earth was fevered and did shake.
It was a rough night.
My young remembrance cannot parallel fellow to it.
Oh, horror, horror, horror! Tongue nor heart cannot conceive nor name thee.
What's the matter?
Confusion now hath laid his masterpiece. Most sacrilegious murder hath broke oath. The Lord's anointed temple and stolen thence the life of the building.
What is it you say, the left?
Me knew it majesty?
Approach the chamber and destroy your sight with a new Gorgon. Do not bid me speak. See and then speak yourselves. Awake, awake, ring the alarm bell, murder and treason, Banquo and Donalbain, Malcolm, awake. Shake off this downy sleep, death's counterfeit, and look on death itself. Up and see the great doom's image. Malcolm, Banquo, as from your graves rise up and walk like sprites to countenance this horror. Ring the bell.
Ring.
What's the business that such a hideous trumpet calls to parley the sleepers of this house? Speak, speak!
Oh, gentle lady, 'tis not for you to hear what I can speak. The repetition in a woman's ear would murder as it fell. Oh, Banquo, Banquo, our royal master's murdered.
Well, alas, what? In our house?
Too cruel anywhere. Dear dove, I pray thee, contradict thyself and say it is not so.
Had I but died an hour before this chance, I had lived a blessed time. For from this instant there's nothing serious in morality, all is but peace. Renowned in grace is dead, the wine of life is drawn, and the mere lees is left of the vault to brag of.
What's the myth?
You are, and do not know it. The spring, the head, the fountain of your blood is stopped, the very source of it is stopped.
Your royal father's murdered.
Oh? By whom?
Those of the chamber as it seemed had done it. Their heads and faces were all red with blood, so were their daggers, which unwhipped we found upon their pillows. They stared and were distracted. No man's life was to be trusted with them.
Oh, yet I do repent me of my fury that I did kill them.
Wherefore did you so?
Who can be wise, amazed, temperate, and furious, loyal and neutral in a moment? No man the expedition of my violent love outrun the pause of reason. Here lay Duncan, his silver skin laced with his gold blood, and his gashed stats looked like a breach in nature for ruin's wasteful entrance. There, the murderers, steeped in the colors of their trade, their daggers unmannerly breached with war. Who could refrain that had a heart to love, and in that heart courage to make love's known?
Hold me hence. Oh.
Look to the lady.
Why do we hold our tongues, that most may claim this argument for ours? Words should be spoken here, where our fate hid in an auger hole may rush and seize us. That's the way. Our tears are not yet brewed, not our strong sorrow upon the foot of motion.
Look to the lady. And when we have our naked frailties hid that suffer an exposure, let us meet and question this most bloody piece of work to know it further. Fears and scruples shake us. In the great hand of God I stand, and thence against the undivulged pretense I fight of treasonous malice.
And so do I.
So!
Let's briefly put on the manly readiness and meet in a hall together.
Well contented! What will you do? Let's not consort with them. To show an unfelt sorrow is an office which the false man does easy. I'll to England. Someone else want Donalby? Anybody?
To Ireland, our separated fortune shall keep us both safer where we are. There's daggers in men's smiles, the near in blood, the nearer the bloody.
This murder's shaft that shot hath not yet lighted, and our safest way is to avoid the aim. Therefore to horse, and let us not be dainty of leave-taking, but shift away. There's warrant in that theft which steals itself when there's no mercy left.
70 I can remember well, within the volume of which time I have seen hours dreadful and things most strange. But this sore night hath trifled former nerves.
Ah, good father, thou seest the heavens is troubled with man's act, threatens his bloody stage. By the clock 'tis day, and yet dark night strangles the traveling lamp. This night's predominance or the day's shame that darkens does the face of earth's tomb, when living light should kiss it.
'Tis unnatural, even the deed best done. On Tuesday last, a falcon, towering in her private place, was at a mousing owl hawked at and killed.
And Duncan's horses, a thing most strange and certain, beauteous and swift, the minions of their race, turned wild in nature, broke their stalls, flung out, contending against obedience, as they would make war with mankind.
'Tis said they eat each other.
They did so, to the amazement of mine eyes that looked upon it. Here comes the good Macduff. How goes the world, sir, now?
Why see you not?
Is known who did this more than bloody deed?
Those that Macbeth hath slain.
Alas the day, what good could they pretend?
They were suborned. Malcolm and Donalbain, the king's 2 sons, are stolen away and fled, which puts upon them suspicion of the deed.
Against nature still, thriftless ambition that will raven up thine own life's means, then 'tis most like the sovereignty will fall upon Macbeth.
He is named already, and gone to Scone to be invested.
Where is Duncan's body?
Carried to Colmkill and sacred storehouse of his predecessors, the guardian of their bones.
Will you to Scone?
No, cousin, all to Fife.
Well, I will thither.
Well, may you see things well done there, adieu, lest our old robes sit easier on our new.
Farewell, father.
God's benison go with you, and with those that would make good of bad and friends of foes. Thou hast it now, King, Cotter, Glarms, all, as the weird women promised, and I fear thou played most foully for it. It was said that it should not stand in thy posterity, but that myself should be the root and father of many kings. If there come truth from them, as upon thee, Macbeth, their speeches shine. Why, by the verities on thee made good, may they not be my oracles as well, and set me up in hope? But hush, no more. Here is our chief guest.
If he had been forgotten, it had been a gap at our great feast, and all thing on the coming.
Tonight we hold a solemn supper, sir, and I'll request your presence.
Let your highness command upon me, to the which my duties are most insoluble tied.
Ride you this afternoon.
Aye, my good lord.
We should have else desired your good advice, which still hath been our both brave and prosperous. In this day's council, but we'll take tomorrow. Is it far you ride?
As far, my lord, as will fill up the time twixt this and supper. Go not my horse the better, I must become a borrower of the night for a dark hour or twain.
Fill out our feast.
My lord, I will not.
We hear our bloody cousins are bestowed in England and in Ireland, not confessing their cruel parricide, filling their hearers with strange invention, but of that tomorrow, when therewithal we shall have cause of state craving us jointly. Hie you to horse. Adieu. Till you return at night. Goes Cleance with you.
Aye, my good lord. Our time does call upon us.
I wish your horses swift and sure-foot, and so I do commend you to their backs farewell. Let every man be master of his time till 7 at night. To make society the sweeter welcome, we will keep ourselves till supper time alone. Well then, God be with you. Sire, a word with you. Attend those men our pleasure.
They are, my lord, without a towel.
Bring me them before us. We thus is nothing but to be safely, thus our fears and banquils stick deep. And in his royalty of nature reigns that which would be feared. 'Tis much he dares, and to that dauntless temper of his mind he hath a wisdom that doth guide his valor to act in safety. There is none but he whose being I do fear, and under him my genius is rebuked. As it is said, Mark Antony's was by Caesar. He chid the sisters when first they put the name of king upon me, and bade them speak to him. Then prophet-like they hailed him, father to a line of kings. Upon my head they placed a fruitless crown, and put a barren scepter in my grip. Thence to be wretched with an unlineal hand, no son of mine succeed. If it be so, for Banquo's issue have I filed my mind. For them the gracious Duncan have I murdered. But rancors in the vessel of my peace only for them, and mine eternal jewel given to the common enemy of man, to make them kings, the seed of Banquo kings. Rather than so come fate into the list, and champion me to the utterance. Who's there? Now go to the door and stay there till we call. Was it not yesterday we spoke together?
It was a pleasure, Highness.
Well then. Now, have you considered my speeches? Know that it was he in the times past which held you so under fortune, which you thought had been our innocent self. This I made good to you in our last conference, passed in probation with you, how you were born in hand, how crossed the instruments, who wrought with them and all things else that might have a soul, to a notion crazed, to say thus did Banquo.
You made it known to us?
I did so, and went further, which is now our point of second. Did you find your patience so predominant in your nature that you can let this go? Are you so gospel to pray for this good man and for his issue, whose heavy hand hath bowed you to the grave and beggared yours forever?
We are men, my liege.
Aye, in the catalogue ye go from men, as hounds and greyhounds, mongrels, spaniels, curs, sots, water rugs, and demi-wolves are clept all by the name of dogs, and the valued file distinguishes the swift, the slow, the subtle, the housekeeper, the hunter, every one according to the gift which bounteous nature hath him in him closed, whereby he does receive particular addition from the bill that writes them all alike, and so of men. Now, if you have a station in the file, not in the worst rank of manhood, say it, and I will put that business in your bosoms, whose execution takes your enemy off, grapples you to the heart and love of us, who wear our health, but sickly in his life, which in his death were perfect.
I am one, my liege, whom the vile blows and buffets of the world, but so incensed that I am reckless what I do to spite the world.
And I another, so weary with disasters, tugged with fortune, that
I would set my lie on any chance to mend it or be rid of it.
Both of you know Banquo was your enemy.
True, my lord.
So he is mine. And in such bloody distance that every minute of it is being thrust against my nearest of life. And though I could with bare-faced power sweep him from my sight and bid my will avouch it, yet I must not. For certain friends that are both his and mine, whose loves I may not drop, but wail his fall, who I myself struck down, and thence it is that I, to your assistance, do make love, masking the business from the common eye for sundry weighty reasons.
We shall, my lord, perform what you command us.
Through our lives.
Your spirit shine through you. Within this hour at most, I will advise you where to plant yourselves. Acquaint you with the perfect spy of the time, the moment on it, for it must be done tonight. And something from the palace always thought that I require clearness, and with him to leave no rubs, no botches in the work. Fleance, his son that keeps him company, whose absence is no less material to me than to his father's, must embrace the fate of that dark hour. Resolve yourselves apart, I'll come to you anon.
We are resolved, my lord.
I'll call upon you straight. Abide within, it is concluded. Banquo thy soul's flight. If it heaven find, must find it out tonight.
Is Banquo gone from court?
I am out of terms again tonight.
Say to the king I would attend his leisure for a few moments.
Madam, I will.
Not had all spent, where our desire is got without content. 'Tis safer to be that which we destroy than by destruction dwell in doubtful joy. How now, my lord? Why do you keep alone of sorriest fancies your companions making, using those thoughts which should indeed have died with them they think on? Things without all remedy should be without regard. What's done is done.
We have scorched the snake, not killed it. She'll close and be herself, whilst the poor malice remains in the danger of her former tooth. But let the frame of things disjoint, both the worlds suffer. Ere we will eat our meal in fear and sleep in the affliction of these terrible dreams that shake us nightly, better be with the dead, whom we, to gain our peace, have sent to peace, than on the torture of the mind to lie in restless ecstasy. Duncan is in his grave after life's fitful fever, he sleeps well. Treason has done his worst, nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch it, can touch you further.
On gentle, my lord, sleep o'er your rugged looks. Be bright and jovial among your guests tonight.
So shall I love. And so I pray you, be you, let your remembrance apply to Banquo, present him eminence, both with eye and tongue, and safe the while that we must leave our honors in these flattering streams, and make our faces visitors to our hearts, disguising what they are.
You must leave this.
Full of scorpions is my mind, dear wife. Thou knowest that Banquo in his fleance lives.
But in the nature's copy, not eternal.
Yes, comfort him. They are assassinable. Then to be thou fecund, ere the bat hath flown his cloistered flight, ere to the black Hecate summons that the shard-born beetle with his drowsy hums hath rung night's yawning peal. There shall be done a deed of dreadful note.
What's to be done?
Be the innocent of the knowledge, dearest child. Till thou applaud the deed. Come, stealing night, scarf up the tender eye of pitiful day, and with thy bloody and invisible hand cancel and adhere to pieces to that great bond which easily failed. Night thickens and the crow makes wing to the broken wood. Good things of day begin to droop and drowse, while night's black agents to their praise do rouse. Thou marvelest at my words, but hold thee still. Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill. So pray thee, go with me.
But who did bid thee join with us?
Macbeth!
He needs not our mistrust, and he delivers our offices and what we have to do to the direction just.
Then stand with us. The west yet glimmers with some streaks of day. Now spurs the late traveler apace to gain the timely inn, and near approaches the subject of our watch.
Hark! I hear the horses!
Give us a light there, ho!
What? Then 'tis he. The rest that are within the note of expectation already are in the court.
His horses go about.
Almost a mile, but he does usually, so all men do, from hence to the palace gate, make it up their walk.
A light!
'Tis he. Stand to it.
It will be rain tonight.
Let it come down.
Fly, good Fleance! Fly! 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 Oh, no major bitch! Oh, slave!
Soldiers, strike out the light!
Was not the way.
There's but one down, the sun is fled.
It was best half of our affair.
Well, let's away and see how much is done.
You know our degrees. Sit down. At first and last, a hearty welcome.
Thanks, Your Majesty.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Ourselves will mingle with society and play the humble host. Our hostess keeps her state, but in best time we will require her welcome.
Pronounce it for me, sir, to all our friends, for my heart speaks, they are welcome.
See, they encounter thee with their hearts' thanks. Both sides are even. Here I'll sit, and the mess be large in mirth. Anon we'll drink a measure. The table round. There's blood upon thy face.
'Tis Banquo's then.
'Tis better thee without than he. 'Tis better thee without than he within is he dispatched.
My lord, his throat is cut. That I did for him.
Thou art the best of couplets. Yet he's good that did the like of Fleance. If thou didst, thou art the non.
Yeah.
Most royal sir, Fleance escaped.
Then comes my fit again. I had else been perfect. Whole as the marble, founded as the rock, as broad and general as the casing air, but now I'm cabined, crippled, confined, bound into saucy doubts and fears of painful sleep.
Ay, my good lord, safe in a ditch he bides, with 20 trenched gashes on his head, the least a death to nature.
Thanks for that. There the grown serpent hides, the worm that's fed hath nature that in time will venom breed. No teeth for the present. Get thee gone. Tomorrow we're ourselves again.
My royal lord, we do not give the cheer. The feast is soul that is often vouched, while 'tis a making 'tis given with welcome. To feed her best at home, from thence the sauce to meat is ceremony, meeting were bare without it.
Sweet, remember. Sweet rememberer. Now good digestion, wait on appetite, and health on both.
May it please your highness sit?
Here have we now our country's honor roof,
No.
or the great person of our banquet present, who may I rather challenge for unkindness than pity for mischief.
Oh.
His absence, sir, lays blame upon his promise. Please, your highness, to grace us with your royal company.
The table's full.
Here's your place reserved, sir.
Which of you hath done this?
What, my good lord?
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake thy gory locks at me.
Gentlemen, rise. His highness is not well.
Sit, worthy
Well,
friends.
okay, I'm not gonna.
My lord is often thus, and hath been from his youth. Pray you keep seats.
Sure.
The fit is momentary. Upon a thought, you will again be well.
Good, because I'm
If
home.
much you note him, you shall offend him and extend his passion. Feed and regard him not.
Okay.
Are you a man?
I am the bold one that dare look on that which may appall the devil.
Oh, proper stuff. This is a very painting of your fear. This is the air-drawn dagger which you said led you to Duncan. These flaws and starts and postures, the true fear would well become a woman's story at Winter's Fire, authorized by her grandman. Shame itself. Why do you make such faces when all's done? You look but on a stool.
Pray thee, see! Behold, look, lo! How say you? Why? What care I? If thou canst nod, speak too. If charnel houses and our graves must send, those that we bury back our monuments shall be the maws of kings.
What? Quite unmanned and folly?
If I stand here, I saw him!
Aye, for shame.
Blood hath been shed ere now in the olden time, ere humane statue purged the gentle wheel. Aye, and since 2 murders have been performed too terrible for the ear, the times has been that when the brains were out, the man would die and there an end. But now they rise again with 20 mortal murders on their crowns and push us from our schools. This is more strange than such a murder is.
My worthy lord, your noble friends do lack you.
I do forget. Do not muse at me, my most worthy friends. I have a strange infirmity, which is nothing to those that know me. Come, love and health all. Then I'll sit down. Give me some wine, fill full. I drink to the general joy of the whole table, and to our dear friend Banquo, whom we miss when he were here. To all him we thirst, and all to all.
Our duties and the pledge.
The plague. Like the sight that the earth hide thee. Thy bones are marrowless, thy blood is cold. Thou hast no speculation in those eyes which thou dost glare with.
Oh, think of this, good peers, but as a thing of custom. 'Tis no other, only it spoils the pleasure of the time.
What,
It's weird.
what man dare, I dare, approach thou like a rugged Russian bear. Approach thou like the armed rhinoceros or the Hurricane tiger, take any shape of that, but this shall never tremble or
I like
be alive again, and there be the desert with thy sword. If trembling I inhabit, then protests me the baby of a girl. Hence, horrible shadow, unreal mockery, hence!
Fine.
I'm so being fun, I am back again. Pray you, sit still.
You have displaced the mirth, broke the good meeting with most admired disorder.
Can such things be and overcome us like a summer's cloud without our special wonder? You make me strange even to the disposition that I owe, but now I think you can behold such sights and keep the natural ruby of your cheeks, which mine is blanched with fear.
What sights, my lord?
I pray you speak not. He grows worse and worse. Question enrages him. At once, good night. Send not upon order you're going, but go at once.
Night!
Night.
Better health attend his majesty.
Sign good night to all.
Night.
Will have
Night.
blood, they say. Blood will have blood. Stones have been known to move and trees to speak. Augurs and understood relations have by magpies and rooks brought forth the secret of man's blood. What is the night?
Almost at odds with morning, which is which.
How sayest thou that Macduff denies his person at our great bidding?
Did you send him, sir?
I hear it, by the way, but I will send. There's not a one of them in his house. I keep a servant. Feed. Tomorrow and betimes I will to the weird sisters, more shall they speak. For now I am bent to know by my worst means the worst. For mine, my own good, all causes shall give way. I am in blood steeped in so far that should I wait no more, returning were as tedious as go over. Strange things I have in my head that will to hand, which must be acted ere they may be scanned.
You lack the season of all natures, sleep.
Come, we'll sleep. My strange and self-abuse is the initiated fear that wants hard use. We are yet but young in the deed.
Why, how now, Hecate? You look angrily.
Have not I reason, beldams as you are, saucy and overbold? How did you dare to trade and traffic with Macbeth in riddles and affairs of death? And I, the mistress of your charms, the close contriver to all harms, was never called to bear my part to show the glory of our art. And which is worse, all you have done has been but for a wayward son, spiteful and wrathful, who as others do, loves for his own ends, not for you. But make amends now.
Okay.
Get you gone, and at the pit of Acheron meet me in the morning. Thither he will come to know his destiny. Your vessels and your spells provide, your charms and everything beside. I am for the air. This night I'll spend unto a dismal and fatal end. Great business must be wrought ere noon upon the corner of the moon. There hangs a vaporous drop profound. I'll catch it ere it come to ground, and that, distilled by magic sleights, shall raise such artificial sprites as by the strength of their illusion shall draw him on in its confusion. Shall spurn fate, scorn death, and bear his hopes above wisdom, grace, and fear. And you all know security is mortal's chiefest enemy. Hark, I am called. My little spirit, see, sits in a foggy cloud and waits for me.
Come away, etc.
Let's make this back. Lennox.
My former speeches have but hid your thoughts, which can interpret farther. Only I say things have been strangely born. The gracious Duncan was pitied of Macbeth. Marry, he was dead, and the right valiant Banquo walked too late, whom you may say, if please you, Fleance killed, for Fleance fled. Men must not walk too late. Who cannot want the thought how monstrous it was for Malcolm and for Donalbain to kill their gracious father? Damned fact! How it did grieve Macbeth! Did he not straight in pious rage the two delinquents tear that were the slaves of drink and thralls of sleep? Was not that nobly done? Aye, and wisely too, for 'twould have angered any heart alive to hear the man deny it. So that I say he has borne all things well, and I do think that the Duncan's sons under his key, as and please heaven he shall not, they should find what 'twere to kill a father.
Amen.
So should Fleance, but peace. For from broad words and cause he failed his presence at the tyrant's feast, I hear Macduff lives in disgrace. Sir, can you tell where he bestows himself?
The son of Duncan, from whom this tyrant holds the due of birth, lives in the English court and is received of the most pious Edward with such grace that the malevolence of fortune nothing takes from his high respect.
Aye.
Thither Macduff is gone to pray the holy king upon his aid to wake Northumberland and warlike Seward, that by the help of these with him above, to ratify the work, we may again give to our tables meat, sleep to our nights, free from our feast and banquets bloody knives, do faithful homage and receive free honors, all which we pine for now. And this report hath so exasperate the king that he prepares for some attempt of war.
Sent he to Macduff?
He did!
Whoa!
And with an absolute, sir, not I.
Not I, sir.
The cloudy messenger turns me his back and hums as who should say, you rue the time that clogs me with this answer.
And I well might advise him to a caution, to hold what distance his wisdom can provide. Some holy angel fly to the court of England and hold his message ere he come, that a swift blessing may soon return to this our suffering country under a hand accursed.
I'll send my prayers with him.
Prayers.
Prayers.
Whoops. Okay.
Thrice the brinded cat hath mewed.
Thrice and once the hedgepig went.
Hark you guys, 'tis time, 'tis time.
Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw, toad that under a cold stone days and nights has 31, sweltered venom sleeping got, boil thou first in the charmed pot.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Bubble, sorry. Fillet of a finny snake in the cauldron boil and bake, eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog, adder's fork and blindworm sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing, for a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth, boil and bubble.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Scale of dragon, tooth of wolf, witch's mummy, clawed goat, of the raven, salty shark, root of hemlock, digged in the dark, liver of a blaspheming Jew, doll of goat and slips of yew, slivered in the moon's eclipse, nose of Turk and Tartar's lips, finger of a birth-strangled babe, ditch delivered by a drabe, make the gruel thick and slab, and thither a tiger's chaudron, for the ingredients of our cauldron.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. Cool it with a baboon's blood, then the charm is firm and good.
Oh, well done. I commend your pains, and everyone shall share in the game.
Stop.
And now the children sing like elves and fairies in a ring, enchanting all that you put in.
Do we have the song?
By
Okay, just by the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Open locks, whoever knocks.
How now, you secret black and midnight hags?
That's mean.
What is it you do?
A deed without a name.
I conjure you, by which you profess, however you come to it. Answer me. Though you untie the winds and let them fight against the churches, though the yeasty waves confound and the shallow navigation up, though belated corn be logged and trees blown down, though castles topple on their warders' heads, though palaces and pyramids do slope their heads to their foundations, though the treasure of nature's German.
What about some Germans?
Tumble all together, even until destruction sicken. Answer me to what I ask of you.
Speak.
Demand.
We'll answer.
Say if thou'dst rather hear it from our mouths or from our master.
Heyo.
Shyness.
His too.
Call me. Let me see them.
Pour in a sow's blood that hath eaten her 9 pharaoh, grease that's sweating from the murderer's gibbet throw into the flame.
Come
Come high or low, thyself in office deftly show.
Boom! Thunder.
Tell me, thou unknown power.
He knows thy thought, hear his speech, but say thou not. Macbeth,
No,
Macbeth.
that's not you.
Macbeth.
There we go.
Macbeth. Macbeth. Beware, Macduff. Beware the fate of life. Dismiss me. Enough.
Bye.
Whatever thou art, for thy good caution, thanks. Thou hast harped my fear aright. But one word more.
He will not be commanded. Here's another more potent than the first.
Boom!
Macbeth, Macbeth.
Had I 3 ears, I'd be.
But not otherwise.
What?
Only 3.
Bloody bold and resolute, laugh to scorn the power of man, for none of woman born shall harm Macbeth.
Then live, Macduff. What deed I fear of thee? But yet I'll make assurance double sure and take a bond of fate. Thou shalt not live, that I may tell pale-hearted fear it lies and sleep in spite of thunder.
Kaboom!
What is this? That rises like the issue of a king and wears upon his baby brow the round and top of sovereignty.
Listen, but speak not to it.
Be silent, proud, and take no care to chase who frets or what inspires. Yes, his wrath shall never vanquish be to great Burnham would I don't see any shall come against him.
That will never be. Who can impress the forest bid the tree unfix his earthbound root? Sweet bodements, good, rebellious dead, rise never till the wood of Burnham rise, and our high place of death shall live. The lease of nature pay his breath to time and mortal custom. Yet my heart throbs to know one thing. Tell me, if your art can tell me so much, shall Banquo's issue ever reign in this kingdom?
Seek to know no more!
I will be satisfied. Deny me this, and an eternal curse fall upon you. Let me go!
We curse.
Why sinks that cauldron? What noise is this?
Oh, boy.
Show!
Show.
Show his eyes and grieve his heart. Come like shadows, so depart.
Thou art too like the spirit of Banquo. Down! That ground does sear mine eyes, and thy hair, thou art no other golden gold. Thou other gold bound brow is like the first, a third is like the former. Filthy hags, why do you show me this affront? Stark eyes, what will the blind stretch out of the crack of doom? Another yet, 7th, I'll see no more. And yet the 8th appears who bears a glass which shows me many more. And some I see that toothful balls and tremble scepters carry, horrible sight. Now I see 'tis true, for the blood-altered Banquo smiles upon me and points at them for his. What is this so?
Aye, sir, all this is so, but why stands Macbeth thus amazedly? Come, sisters, cheer we up his sprites, and show the best of our delights. I'll charm him the air to give a sound, while you perform your antic round, that this great king may kindly say, our duties did his welcome pay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
I'll tell you what I want, what I really, really want.
Where are they? Let this pertinacious hour stand I accursed in calendar. Come, without there.
What your grace's will?
Saw you the weird sisters?
No, my lord.
Came they not by you?
No, indeed, my lord.
Infected by be the air whereupon they ride, and damned all those that trust them. I did hear the galloping of horse. Who was it came by?
'Tis 2 or 3, my lord, that bring you word Macduff has fled to England.
Fled to England.
Aye, good lord.
Time thou anticipates my dread misdeeds. The flighty purpose never is overtook unless the deed go with it. From this moment, the very firstlings of my heart shall be the firstlings of my hand. And even now, to crown my thoughts with acts be it thought and done, the castle of Macduff I will surprise. Seize on Fife. Give to the edge of the sword his life, his babes, and all unfortunate souls that trace him in his line. No boasting like a fool. This deed I'll do before this purpose cool. But no more sights. Where are these gentlemen? Come, bring me where they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
What had he done to make him fly the land?
You must have patience, madam.
Goodness.
He had none. His flight was madness. When our actions do not, our fears do make us traitors.
You know not whether it was his wisdom or his fear.
Wisdom to leave his wife, to leave his bays, his mansion and his titles in a place from whence himself does fly. He loves us not. He wants a natural touch for the poor wren, the most diminutive of birds, will fight her young ones in her nest against the owl. All is the fear and nothing is the love. As little is the wisdom where the flight so runs against all reason.
My dearest coz, I pray you school yourself.
No. You rule yourself.
But for your husband, he is noble, wise, judicious, and best knows the fits of the season. I dare not speak much further, and but cruel are the times when we are traitors and do not know ourselves. When we hold rumor from what we fear, yet know not what we fear, but float upon a wild and violent sea, each way and move. I take my leave of you. Shall not be long, but I'll be here again. Things at the worst will cease, or else climb upward to what they were before. My pretty cousin, blessing upon you.
Father he is, and yet he's fatherless.
I am so much a fool, should I say longer. It would be my disgrace and your discomfort. I take my leave at once.
Sirrah, your father's dead. And what will you do now? How will you live?
As birds do, mother.
What, with worms and flies?
Yeah. I mean, with what I get, I mean, and so do they.
Poor bird, that's never fear that net nor line, the pitfall nor the gin.
Why should I, mother? Poor birds, they are not sent for. My father is not dead, for all you're saying.
Yes, he is dead. How wilt thou do for a father?
Hey, how will you do for a husband?
I can buy me 20 at any market.
And you'll buy him to sell him again.
Thou speakest with all thy wit, and yet in faith the wit is upward.
Was my father a traitor, mother?
I bet he was.
What is a traitor?
Why, one that swears and lies.
And be all traitors that do so?
Everyone that does so is a traitor and must be hanged.
And must they all be hanged that swear and lie?
Everyone.
Who must hang them?
Why, the honest men.
Then the liars and swearers are fools, for there are liars and swearers enough to beat the honest men and hang them up.
Now, God help thee, poor monkey. But how wilt thou do for a father?
If he were dead, you'd weep for him. If you would not, it were a good sign that I should quickly have a new father.
Wow, puberty. Father, how thou talkest. Bless you, fair dame, I am not.
Bless you, fair dame, I am not to you known, though in your state of honor I am perfect. I doubt some danger does approach you nearly. If you will take a homely man's advice, be not found here. Hence with your little ones, to fright you thus, methinks I am too savage. To do worse to you or fell cruelty, which is too nigh to your person. Heaven preserve you, I dare abide no longer.
Whither should I fly? I have done no harm, but I remember now I am in this earthly world where to do harm is often laudable, to do good sometime accountable dangerous folly. Why then, alas, do I put up that womanly defense to say I have done no harm? What are these faces?
Where is your husband?
I hope in no place so unsanctified where such as thou mayst find him.
He's a traitor, he is.
Thou liest, thou shag-haired villain!
What, you egg? Young friar treachery?
I've been stabbed! Fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
Violence.
Run away! Oh wait, he has killed me, mother! Run away, I pray you!
Murder! Murder!
I'm dead. Oh no, I'm not. Let us seek out some desolate shade, and there weep our sad bosoms empty.
Let us rather hold fast the mortal sword, and like good men describe our doubtful birthdom. Each new morn, new widows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strike heaven on the face, that it resounds as it felt with Scotland, and yelled out like a syllable of dollar.
What I believe, I'll wail. What no believe, and what I can redeem, as I shall find the time to friend, I will. What you spoke, it may be so perchance. This tyrant, whose sole name blisters our tongues, was once thought honest. You have loved him well. He hath not touched you yet. I am young, but something you may deserve of him through me, and wisdom to offer up a weak, poor, innocent lamb to appease an angry god.
I am not treacherous.
But Macbeth is. A good and virtuous nature may recoil in an imperial charge. But I shall crave your pardon. That which you are, my thoughts cannot transpose. Angels are bright still, though the brightest fail. Though all things foul would wear the brows of grace, yet grace must still look so.
I have lost my hopes.
Perchance even there, where I did find my doubts. Why, in that rawness left you wife and child, those precious motives, those strong knots of love without leave-taking. I pray you, let not my jealousies do your dishonours, but mine own safeties. You may be rightly just, whatever I shall think.
Bleed, poor country. Great tyranny, lay thou thy bases sure. For goodness dare not check thee. Wear thou thy wrongs. The title is afeard. Fare thee well, Lord. I would not be the villain that thou think'st, for the whole space that is in the tyrant's grasps, and to the rich east to boot.
Donkey, be not offended. I speak not as an absolute fear of you. I think our country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds. I think withal there would be hands uplifted in my right, and here from gracious England have I offer of goodly thousands. But for all this, when I shall tread upon the tyrant's head or wear it on my sword, yet my poor country shall have more vices than it had before, more suffer, and more sundry ways than ever by him that shall succeed.
What should he be?
If it is myself, I mean, in whom I know all the particulars of vice so grafted, that when they shall be opened, black Macbeth will seem as pure as snow, and the poor state esteem him as a lamb, being compared with my confineless harms.
Not in the legions of horrid hell can come a devil more damned than evil to top Macbeth.
I grant him bloody, luxurious, avaricious, false, deceitful, sudden, malicious, smacking of every sin that has a name. But there's no bottom, none in my voluptuousness.
Your bottom is voluptuous.
Your wives, your daughters, your matrons, and your maids could not fill up the cistern of my lust and my desire. All inconsistent impedes would overbear that did oppose my will. Better Macbeth than such a one to reign.
Boundless intemperance in nature is a tyranny. It hath been the untimely emptying of the happy throne and fall of many kings. But fear not yet to take upon you what is yours. You may convey your pleasures in a spacious plenty, and yet seem cold the time you may so hoodwink. Hoodwink. We have willing dames enough. There cannot be that vulture in you to devour so many as will to great dedicate themselves, finding it so inclined.
With this there grows in my most ill-composed affection such a staunchless avarice that, were I king, I should cut off the nobles from their lands, desire his jewels and this other's house, and my more having would be as a sauce to make me hunger more, that I should forge quarrels unjust against the good and loyal, destroying them for well.
This avarice
digs deeper, grows with more pernicious root than summer seen in lust, and it hath been the sword of our slain kings. Yet do not fear, Scotland hath poisons to fill up your will of your mere own. All these are portable with other graces weighed.
But I have none. The king becoming graces as justice, verity, temperance, stableness, bounty, perseverance, mercy, lowliness, devotion, patience, courage, fortitude. I have no relish of them, but abound in the division of each several crime, acting in many ways. Nay, had I power, I should pour the sweet milk of concord into hell, uproar the universal peace, confound all unity on earth.
Oh, Scotland! Scotland!
If such a one be fit to govern, speak. I am as I have spoken.
Fit to govern, no, not to live. Oh, nation miserable, with an untitled tyrant bloody sceptred, when shalt thou see thy unwholesome days again, since that the truest issue of thy throne by his own interdiction stands accused, and does blaspheme his breed? Thy royal father was a most sainted king. The queen that bore thee, oftener upon her knees than on her feet, you know what I mean, died every day she lived. Fare thee well. These evils thou repayst upon thyself have banished me from Scotland. Oh, my breast! You have some. Thy hope ends here.
Macduff, Thus noble passion, child of integrity, hath from my soul wiped the black scruples, reconciled my thoughts to thy good truth and honour. Devilish Macbeth, by many of these trains, hath sought to win me into his power, and modest wisdom plucks me from over-credulous haste. But God above, deal between thee and me. For even now I put myself to thy direction, and unspeak mine own detraction. Here abjure the taints and blames I laid upon myself. For strangers to my nature, I lack taint.
Yep.
I am yet unknown to woman, never was forsworn, scarcely have coveted what was mine own, at no time broke my faith, would not betray the devil to his fellow, and delight no less in truth than life.
A really boring life.
Thank you. My first false speaking was this upon myself. What I am truly is thine, and my poor country is to command. Whither indeed, before thy here approach, old Seward, and with 10,000 warlike men, already at a point, was setting forth. Now we'll together, and the chance of goodness be like our unwarranted quarrel. Why are you silent but deadly?
Such welcome and unwelcome things at once, 'tis hard to reconcile.
Welcome more anon. Comes the king forthwith, I pray you.
Aye, sir, there are a crew of wretched souls that stay as cure. Their malady convinces the great essay of art, but at his touch, such sanctity hath heaven given his hand, they presently amend.
Ah, thank you, doctor.
What's the disease he means?
'Tis called the evil. A most miraculous work in this good king, which often since my here remain in England I have seen him do. How he solicits heaven himself best knows, but strangely visited people, all swollen and ulcerous, pitiful to the eye, the mere despair of surgery he cures, hanging a golden stamp about their necks, put on with holy prayers. And 'tis spoken, to the succeeding royalty he leaves the healing benediction. With this strange virtue, he hath a heavenly gift of prophecy, and sundry blessings hang about his throne that speak him full of grace.
I'll see who comes here.
My countrymen, but yet I know him not.
My ever gentle cousin, welcome hither.
I know him now. Oh, wait, I know him now. Good God, but times remove the means that makes us strangers.
Sir, amen.
Stand Scotland where it did.
Alas, poor country, almost afraid to know itself, it cannot be called our mother, but our grave, where nothing, but who knows nothing, is once seen to smile, where sighs and groans and shrieks that rend the air are made not marked, where violent sorrows seem a modern ecstasy, the dead man's knell is there scarce asked for, who, and good men's lives expire before the flowers in their caps, dying or ere they stricken.
Oh, relation! Too nice, and yet too true.
What's the news, Grief?
That our age doth hiss the speaker, each minute teems a new one.
How does my wife?
Why, well...
And all my children?
Well, too.
The tyrant has not battered at their peace?
No, they were well at peace when I did leave them.
Yeah.
Be not a niggard. I said it. Of your speech, how goes?
When I came hither to transport the tidings which I have heavily borne, there ran a rumour of many worthy fellows that were out,
which was to my belief, I don't know where I'm going with this accent, which was my belief, witness the rather, for that I saw the tyrant's power afoot. Now is the time of help. Your eye in Scotland would create soldiers, make our women fight to doff their dire distresses.
Be it their comfort, we are coming thither. Gracious England hath lent us good Seward and 10,000 men, an older and a better soldier none than that Christendom gives out.
Would I could answer this comfort with thee alike, but I have words that would be howled out in the desert air, where hearing should not latch them.
What concern they? The general cause? Or is it a fee great due to some single breast?
No mind that's honest, but in it shares some woe, though the main part pertains to you alone.
If it be me, keep it not from me. Quickly, let me have it.
Let not your ears despise my tongue forever, which shall possess them the heaviest sound that ever yet did hear.
Humph! I guess at it.
Your castle is surprised. Your wife and babes savagely slaughtered.
Whoa!
To relate the
I'm gonna
manner,
bury the lead, asshole.
we're on the quarry of those murdered deer, to add the death of you.
Merciful heaven! What man ne'er pull your hat upon your brows, give sorrow words. The grief that does not speak whispers the o'erfraught heart and bids it break.
My children, too!
Children, servants, all to be found, everywhere.
I must be from thence. My wife killed too!
I have said,
Be comforted. Let's make us medicines of our great revenge to cure this deadly grief.
He has no children. All my pretty ones. Did you say all? Oh, hellkite.
all of them.
What? All my pretty chickens and their
All of them.
them at one fell swoop?
All of them.
Dispute it like a man.
I shall do so, but I must also feel it like a man. I cannot remember such things that were most precious for me. Did heaven look on and would not take their part? Sinful men doth they were all struck for thee. Not that I am, not for their own demerits, but for mine. They'll slaughter on their souls. Heaven, rest them now.
Be this the whetstone of your sword. Let grief convert to anger. Blunt not the heart in right act.
Oh, I could play the woman with mine eyes and braggart with my tongue. But,
Bet you could.
gentle heavens, cut short all intermissions. Front to front, bring thou this fiend of Scotland and myself within my sword's length. Set him. If he escape, heaven forgive him too.
This tune goes manly. Come, go we to the king. Our power is ready. Our lack is nothing but our leave. Macbeth is ripe for shaking, and the powers above put on their instruments. Receive what cheer you may. The night is long that never finds the day.
I have 2 nights watched with you, but can perceive no truth in your report. When was it she last walked?
Since his majesty went.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I wanted.
I have seen her rise from the dead, throw a big down water,
Oh my
in the closet, take full paper, fold it, write about it, read it afterwards, seal it, and return to bed, like an all is while, and a most fast sleep.
A great perturbation in nature to receive at once the benefit of sleep and do the effects of watching in the slumbery agitation besides her walking and other actual performances? What at any time have you heard her say?
That's so which I will not report after her.
You may to me, and 'tis most meet you should.
Neither to you nor to anyone. I have no witness to confirm my speech. Look you, here she comes. This is her very guise, and upon my life, fast asleep. Observe her, stand close.
How came she by that light?
Why, it's to by her. She is lighted by her continually. 'Tis her command.
You see her eyes are open.
But her sins are shut.
What is it she does now? Look how she rubs her hand.
It is an accustomed action with her to seem thus washing her hands. I have known her to continue this way in a quarter of an hour.
Now here's a spot.
Hark, she speaks. I will set down what comes from her to satisfy my remembrance more strongly.
Out, damn spots, out, I say. 1, 2. It's time to do it. Hell is murky, fie, my lord, fie! A soldier and a feared. What need we fear, who knows it, when none can call our power to account? Who would have thought the old man had had so much blood?
Do you mark that?
If I've had my flourish now. Let these hands ne'er be clean. No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You are all of this starting.
Go to, you have known what you should not.
She has spoke what she should not, I am sure of that. Heaven knows what she has known.
Here's the smell of the blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh, oh, oh!
What a sigh is there? The heart is sorely charged.
I would not have such a heart in my bosom for the dignity of the whole body.
Well, well, well.
Pray God it be so.
This disease is beyond my practice, yet I have known those which have walked in their sleep, who have died wholly in their beds.
Wash your hands. On your nightgown, look not so pale. I tell you yet again, Banquo is buried. He cannot come out on his grave.
Even so.
To bed. To bed. There's knocking at the gate. Come, come, come. Give me your hands. What's done cannot be undone. To bed, to bed, to bed.
Will she go now to bed?
Directly.
Foul whisperings are abroad. Unnatural deeds do breed unnatural troubles. Infected minds to their death pillars will discharge their secrets. More needs she the divine than the physician. God forgive us all. Look after her. Remove from her the means of all annoyance, and still keep eyes upon her. So good night. My mind has mated and amazed my sight. I think, but dare not speak.
Good night, good doctor.
Night.
Good night.
The English power is near, led on by Malcolm, his Uncle Seward, and the good Macduff. Revenge is burning them, for their dear causes would to the bleeding and the grim alarum excite the mortified man.
Near Burnham Wood, shall we meet them? What way are they coming?
Who knows if Donald may be with his brother?
For certain, sir, he is not. I have a file of all the gallantry. There is Seward's son and many unrough youths that even now protest their first of manhood.
What does the tyrant?
Great Dunsinane, he strongly fortifies. Some say he's mad, others that lesser hated do call it valiant fury, but for certain he cannot buckle his distempered cause within the belt of rule.
Now does he feel his secret murder sticking on his hands. Now minutely revolts, upbraid, his faith breach. Those he commands move only in command, nothing in love. Now does he feel his tide hang loose upon him like a giant's robe upon a dwarfish thief.
Who then shall blame his pestered senses to recoil, and stark when all that is within him does condemn itself for being there?
Well, march we on, to give obedience where 'tis truly owed. Meet we the medicine of this sickly wheel, and with him pour in our country's peerage, each drop of us.
For so much as it needs to do the sovereign flower and drown the weeds. Make we our march towards Burnham.
Bring me no more reports, let them fly all to Burnham Wood, remove to Dunsinane. I cannot taint with fear. What's the boy Malcolm? Is he not born of woman? The spirits that know all mortal consequences have pronounced me thus. Fear not, Macbeth, no man that is born of woman shall e'er have power upon thee. Then fly, false things, and mingle with the English epicures. The mind I sway by and the heart I bear shall never sag with doubt nor shake with fear. The devil damn thee, black, thou cream-faced loon! Where gotst thou that ghost look?
There's 10,000.
Geese, villain?
Soldiers, sir.
Go prick thy face and overred thy fear, thou lily-livered boy.
Really
What soldiers patch the death of thy soul, those linen cheeks of thine are counselors to fear. What soldiers we face?
Rude. So please you.
Take thy face hence.
I'm the best.
Seated. Seated.
What?
Sure.
Seated.
What?
I am sick at heart. When I behold Satan, I say, this push will cheer me ever or deceit me now. I have lived long enough. My way of life is fallen into sneer, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany of old ages, honor, love, obedience, troops of friends I must not look to have, but in their stead, curses not loud, but deep mouth honor, breath which the poor heart would fain deny and dare not seeken.
What's the grace's pleasure?
What news more?
All is confirmed, my lord, which was reported.
I'll fight till from the bones my flesh be hacked. Give me my armor.
It is not needed yet.
I'll put it on. Send out more horses, stir the country round. Hang those that talk of fear. Give me mine armor. How does your patient, doctor?
Not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick-coming fancies that keep her from her rest.
Cure her of that. Canst thou not minister to a mind diseased, pluck from the memory of rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet, oblivious antidote, cleanse the soft bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart?
Therein the patient must minister to himself.
Throw psychic to the dogs, I'll none of it. Come, put my number on, give me my staff, seat and send out, doctor, the things fly from me, come, sir, dispatch. If thou couldst, doctor, cast the water of my land, find her disease, and purge it to a sound and pristine health.
Not quite
I
so
would
easy.
applaud thee to the very echo. That should applaud again, pull it off, I say, the rhubarb, senna, or what purgative drug would scour these English hence. Hearest thou them?
Aye, my good lord, your royal preparation makes us hear something.
Bring it after me. I will not be afraid of death in vain till Burnham Forest come to Dunsinane.
Were I from Dunsinane away and clear, profit should hardly draw me here.
Cousins, I hope the days are near at hand that Chambers will be safe.
We doubt it nothing.
Anyone?
What is this before us?
The wood of Burnham.
Let every soldier hew him down a bough, and birch before him. Thereby shall we shadow the numbers of our host, and make discovery ere in report of us.
It shall be done.
We learn no other, but the confident tyrant keeps still in Dunsinane, and will endure our setting down before it.
'Tis his main hope, for where there is advantage to be given, both more and less have given him the revolt, and none serve with him but constrained things whose hearts are absent too.
Let our censures attend the true event, and put we on industrious soldiership.
The time approaches that will with due decision make us know what we shall say we have and what we owe. Though speculative their unsure hopes relate, but certain issue strokes must arbitrate, towards which we advance the war!
Hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still, they come. Our castle's strength will launch a siege to scorn. Here let them lie, till famine and the ague eat them up, were they not forced with those that should be ours. We might have met them there full, beard to beard, and beat them backward home. What is that noise?
Tis the cry of women, my good lord.
Yeah, it was.
I've almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been, my senses would have cooled to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at the dismal treaties rouse and stir as life were in it. I have supped full with horrors, direst, familiar to my slaughterous thoughts, cannot once start me. Wherefore was that cry?
The queen, my lord, is dead!
She should have died hereafter.
Well,
Sorry we didn't do it conveniently.
There would have been a time for such a word.
Sorry.
Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow creeps
That's Saturday.
in this petty pace from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time. And all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, brief candle, out! Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets in his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Now comes to use thy tongue the story quickly.
Gracious my lord, I should report that which I say I saw, but know not how to do it.
Well, say, sir.
As I did stand my watch upon the hill, I looked towards Burnham, and anon methought the wood began to move.
Liar and slave!
Let me endure your wrath, if it be not so. Within this 3 mile may you see it coming. I say, a moving grove.
If thou speakest false,
Not
upon
lying.
the next tree shalt thou hang a lie.
No.
So famine cling thee, if thy
No,
speech be sweet. I care not if thou dost for me as much. I pull in resolution and begin to doubt the equivocation of the fiend that lies like truth. Fear not, till Burnham would do come to Dunsinane, and now a wood come to Dunsinane, arm and out. If this which he avouches does appear, there is nor flying hence nor tarrying here. I begin to be aweary of the sun, and wish the estate of the world were now undone. Ring the alarm bell, blow the wind, come rack. At least we'll die with a harness on our back.
Never near enough. Your leafy screens throw down and show like those you are. You with the worthy uncle shall with my cousin, your right noble son, lead our first battle. Worthy Macduff and we shall take upon what else remains to do according to our order.
Fare you well. Do we but find the tyrant's power tonight, let us be beaten if we cannot fight.
Make all our trumpets speak, give them all breath, those clamorous harbingers of blood and death.
Alarums, alarums.
I put to a stake, I cannot fly, but bear like I must fight the course. What's he that was not born of women, such a one I am to fear or none.
What's thy name?
Thou art be afraid to hear it.
No, though thou callest thyself a hotter name than any that is in hell.
My name's Macbeth.
The devil himself could not pronounce the title more hateful to mine ear.
No, more faithful.
Thou liest, abhorred tyrant. With my sword, I'll prove thou lies thou speakest.
Thou wast born of woman. Swords I smile at, weapons laugh to scorn. Brandished by man, that's of woman born.
That way the noise is, tyrant, show thy face. If thou be slain with no stroke of mine, my wife and children's ghosts will haunt me still. I cannot strike at wretched kerns whose arms are hired to bear their staves. Either thou, Macbeth, or else my sword with their unbattered edge I sheathe again undeeded. There thou shouldst be, by this great clatter, one of great note seems bruited. Let me find him, fortune, and more I beg not.
This way, my lord, the castle's gently rendered. The tyrant's people on both sides do fight. The noble things do bravely in the war. The day almost itself professes yours, and little is to do. I have met foes that strike behind us. Enter, sir, the castle. Getting through this.
Why should I play the Roman fool and die on my own sword whilst I see the lives, the gashes do better upon them?
Turn, hellhound, turn.
That is a good play. Turn, hellhound, turn.
Of all men else I have avoided thee, but get thee back. My soul is too much charged with blood of thine already.
I have no words. My voice is in my sword. Thou bloodier villain than terms can give thee out.
King, 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 king.
Thou lowest laborer, as easy mayest thou the intrenchant air with thy keen sword impress us, make me bleed. Let fall thy blade on vulnerable crests. I bear a charmed life, which must not yield to one of woman born.
Despair thy charm, and let the angel whom thou hast served tell thee, Macduff was from his mother's womb untimely ripped.
Accursed by that tongue that fills me so, for it hath cowed my better part of man, and these struggling fiends no more believe the falter with us in double sense, that keep the word of promise to our ear and break it to our hope. I'll not fight with thee.
Then yield thee, coward, and live to be the show and gaze of the time. We'll have thee, our rarer monsters are, painted on a pole and underwrit. Here may you see the tyrant.
I will not lead to kiss the ground before young Malcolm's feet, and to be baited with the rabble's curse, though Burnham would become to Dunsinane, and thou opposed being of no woman born, yet I will try the last. Before my body I throw my warlike shield. Lay on, Macduff, and damned be him that first cries, hold, enough!
I would the friends we missed were safe arrived.
Some must go off, and yet by these I see so great a day as this is cheaply bought.
Macduff is mything, and our noble thug.
Your father, my lord, hath paid a soldier's debt.
Oh.
He has only lived but till he was a man, the which no sooner had his prowess confirmed in the unshrinking station where he fought, but like a man he died.
Then he is dead.
Aye, and brought us the feud. Your cause of sorrow must not be measured by his worth, for then it hath no end.
Had he his hurts before?
I am the friend.
Why then God's soldier be he. Had I as many sons as I have heirs, I could not wish them to a fairer death, and so his knell is null.
He's worth more sorrow, and that I'll spend for him.
But he's worth no more. They say he parted well and paid his score, and so God be with him. Here comes newer comfort.
Hail, King! For so thou art. Behold, there stands the usurper's cursed head. The time is free. I see thee compassed with thy king's pearl. That speak my salutation in their minds, whose voices I desire aloud with mine. Hail, King of Scotland!
Hail, King of Scotland!
Ah, we shall not expend a large expense of time before we reckon with your several loves and make us even with you. My thanes and kinsmen henceforth be earls, the first that ever Scotland in such an honour named. What's more to do, which would be planted newly with the time, as calling home our exiled friends abroad that fled the snares of watchful tyranny, producing forth the cruel ministries of this dead butcher and his fiend-like queen, who, as 'tis thought, by self and violent hands took of her life. This, and what needful else that calls upon us by the grace God, the grace of grace, we will perform in measure, time and place. So thanks to all at once, and to each one whom we invite to see us crowned at Scones.
Yay, scones!
Scones for everyone!
Yeah.
Yay, we did it! With like 5 minutes.
We're gonna do like a 2 or 3 breather, and then we will start on measure for measure.
Measure for measure!
Oh,
Thank you, people who are watching at home. This is the 24-hour fundraiser for Art Start that we're doing. I assume you both know that, but thanks for tuning in.
With the world.
tip your waiter. Please enjoy the veal.
We're doing this is company. I think it's backwards. but-
Anyone here interested in being in an instant Shakespeare play reading? History.
Right now?
No, not right now. No, in May.
Yes.
Sure.
Always.
Yes, I'm playing that string for this second part of Henry VI.
Oh, hooray!
So I would gladly have any and all of you.
Do you have? Should we like give you contact information? Or here we go. Digging out cards out of my pocket. Here. Here's one.
I'm guessing you're Samantha.
Yeah.
Good.
Who are you reading, Sammy?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You're reading.
Hi, Sam. David.
Oh,
Does anyone want a donut?
Are you saying from
I was hogging
Yay.
donut.
Yes, I am
Have,
starving.
please. I have lots of snacks.
Thank you so much.
I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Ryan.
David.
Hi, David.
Nice to meet you, Ryan. Sarah.
Donut.
Donuts.
Oh,
Ooh.
yes.
They're a little crunched, but they're not. They're fine.
Especially
Oh,
because
there's
we're.
a crown on there.
Look, there's a crown on my head.
Ah, that's awesome.
Get in there.
Ah,
Come on.
damn it. Come on, there we go.
Ah.
Oh,
Oh,
David.
yes.
David.
Thank you.
Timothy or Tim?
Tim.
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 My next roll, sir.
brother.
See who's
Oh God.
Ryan. Yep. The Duke, and his many different.
So I haven't read this entire play before. So this.
Oh,
is
I've never read it either. So I'm gonna be-
Here we go.
Here we go.
All right.
Cool.
Here we go.
Here
It's
we
one
go.
of the scenes of Claudio with his sister in jail. I did that one
Yeah,
scene.
and I did that monologue, so we're gonna rock it. We're gonna be done.
I did that like 6 years ago.
Yep.
And I've never read
Is there a
this,
piece
so
of
here we
paper I
go.
can have?
Piece of paper.
I see someone's notebook is in a
What's
purse.
paper?
Yeah, you can have a piece of paper.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Or you can probably roll.
We can
Where's like here?
measure for measure.
Just like stick them all over the place. That was wildly entertaining.
Thank you.
That was serious.
I will be reading with you, but I read all of Coriolanus by myself.
Woof.
My voice.
No, thank you.
I did that with somebody last year.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I don't remember what.
Whoa.
I was
I'd like to do it more.
Yeah, I was a bad actor and I got lazy. So, why not? Let's do it. Do it.
What time do we stop? 23.
Like 1 minute early. We were
Yeah. Nice.
8:23.
Last year,
We got through that very quickly.
last year, my friend and I had to get us like way back on track. So we read. It was just the two of us, and we read Henry VI Part 3 in like an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh my God.
We were just like,
Oh wow.
it was. Woo. It was pretty.
I was looking at the clock and I'm like, oh my God, it's almost 8:20 and we're almost
Yeah,
at the end of
so
this.
like they had to, we got delayed starting
we
because they had
powered
to move like ballet bars, which wasn't a big deal or anything.
I'm Ryan, by the way.
Full.
Ballet bars.
Nice to meet you.
Is that what you're going by now?
Nice, Sam. Nice
A
to
little
meet you.
worried about
Could be.
Alright.
Yeah. Well, it'll be a
Like,
little
get
big.
stuck
You know,
somewhere.
older age. Sometimes you do great performances with cold readings.
I'm gonna take my crown
You're
off.
completely
Oh, look, a Dr. Seuss hat. Oh, that's janky.
That's totally the way to go with
nice.
For Angelo.
He left his bag on the floor.
this. I see it now.
Couldn't afford a can.
It's 9.
Okay.
I couldn't afford a
I
cab.
gotta work the streets so I can buy my kids a garbage can.
What? I don't. Do I have it? Oh, I do. No, I don't.
But don't you have?
Do you
Measure
need
for
a
measure.
figure out to measure? I need a measure too.
I found a measure. I don't know what
Lovely.
the text is
With the
called.
complete
This episode brought to you by my addiction to
And
Dr.
also, I
Pepper.
did download the individual ones for the deer if I have them.
Maybe for measures.
Oh, man.
For measures.
Make sure everybody's following us on Instagram and Twitter.
Yarp.
See pictures and videos of
Chris
yourself.
is
Also,
tired.
I don't want to be filmed or have pictures taken. Let me know.
Oh,
I-
I'm already
please,
into the
go
like
ahead.
photo they're using to like on the donations page. So I'm like, no one asked me about that. So
Donations go to. Well, you can.
There's a character named Elbow. Good lord.
Take points.
There's a character named Elbow.
Oh,
Love
I
it.
got you all
That
one
is
directly to my-
All right, let's do like a minute. And then we'll,
Here we go. Oh, it's time. Oh no, it's time.
I've known.
Yeah, so bottled water is up for grabs. There is a nice suggested donation.
Yeah, one for you.
there's, this
I'll read off
nice-
my pad.
nice
Okay, I got it.
Because I'm charging my pad.
Oh, do you want my battery? Huh? Do you want my battery?
Oh no, I'm
Totally.
charging it in.
Oh, I was
Measure
just saying you
for
could like
measure.
plug your iPad into the battery and it'll just
That's all right.
Okay, so who
I have
was who?
a book.
Awesome.
I'm Provost,
Provost,
and probably random other people.
Isabel.
Um,
Who are you?
Aeschylus and
Okay.
probably others.
Do
Angela,
Cla-
Aeschylus,
Claudio,
Claudio,
you're the dude.
Claudio.
Probably. I don't know how big Claudio is.
Great.
So,
I'm
is everybody
Angela.
copy?
All my parts were literally signed by me telling me we need to fill me in places.
Where can I put this? This will be fun.
I think you're okay.
I know. I just want to get out. With your so amazing.
You're playing my sister's song.
Sometimes I roll.
Oh,
mean,
grab that bottle of water and then
Eventually,
let's
this
go
is
over
just
here.
gonna become like a sanity check. I'll be at like work
And,
tomorrow, being like, "What's he doing?"
Let's see. I hope you please watch me at work tomorrow.
I have multiple like hours because it's state tested.
Great. Show your kids. Be like, do good in school, or this will be you.
Yeah.
This is where your
I
life
just wanted
will
it
go.
to not chair in case someone else was in.
Very fair.
What?
King of Rome.
I know exactly.
They're convinced I'm British because I speak in complete sentences.
Nice, aren't you?
That would be like. Nice to meet you.
He doesn't want to
That was a
say
lot of fun.
Here we
Ready
go.
to go?
Okay, here we
No.
go.
Great. Shit, I gotta act now?
Do.
In theory. I start now.
Yeah, feel free to like walk about, take liberties. Just again, don't stand on chairs or anything. If you hurt yourself, you sign a liability waiver, which I'll make you sign after.
I did no such thing.
But have fun. It's definitely. You guys seem to be having a good time. So whenever
Listen.
you're ready, measures for measure.
Here we go.
That's what. Of government that properties to unfold would seem in me to affect speech and discourse. Since I am put to know that your own science exceeds in that the lists of all advice my strength can give you, then no more remains but that to your sufficiency as your work is able and let them work. The nature of our people, our cities, institutions, and the terms for
I'm
common
supposed to
justice,
be ancient.
we are as pregnant in as art and practice have enriched any that we remember. There is our commission from which we would not have you for. Call hither, I say, bid come before us, Angelo, what figure us, think you, he will bear. For you must know, we have his special soul elected him our absence to supply, lent him our terror, dressed him with our love, and given his deputation all the organs of our own power. What think you of it?
If any in Vienna be forced to undergo such ample grace and honor, it is Lord Angelo.
Look where he comes.
Where?
Always obedient to your grace's will. I come.
Speak up, son.
I come to know your pleasure.
Angelo! There is a kind of character in thy life that to the observer doth thy history fully unfold. Well, thyself and thy belongings are not thine own so proper as to reach thyself upon thy virtues. They on thee, heaven doth with us as we with torches do, not like them for themselves, for if our virtues did go forth for us, 'twere all alike if we had not then, if we had then not. Spirits
You can do it.
Spirits are not finely touched, but to find issues nor nature never lets smallest scruples of her excellence.
We're never gonna get through this.
But like she determines herself the glory of a creditor, both thanks and use, but I do bend my speech to one that can my part. Sorry. Hold therefore, Angelo, in our move, each our full self, morality and mercy in Vienna. Live thy tongue and heart, old Escopus.
What?
First in question is thy secretary, take thy commissions.
Now, good my lord, let there be some test made of my medal before so noble and so great a figure be stamped upon it.
No more evasion. We have with a lad reasoned and prepared choice proceeded to you. Therefore take your honors, our haste from hence is of strict condition that it prefers itself, and leaves unquestioned matters of needful value. We shall write to you as time and our concerning shall import you.
Okay.
How it goes with us, and do look to know what doth befall here. So fare you well to the hopeful execution do I leave you of your commissions.
You, Angela.
Is it though? I have a different cut.
Yeah,
Oh, no, don't. Yea, give leave, my lord, that we may bring you something on the way.
My haste may not admit it, nor need you, on my honor, have to do with any scruple. Your scope is as mine own, so to enforce or qualify the laws as to your skill seems good. Give me your hand, I'll privy away. I love the people, but do not like to stage me in their eyes, though it do well. I do not relish well their loud applause and of a vehement, nor do I think the man of safe discretion that does affect it. Once more, fare you well.
The heavens give safety to your purposes.
Lead forth and bring you back in happiness.
I thank you, fare thee well.
I shall desire you, sir, to give me leave to have free speech with you, and it concerns me to look into the bottom of my place. A power I have, but of what strength and nature I am not yet instructed.
Tis so with me. Let us withdraw together, and we may soon our satisfaction have touching that point.
I'll wait upon your honor.
If the Duke with other dukes comes not to composition with the King of Hungary, why then all the dukes fall upon the king.
Heaven grant us its peace, but not the King of Hungary.
Amen.
That concludes like the sanctimonious pirate that went to sea with the 10 commandments, but scraped one out of the table.
Thou shalt not steal?
Aye, that he raised.
Why, 'twas a commandment to command the captain and all the rest from their functions. They put forth to steal. There's not a soldier of us all that in the Thanksgiving before meat do relish the petition well that prays for peace.
I never heard any soldier dislike it.
I believe thee, for I think thou never wast where grace was set.
No. A dozen times at least.
What? In meter?
In any proportion or in any language.
I think, or in any religion.
Why not? Grace is grace, despite of all controversy. As for example, thou thyself art a wicked villain, despite of all grace.
Well, but there went but a pair of shears between us.
I can't read.
I grant, as there may be between the lists and the velvet, thou art the list.
And thou the velvet. Thou art good velvet. Thou art a three-piled piece, I warrant thee. I had as lief be as a list of any English kersey as be piled, as thou art piled for a French velvet. Do I speak feelingly now?
I think thou dost, and indeed with most painful feeling of thy speech. I will, out of thine own confession, learn to begin thy health. But whilst I live, forget to drink after thee.
I think I have done myself wrong, have I not?
Yes, thou hast, whether thou art tainted or free.
Behold, behold, where Madam Mitigation comes.
I have purchased as many diseases under her roof as come to.
To what, I pray?
Judge.
Turning the
To
page.
$3,000 a year.
Aye, and more.
French crown more.
Thou art always figuring diseases in me, but thou art full of error. I am sound.
Nay, not, as one would say, healthy, but so sound as things that are hollow. Thy bones are hollow, and piety is made a beast of thee.
How now, which of your hips has the most profound sciatica?
That's a personal question.
Well, now, there's one yonder arrested and carried to prison was worth 5,000 of you all.
Who's that, I pray thee?
Marry, sir, that's Claudio, Signor Claudio.
Claudio to prison is not so.
Nay, but I know 'tis so. I saw him arrested, saw him carried away, which is more, within these 3 days his head to be chopped off.
But after all this fooling, I would not have it so. Art thou sure of this?
I am too sure of it, and it is for getting Madame Giulietta with child.
Believe me, this may be. He promised to meet me 2 hours since, and he was ever precise in promising.
Besides, you know, it draws something near to the speech we had to such a purpose.
But most of all agreeing with the proclamation.
Away, let's go to learn the truth of it.
Thus, what with the war, what with the sweat, and what with the gallows, and what with poverty, I am custom shrunk. How now? What's the news with you?
Yonder man's carried off to prison.
Well, what has he done?
A woman.
Ooh.
What's his offense?
Groping for trouts, if you know what I mean, in a peculiar river.
Ooh.
What, is there a maid with child by him?
No, but there's a woman with maid by him.
What?
You've not heard of the proclamation, have you?
What proclamation, ma'am?
All houses in the suburbs of Vienna must be plucked down.
And what shall become of those in this city?
They shall stand for seed. They had gone down too, but that a wise burgher put in for them.
Well, shall all our houses of resort in the suburbs be pulled down?
To the ground, mistress.
Why, here's a change indeed in the Commonwealth. What shall become of me?
Come, fear you not. Good counselors lack no clients. Though you change your place, you need not change your trade. I'll be your tapster still. Courage there will be, pity taken on you. You that have worn your eyes out almost in service, you will be considered.
What's to do here, Thomas Tapster? Let's withdraw.
Here comes Signor Claudio, led by the provost to prison, and there's Madame Juliet.
Fellow, why dost thou show me thus to the world? Bear me to prison where I am committed.
I'll do it not in an evil disposition, but from Lord Angelo by special charge.
Thus can the demigod authority make us pay down for our offense by weight. The words of heaven, on whom it will, it will. On whom it will not, so. Yet still 'tis just.
Why, how now, Claudio? Whence comes this restraint?
From too much liberty, my Lucio, liberty. As surfeit is the father of much fast, so every scope by the immoderate use turns to restraint. Our natures do pursue, like rats in raven, down their proper vein, a thirsty evil. And when we drink, we die.
If I could speak so wisely under an arrest, I would stand for certain of my creditors. And yet, to say the truth, I had as lief have the foppery of freedom as the morality of imprisonment. What's thy offense, Claudio?
What but to speak of would offend again.
What, it's murder?
No.
Lechery.
Call it so.
Away, sir, you must go.
One word, good friend. Lucio, a word with you.
100, and that will do you any good. Is lechery so looked after?
Thus stands it with me. Upon a true contract, I got possession of Julietta's bed. You know the lady. She is fast my wife, save that we do the denunciation lack of outward order. This we came not to, only for propagation of a dower remaining in the coffer of her friends, from whom we thought it meet to hide our love till time had made them for us. But it chances the stealth of our most mutual entertainment with character too gross is writ on Juliet.
With child, perhaps?
Unhappily, even so. And the new deputy now for the Duke, whether it be the false glimpse of newness, or whether the body public be a horse whereon the governor doth ride, who newly in the seat, that it may know he can command, lets it straight feel the spur, whether the tyranny be in his place or in the evidence that fills it up, I stagger in. But this new governor awakens me all the enrolled penalties which have, like unscoured armor, hung by the wall so long that 19 zodiacs have gone round, and none of them have been worn. And for a name now puts the drowsy and neglected act freshly on me. 'Tis surely for a name.
I warn it is, and thy head stands so tickled on thy shoulders with a milkmaid. If she be in love, may sigh it off. Send after the Duke and appeal to him.
I have done so, but he's not to be found. I pray thee, Lucio, do me this kind service. This day my sister should the cloister enter, and there receive her approbation. Acquaint her with the danger of my state. Implore her in my voice that she make friends to the district deputy. Bid herself assay him. I have great hope in that. For her youth, there is a prone and speechless dialect, such as move men. Besides, she has prosperous art, which she will play with reason and discourse, and well she can persuade.
If she may, Resolve for the encouragement of the like, which else would stand under grievous imposition. As for the enjoying of thy life, who I would be sorry should be thus foolishly lost in a game of tic-tac. I'll to her.
I thank you, good friend Lucio.
Within 2 hours.
Come, officer, away.
No, holy father, throw away that thought. Believe not that the dribbling dart of love can pierce a complete bosom. Why, I desire thee to give me secret harbor hath a purpose more grave and wrinkled than the aims and ends of burning youth.
May your grace speak of it.
My holy sir, none better knows than you how I have ever loved life removed, and held an idle price to hold assemblies where youth and cost witness bravery keeps. I have delivered to Lord Angelo, a man of stricture and firm abstinence, my absolute power and place here in Vienna, and he supposes me traveled to Poland. So I have stewed it to the common ear, and so it is received. Now, pious sir, you will demand of me why I do this.
Gladly, my lord.
Come on.
The audience waits in bated breath.
We have strict statutes and most binding laws, the needful bits and curbs to headstrong jades, which for this 14 year we have let slip, even like an overgrown lion in a cave that goes not out to prey. Now, as fond fathers, having bound up the threatening twigs of birch, only to stick it in their children's sight for terror, not for use in time the rod becomes more mocked than feared. So our decrees, dead to infliction, to themselves are dead, and liberty plucks justice by the nose, the baby beats the nurse, and quite athwart goes all decorum.
It rested in your grace to unloose this tied-up justice when you please. And in you more dreadful would have seemed than in Lord Angelo.
I do fear too dreadful, since 'twas my fault to give people scope. 'Twould be my tyranny to strike and maul them for what I bid them do. For we bid this be done when evil deeds have their permissive pass, and not the punishment. Therefore, indeed, my father, I have on Angelo imposed the office, who may in the ambush of my name strike home, and yet my nature never in the fight to do in slander. And to behold his sway, I will, as 'twere a brother of your order, visit both prince and people. Therefore, I pray thee, supply me with the habit, and instruct me how I may formally in person bear like a true friar. More reasons for this action at a more leisure shall I render you. Only this, Lord Angelo is precise, stands a guard with envy, scare confesses that his blood flows, or that his appetite is more to bread than stone. Hence shall we see if power changes purpose, what our seemers be.
And have you nuns no further privileges?
Are not these large enough?
Yes! Francisca!
Truly, I speak not as desiring more, but rather wishing a more strict restraint upon the sisterhood, the voters of St. Clair.
Oh, peace be in this place.
Who's that which calls?
It is a man's voice. Gentle Isabella, turn your key, and know his business of him. You may, I may not. You are yet unsworn. When you have vowed, you must not speak with men, but in the presence of the prioress, then if you speak, you must not show your face, or if you show your face, you must not speak. He calls again, I pray you answer him.
Peace and prosperity. Who is it that calls?
Hail, Virgin.
It's like a high school all over again.
If you be, as those cheek roses proclaim you are no less, can you so stead me as bring to the sight of Isabella, a novice of this place, and the fair sister to her unhappy brother, Claudio?
Why her unhappy brother? Let me ask the rather, for I now must make you know I am Isabella and his sister.
Gentle and fair, your brother kindly greets you, not to be weary with you. He's in prison.
Woe me! For what?
For that which, if myself might be his judge, he should receive his punishment in thanks. He's got his friend with a baby!
Sir, make me not your story.
'Tis true. I would not, though 'tis my familiar sin with maids to seem the lapwing and to jest. Tongue far from heart, play with all virgins so. I hold you as a thing inskied, and sainted, but your renouncement an immortal spirit and to be talked with in sincerity as with a saint.
You do blasphemy the good in mocking me.
Do not believe it. Fewness and truth, 'tis thus. Your brother and his lover have embraced. As those that feed grow full, as blossoming times, that from the seedness the bare fallow brings to teeming foison. Even so, her plenteous womb expresseth his full tilleth and husbandry.
Someone with child by him, my cousin Juliet.
Oh, is she your cousin?
Adoptedly, as schoolmates change their names by being the last affection.
She it is.
I'll let him marry her.
Well, this is the point. The Duke is very strangely gone from here, bore many gentlemen, myself being one, in hand and hope of action. But we do learn, by those that know the very nerves of state, his givings out were of an infinite distant from his true meant design. Upon his place, and with full line of his authority, governs Lord Angelo, a man whose blood is very snow broth, one who never feels the wanton stings and motions of the sense, but doth rebate and blunt his natural edge with profits of the mind, study, and fast. He, to give fear to use and liberty, which have long run by the hideous law, as mice by lions, have picked out an act under whose heavy sense your brother's life falls into forfeit. He arrests him on it, and follows close the rigor of the statute to make him an example. All hope is gone, unless you have the grace by your fair prayer to soften Angelo. And that's my pith of business twixt you and your poor brother.
Doth he so seek his life?
Has censured him already, and as I hear, the province hath a warrant for his execution.
Alas, what poor abilities in me to do him any good.
Say the power you have.
My power, alas, I doubt.
Our doubts are traitors, and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. Go to Lord Angelo, and let him learn to know when maidens sue, men give like gods. But when they weep and kneel, all their petitions are as freely theirs as they themselves would owe them.
See what I can do.
Yeah, but speedily.
I will about it straight, no longer staying, but to give the mother notice of my affair. I humbly thank you. Commend me to my brother. Soon at night I'll send him certain word of my success.
I take my leave of you.
Good sir, adieu.
We must not make a scarecrow of the law, setting it up to fear the birds of prey, and let it keep one shape till custom make it their perch and not their terror.
Aye, but yet let us be keen and rather cut a little than fall and bruise death. Alas, this gentleman who I would save had a most noble father. Let but your honor know, whom I believe to be most straight in virtue, that in the working of your own affection had time cohered with place or place with wishing, or that the resolute acting of your blood could have attained the effect of your own purpose, whether you had not some time in your life erred in this point, which now you censure him and pulled the law upon you.
'Tis one thing to be tempted, Aeschylus, but another thing to fall. I not deny the jury, passing on the prisoner's life, may in the sworn 12 have a thief or two guiltier than him they try. What's open made to justice, that justice seizes. What knows the laws that thieves do pass on thieves? 'Tis very pregnant, the jewels that we find, we stoop and take because we see it. But what we do not see, we tread upon, and never think of it. You may not so extenuate his offense, for I have had such faults, but rather tell me when I that censure him do so offend, let mine own judgment pattern out my death, and nothing come impartial. Sir, he must die.
Be it as your wisdom will.
Where is the provost?
Here it is, if it like your honor.
See that Claudio be executed by 9 tomorrow morning. Bring him his confessor, let him be prepared, for that's the utmost of his pilgrimage.
Well, heaven forgive him and forgive us all. Some rise by sin and some by virtue fall. Some run from breaks of ice and answer none, and some condemned for a fault alone.
Come on, bring him up. If these be good people in a commonweal that do nothing but use their abuses in common houses, I know them. Bring him away.
Benefactors? Well, what benefactors are they?
No, ask
Did I
him
skip a
his
line?
name.
How now, sir, what's your name and what's the matter?
If it please your honor, I am the poor Duke's constable. My name is Elbow.
Elbow?
Elbow, yeah, Elbow. I didn't
broke mine recently.
I do lean upon justice, sir, and do bring in here before your good honor 2 notorious benefactors.
Benefactors? Well, what benefactors are they? Are they not malefactors?
If it please your honor, I know not what they are, but precise villains they are, and that I am sure of, and void of all profanation in the world that a good Christian ought to have.
This comes off well. Here's a wise officer.
Go to. What quality are they of? Elbow is your name?
Seriously, Elbow?
Why dost thou not speak, Elbow?
He cannot, sir. He's out at Elbow.
Ayo!
What are you, sir?
He, sir, a tapster, sir, a parcel bawd, one that serves a bad woman whose house, sir, was, as they say, plucked down in the suburbs. And now she professes a hot house, which I think is a very ill house, too.
How know you that?
My wife, sir, whom I just off the test before heaven, in your honor.
How? Why?
I, sir, whom I thank heaven is an honest woman.
Dost thou detest her therefore?
I say, sir, I will detest myself also, as well as she that in this house, if it be not a bawd's house, it is a pity of her life, for it is a naughty house.
How dost thou know that, constable?
Well, marry, sir, by my wife, who, if she had been a woman cardinally given, might have been accused in fornication, adultery, and all uncleanliness there.
By the woman's means?
Aye, sir, by Mistress Overdone's means. But as she spit in his face, so she defied him.
So, if she pleases your honor, that is not so.
Prove it before these varlets here, thou honorable man, prove it.
Do you hear how he misplaces?
Someone else want to
Oh, so if it please your honor, this is not so.
Great. Sir, she came in great with child, and longing, saving your honor's reverence, for stewed prunes. Sir, we had but 2 in the house, which at that very distant time stood, as it were, in a fruit dish, a dish of some 3pence. Your honors have seen such dishes. They are not china dishes, but very good dishes.
Go to, no matter for the dish, sir.
No, indeed, sir, not of a pin. You are therein in the right. But to the point, as I say, this Mistress Elbow, being, as I say, with child, and being great-bellied, and longing, as I said, for prunes, and having but 2 in the dish, as I said, Master Froth here, this very man, having eaten the rest, as I said, and as I say, paying for them very honestly, for, as you know, Master Froth, I could not give you 3 again.
No, indeed.
Very well. You being then, if you be remembered, cracking the stones of the foresaid prunes.
So I did indeed.
Why, very well. I telling you then, if you be remembered, that such a one were past cure of the thing you wot of, unless they kept very good diet, as I told you.
All this is true?
Well, very
Come, you are a tedious fool, to the purpose. What was done to Elbow's wife that he hath cause to complain of? Come me to what has done to her.
Sir, your honor cannot come to that yet.
No, sir, nor I mean it not.
Sir, but you shall come to it by your honor's leave. And I beseech you, look into Master Froth here, sir, a man of 80 pounds a year whose father died at Hallowmas. What, was not at Hallowmas, Master Froth?
All hell indeed.
Ah, why, very well. I hope here be truths. He, sir, sitting, as I say, in a lower chair, sir, 'twas in the bunch of grapes, where indeed you have delight to sit, have you not?
I have so because it is an open room and good for winter.
Why, very well then. I hope here be truth. Ah, this will last out a night in Russia, when nights are longest there. I'll take my leave and leave you to the hearing of the cause, hoping you'll find good cause to whip them all.
I think no less. Good morrow to your lordship. Now, sir, come on. What was done to Elbow's wife? Once more.
Once, sir. There was nothing done to her. Once.
I beseech you, sir, ask him what this man did to my wife.
I beseech your honor. Ask him.
Well, sir, what did this gentleman to her?
I beseech you, sir, look in this gentleman's face. Good Master Froth, look upon his honor. 'Tis for a good purpose. Doth your honor mark his face?
Aye, sir, very well.
Nay, I beseech you, mark it well.
Well, I do so.
Doth your honor see any harm in his face?
Why, no.
I'll be supposed upon a book. His face is the worst thing about him. Good then, if his face be the worst thing about him, how could Master Froth do the constable's wife any harm? I would know that of your honor.
He's in the right. Constable, what say you to it?
First, and it like you, the house is a respected house. Next, this is a respected fellow, and his mistress is a respected woman.
By this hand, sir, his wife is a more respected person than any of us.
Varlet, thou liest, wicked varlet. The time is not yet to come that she was ever respected with man, woman, or child.
Sir, she was respected with him before he married with her.
Which is wiser here, justice or inequity? Is this true?
Oh, thou Thou varlet, thou wicked Hannibal! If I respected with her before I was married to her, if ever I was respected with her, or she with me, let not your worship think me the poor duke's officer. Prove this, thou wicked Hannibal, or I'll have mine action of battery on thee.
Hey, if he took you a box in the ear, you might have had your action of slander too.
Marry, I thank your good worship for it, but what is it your worship's pleasure I shall do with this wicked cat?
Truly, officer, because he hath some offences in him that wouldst discover if thou couldst, let him continue in his courses till thou knowest what they are.
Marry, I thank your worship for it. Now seest thou wicked varlet now who's come upon thee, thou art to continue now, thou varlet, thou art to continue.
Where were thou born, friend?
I don't
You're in
have
Verona,
sex
sir.
Here in Vienna, sir.
Are you a
I don't have the
£4
same
pounds
script
a year? You're a farmer?
Yes, and it please you, sir.
So, what trade are you, sir?
A tapster, a poor widow's tapster.
Your mistress' name?
Mistress Overdone.
Has she any more than one husband?
9, sir. Overdone by the last.
9! Come hither to me, Master Froth. Master Froth! They would not have you acquainted with tapsters. They will draw
Master,
you,
what's
Master
wrong?
Froth, and you will hang them. Get me gone. Let me hear no more of you.
I thank your worship for my own part. I never came into any room in Tap House, but I am drawn in.
Well, no more of it, Master Froth. Farewell. Come you hither to me, Master Tapster. What's your name, Master Tapster?
Pompey.
What else?
Bum, sir.
Troth, and your bum is the greatest thing about you, so that in the beastliest sense you are Pompey the Great. Pompey, you are partly a bod. Pompey, howsoever you color it in being a tapster, are you not? Come tell me true, it shall be the better for you.
Truly, sir, I am a poor fellow that would live.
How long would you live, Pompey? By being a bod? What do you think of that trade, Pompey? Is it a lawful trade?
If the law would allow it, sir.
But the law will not allow it, Pompey, nor it shall not be allowed in Vienna.
Does your worship mean to geld and splay all the youth in the city?
No, Pompey.
Truly, sir, in my poor opinion, they will to't then. If your worship will take order for the drabs and the knaves, you will need not fear the bar.
There's pretty orders beginning, I can tell you it is, but heading and hang.
If you head and hang all that offend that way, but for 10 year together, you'll be glad to give out a commission for more heads. If this law hold in Vienna 10 year, I'll rent the fairest house in it after threepence of bay. If you live to see this come to pass, say Pompey told you so.
Well, thank you, good Pompey, and in requital of your prophecy, hark you, I advise you, let me not find you before me again upon any complaint whatsoever. No, not for dwelling where you do. If I do, Pompey, I shall beat you in your tent and prove a shrewd Caesar to you. In plain dealing, Pompey, I will have you whipped, so for this time, Pompey, fare you well.
I thank your worship for this good counsel, but I shall follow it as flesh and torture shall better determine. Whip me? No, no, let Carmen whip his jade. The valiant heart's not whipped out of its trade.
What was that?
Nothing.
Come hither to me, Master Elbow. Come hither, Master Cuss. How long have you been in this place of constable?
7 years and a half, sir.
He is counting?
Yes, it's good for a boy to count. I thought by the readiness in the office you had continued in sometimes 6, 7 years together.
And a half, sir.
Alas, it hath been great pains to you. They do you wrong to put you so off the pont. Are there not men in your ward sufficient to serve it?
Faith, sir, if you have any wit in any such matters, as they are chosen, they are glad to choose me for. I do it for some piece of money and go through with all.
You bring me in the names of some 6 or 7, the most sufficient of your parish.
Your worship's house, sir.
Well, to my house. Very well. 1 o'clock, thank you. I'm talking to myself. It's 11, sir. I pray you home to dinner with me. I humbly thank you. It gives me grief for the death of Claudio, but there's no remedy. Lord Angelo is severe.
I'm severe!
It is but needful. Mercy is not itself that oft looks so. Pardon is still the nurse of a second woe. But yet, poor Claudio, there is no remedy. Come, sir, that's still to myself.
God, that's a long fucking scene.
He's hearing of a cause. He will come straight. I'll tell him of you. Oh.
Hey, you do. Maybe he will relent. Alas, he added, but as offended in a dream, all sex, all ages, smack him his vice, and he to die for it.
Now, what's the matter, Provost?
It isn't your will, Claudio, shall die tomorrow.
Did not I tell thee yea? Hadst thou not order? Why dost thou ask again?
Lest I might be too rash, under your good correction I have seen when after execution gentleman hath repented over his due.
Go to, let that be mine. Do you your office or give up your place, and you shall well be spared.
I crave your honour's pardon. What shall be done, sir, with a groaning Juliet? She's very near her hour.
Dispose of her to some more fitter place, and that with speed.
Here is this sister of the man condemned, desires access to you.
I think a sister.
Ah, my good lord, a very virtuous spirit, and to be shortly of a sisterhood is not already.
Well, let her be admitted. See you, the fornicatress. I just made up that word. Caterer. See the caterers be removed. Let her have needful but not lavish means. There shall be order for it.
So, your honor.
Stay a little while. You're welcome. Yar. What's your will?
I am a lawful suitor to your honor. Please, let your honor hear me.
Well, what's your suit?
There is a vice that most I do abhor, and most desire should meet the blow of justice, for which I would not plead, but that I must, for which I must not plead, but that I am, at war twixt will and will not.
Well, the matter.
I have a brother who is condemned to die. I do beseech you, let it be his fault and not my brother.
Heaven give thee moving graces.
Condemn the fault and not the actor of it. Why, every fault's condemned ere it be done. Mine were the very cipher of a function to find the faults whose fine stands in record and let go by the actor.
Oh, just that severe law. I had a brother then. Heaven keep your honor.
Give it not o'er so to him again, entreat him, kneel down before him, hang upon his gown, you are too cold. If you should need a pin, you could not with more tame a tongue desire it. To him, I say.
Must he needs die?
Maiden, no remedy.
Yes, I do think that you might pardon him, and neither heaven nor man grieve at the mercy.
I will not do it.
But can you, if you would?
Look what I will not, that I cannot do.
But might you do it, and do the world no wrong, if so your heart were touched with that remorse as mine came?
He's sentenced. He's sentenced. 'Tis too late.
You are too cold.
Too late. Why no, I that you speak a word may call it back again. Will believe this no ceremony that the great one longs. Not the king's crown, nor the deputed sword, the marshal's truncheon, nor the judge's robe become them with one half so good a grace as mercy does. If he had been as you and you as he, you would have slipped like him, but he, like you, would not have been so stern.
Pray you be gone.
I would to heaven I had your potency, and you were Isabel. Should it then be thus? No, I would tell what 'twere to be a judge and what a prisoner.
Aye. Touch him. There's the vein.
Your brother is a forfeit of the law, and you but waste your words.
Alas! Alas, why all the souls that were forfeit once, and he that might advantage best have took found out the remedy? How would you be if he, which is the top of judgment, should be but judge as you are? Think on that, and mercy then will breathe within your lips, like man made new.
Be you content, fair maid. It is the law, not I, condemn your brother. Were he my kinsman, brother, or my son, it should be thus with him. He must die tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's sudden. Spare him, spare him. He's not prepared for death, even for our kitchens we kill the fowl of season. Shall we serve heaven with less respect than we do minister to our gross selves? Good my lord, bethink you. Who is it that hath died for this offense? There's many have committed it.
Aye, that's well said.
The law hath not been dead, though it hath slept. Those many had not dared to do that evil if the first that did the edict infringe had answered for his deed. Now 'tis awake, takes note of what is done, and like a prophet looks in a glass that shows what future evils, either now or by remissness now new conceived, and so in progress to be hatched and born, are now to have no successive degrees, but here they live to end.
Yet show some pity.
I show it most of all when I show justice. For then I pity those I do not know, which a dismissed offense would after gall, and do him right that answering one foul wrong lives not to act another. Be satisfied, your brother dies tomorrow. Be content.
So you must be the first that gives the sentence, and he that suffers. It is excellent to have a giant's strength, but it is tyrannous to use it to act like a giant.
That's well said.
Could great men thunder, oh, that's you.
Could great men thunder as Jove himself does, Jove would ne'er be quiet. Forever pelting petty officer would use his heaven for thunder, nothing but thunder. Merciful heaven, thou rather with thy sharp and sulphurous bolts split the unwedgeable and gnarled oak than the soft myrtle. But man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what is most assured, his glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven as makes the angels weep, who with our spleens would all themselves laugh mortal.
Oh, to him, wench, she will relent. He's coming, I perceived.
By heaven, she will win him.
We cannot weigh our brother with ourself. Great men may jest with saints, 'tis wit in them, but in the less foul profanation.
Thou'rt in the right, girl, more that.
That in the captain's but a choleric word, which as a soldier is flat blasphemy.
Art advised to that moron.
Why do you put these sayings upon me?
Because authority, though it err like others, hath yet a kind of medicine in itself that skins the voice over top. Go to your bosom, knock there, and ask your heart what it doth know that's like my brother's fault. If it confess a natural guiltiness such as his, let it not sound a thought upon your tongue against my brother's life.
She speaks, and 'tis such sense that my sense breeds with it. Fare you well.
Gentle my lord, turn back.
I will bethink me. Come again tomorrow.
Hark how I'll bribe you, good my lord, turn back.
Ah, bribe me.
Aye, with such gifts that heaven shall share with you.
You have marred all else.
Not with fond sickles of the tested gold, or stones whose rates are either rich or poor as fancy values them, but with true prayers that shall be up at heaven and enter there, ere sunrise, prayers from deserved souls, from fasting maids whose minds are delicate to nothing to.
Well, come to me tomorrow.
Go to, 'tis well. Away.
Heaven keep your honor safe.
Amen. For I am that way going to temptation where prayers cross.
At what hour tomorrow shall I attend your worship?
At any time forenoon.
Save your honor.
From thee, even from thy virtue. What's this? What's this? Is this her fault or mine? The tempter or the tempted who sins most? Ha! Not she, nor doth she tempt. But it is I that, lying by the violet in the sun, do as the carrion does, not as the flower, corrupt with virtuous season. Can it be that modesty may more betray our sense than woman's lightness? Having waste ground enough, shall we desire to raise the sanctuary and pitch our evils there? Oh, fie, fie, fie. What dost thou? Or what art thou, Angelo? Dost thou desire her foully for those things that make her good? Let her brother live. Thieves for their robbery have authority when judges steal themselves. What, do I love her that I desire to hear her speak again and feast upon her eyes? What is thy dream on? Oh, cunning enemy, that to catch a saint with saints dost bait thy hook. Most dangerous is that temptation that doth goad us on to sin and loving virtue. Never could the strumpet with all her double vigor, art, and nature once stir my temper, but this virtuous maid subdues me quite. Ever till now, when men were fond, I smiled and wondered how.
Hail to you, Provost. So I think you are.
I am Provost. What's your will?
Bound by my charity and my blessed order, I come to visit the afflicted spirits here in the prison. Do me the common right to let me see them, and to make me know the nature of their crimes, and that I may minister to them accordingly.
I would do more than that if more. Look, here comes one, a gentlewoman of mine, who, falling in the flames of her own youth, hath blistered her report. She is with child, and he that got it sentenced a young man more fit to do another such offense than die for this.
When must he die?
As I do think tomorrow, I have provided for you. Stay a while. Instructed.
Repent, you fair one, of the sin you carry.
Do, and bear the shame most patiently.
I'll teach you how you shall arraign your conscience and try your penitence, if it be sound or hollowly put on.
I'll gladly learn.
Love you the man that wronged you?
Yes, as I love the woman that wronged him.
So then it seems your most offenseful act was mutually committed.
Mutually.
Then was your sin of heavier kind than his?
I do confess it and repent it, Father.
'Tis meet so, daughter. And yet, unless you do repent, as that the sin hath brought you to this shame, which sorrow is always toward ourselves, not heaven, showing we would not spare heaven as we love it, but as we stand in fear.
I do repent me as it is an evil, and take the shame with joy.
Dare rest. Your partner, as I hear, must die tomorrow, and I am going with instruction to him. Grace, go with you. Benedice.
Must die tomorrow. Oh, injurious love that respites me a life whose very comfort is still a dying horror.
'Tis pity of it.
Ugh. I can't turn this page. It's not me, is it? It is me. What I would pray and think, I think and pray to several subjects. Heaven hath my empty words, whilst my invention, hearing not my tongue, anchors on Isabel. Heaven in my mouth, as if I did but only chew his name, and in my heart the strong and swelling evil of my conception. The state whereon I studied is like a good thing, being often read, grown sere and tedious. Yea, my gravity, wherein, let no man hear me, I take pride, could I with boot change for an idle plume, which the air beats for vain. O place, O form, how often dost thou with thy case, thy habit wrench awe from fools, and tie the wiser souls to thy false seeming. Blood, thou art blood, that lets write good angel on the devil's horn. 'Tis not the devil's crest. And now, who's there?
One Isabel, a sister, desires access to you.
Teach her the way. Oh, heavens. Why does my blood thus muster to my heart, making both it unable for itself and dispossessing all my other parts of necessary fitness? So play the foolish throngs with one that swoons and... Swoons? Swoons. Come all to help him, and so stop the air by which he should revive. And even so, the general subject to a well-wished king quit their own part, and in obsequious fondness crowd to his presence, where their untaught love must needs appear offense. How now, fair maid?
I am come to know your pleasure.
That you might know it would much better please me than to demand what 'tis. Your brother cannot live.
And so heaven keep your honor.
Yet he may live a while, and it may be as long as you or I. Yet he must die.
Under your sentence.
Yea.
When, I beseech you, that in his reprieve, longer or shorter, he may be fitted that his soul sicken not.
Ha! Fie, these filthy vices. It were as good to pardon him that hath from nature stolen a man already made, as to remit their saucy sweetness that do coin heaven's image in stamps that are forbid. 'Tis all as easy falsely to take away a life true made, as to put metal in restrained means to make a false one.
'Tis set down so in heaven, but not on earth.
Say you so? Then I shall pose you quickly. Which had you rather, that the most just law now took your brother's life, or to redeem him, give up your body to such sweet uncleanness as she that he hath stained?
Sir, believe this, I had rather give my body than my soul.
I talk not of your soul. Our compelled sins stand more for number than for a common.
How say you?
Nay, I'll not warrant that, for I can speak against the thing I say. Answer to this. I, now the voice of the recorded law, pronounce a sentence on your brother's life. Might there not be a charity in sin to save this brother's life?
Please you to do it, I'll take it as a peril to my soul. There's not a sin at all, but charity.
Pleased you to do it at peril of your soul were equal poise of sin and charity.
That I do beg his life, if it be sin, heaven let me bear it. You granting of my suit, if that be sin, I'll make it my morn prayer to have it added to the faults of mine, and nothing of your answer.
Nay, but hear me. Your sense pursues not mine. Either you're ignorant or seem so craftily, and that's not good.
Let me be ignorant and nothing good, but graciously to know I am no better.
Thus wisdom wishes to appear most bright when it attacks itself, as these black masks proclaim and shield beauty 10 times louder than beauty could display. But mark me, to be received plain, I'll speak more gross. Your brother is to die,
So,
and his offense is so, as it appears, accountant to the law upon that pain.
true.
Admit no other way to save his life, as I subscribe not that nor any other, but in the loss of question, that you, his sister, finding yourself desired of such a person whose credit with the judge or own great place could fetch your brother from the manacles of the all-binding law, and that there were no earthly mean to save him, but that either you must lay down the treasures of your body to this supposed, or else to let him suffer. What would you do?
As much for my poor brother as myself. That is, were I under the terms of death, the impression of keen whips I'd wear as rubies, and strip myself to death as to bed, that longing have been sick, for ere I yield my body up to shame.
Then must your brother die.
'Twere the cheaper way. Better it were a brother died at once, than a sister, by redeeming him, should die forever.
Were not you then as cruel as the sentence that you have slandered so?
Ignominy and ransom and free pardon are two houses. Lawful mercy is nothing akin to foul redemption.
You seem to like to make the law a tyrant and rather prove the slighting of your brother a merriment than a vice.
Pardon me, my lord, it all falls out to have that we would have we speak not what we mean. I something to excuse the thing I hate for his advantage that I dearly love.
We are all free.
Else let my brother die, if not of flattery, then only he owe and succeed by weakness.
Nay, women are frail too.
Aye, as the glasses that where they view themselves, which are as easy broke as they make forms. Woman, help heaven, men their creation mar and profiting by them. They call us 10 times frail, for we are soft as our complexions are, and credulous to false praise.
I think it well. And from this testimony of your own sex, since I suppose we are made to be no stronger than faults may shake our frames, let me be bold. I do arrest your words. Be that you are, that is, a woman. If you be more, you're none. If you be one, as you are well expressed by all external warrants, show it now, by putting on the destined livery.
I have no tongue but one. Gentle my lord, let me entreat you speak the former language.
Plainly conceive, I love you.
My brother did love Juliet, and you tell me that he shall die for it.
He shall not, Isabel, if you give me love.
I know your virtue hath a license in it, which seems a little fouler than it is to pluck on others.
Believe me, on mine honor, my words express my purpose.
Ha! Little honor to be much believed, and most pernicious purpose. Seeming, I will proclaim thee, Angela, look for it. Sign me a present pardon for my brother, or with an outstretched throat, I'll tell the world aloud what man thou art.
Who will believe thee, Isabel? My unsoiled name, the austereness of my life, my vouch against you, and my place in the state will sow your accusation over way that you will stifle in your own report and smell of calumny. I have begun, and now I give my sinful race the rein. Fit thy consent to my sharp appetite, lay by all nicety and prolixious blushes that banish what they sue for. Redeem thy brother by yielding up thy body to my will, or else he must not only die the death, but thy unkindness shall his death draw out to lingering sufferance. Answer me tomorrow, or by the affection that now guides me most, I'll prove a tyrant to him. As for you, say what you can. My faults or ways you're true.
To whom shall I complain? Did I tell this, who would believe me? Perilous mouths that bear in them one and a half the same tongue, either a condemnation or a proof, bidding the law make courtesy to their will, looking both right and wrong to the appetite to follow as it draws. All to my brother, though he hath fallen by prompture of the blood, he and him such a mind of honor that, had he 20 heads to tender down on 20 bloody blocks, he'd yield them up before his sister should her body stoop to such a horrid pollution. Then Isabel, live chaste, and brother die. More than our brother is our chastity, to tell him yet of Angela's request, and fit his mind to death for his soul's rest.
So, then you hope a pardon for Lord Angelo.
The miserable have no other medicine but only hope. I hope to live, and am prepared to die.
Be absolute for death. Either death or life shall thereby be speeded. Reason thus with life. If I do lose thee, I do lose a thing that none but fools would keep. A breath thou art, servile to all the sky influences, that dost this habitation where thou keepest hourly afflict. Merely thou art death's fool. For him thou laborest by the fight to sun, and yet runnest towards him still. Thou art not noble, for all thy accommodations that thou bearest are nursed by baseness. Thou art by means valiant, but for thou dost fear the soft and tender fork of a poor worm. Thy best is rest as sleep, and that thou oft provokest, yet grossly fearest thy death, which is the more. Thou art not thyself. For thou exists on many 1,000 grains that issue out of dust. Happy thou art not. For thou hast not till thou strivest to get, and what thou hast forgetst. Thou art not certain, for thy complexion shifts to strange effects after the moon. If thou art rich, thou art poor. For like an ass whose back with ingots bows, though thou bearest thy heavy riches but a journey, and death overloads thee, Friend hast thou none, and for thine own bowels, which do call thee sire, the mere effusion of thy proper loins do curse the gout, Serpio, and the rheum, for ending thee no sooner. Thou hast nor youth, nor age, but as were an after-dinner sleep, dreaming on both, for all thy blessed youth becomes as aged, and doth beg the alms of Paisley held. And when thou art old and rich, thou hast neither heat, affliction, limb, nor beauty to make thy riches pleasant. Once yet in this that bears the name of life, yet in this life lie hid more thousand deaths, yet death we fear that makes these odds all even.
Well done.
I humbly beg you.
Yeah.
To sue to live, I find I seek to die, and seeking death find life. Let it come on.
What hope, peace here, grace and good company.
Who's there? Come in and wait the welcome.
Most holy sir, I thank.
My business is a word or two with Claudia.
And very welcome. Look, Signor, here's your sister.
Provost, a word with you.
As many as you please.
Bring me here to speak to them, where I may be concealed.
Now, sister, what's the comfort?
Why, as all comforts are, most good indeed. Lord Angelo, having affairs to heaven, intends you for his swift ambassador, where you shall be an everlasting leisure. Therefore, your best appointment make with speed. Tomorrow you set on.
Is there no remedy?
No. But such remedy as to save a head, to cleave a heart in twain.
But is there any?
Yes, brother, you may live. There is a devilish mercy in the judge, if you'll implore it, that will free your life, but fetter you till death.
Perpetual durance.
Aye, just perpetual endurance, a restraint, though all the world's fastidity you had to a determined scope.
But in what nature?
In such a one as you consenting to it would bark your honor from that trunk you bear and leave you naked.
Let me know the point.
Oh, I do fear thee, Claudio, and I quake lest thou a feverish life shouldst entertain. 6 or 7 winters more respect than a perpetual honor. Darst thou die? The sense of death is most in apprehension, and the poor beetle that we tread upon in corporal sufferance finds a pain as great as when a giant dies.
Why give you me this shame? Think you I can a resolution fetch from flowery tenderness? If I must die, I will encounter darkness as a bride, and hug it in mine arms.
There spake my brother, there my father's grave did utter forth a voice. Yes, thou must die. Thou art too noble to conserve a life in base appliances. This outward sainted deputy, whose settled visage and deliberate word nips youth in the head and follows doth anew, else falcon doth a foul, is yet a devil. His filth within being cast, he would appear a pond as deep as hell.
Frenzy.
Oh, 'tis the cunning livery of hell, the damned body to invest and cover in frenzy guards. Dost thou think, Claudio, if I would yield to my virginity, thou must be free?
Oh, heavens, it cannot be.
Yes, he would give it thee from this rank offense, so to offend him still. This night's the time that I should do what I abhor to name, or else thou diest tomorrow.
Oh, thou shalt not do it.
Lord, but my life, I'd throw it down for your deliverance as frankly as a pin.
Thanks, dear Isabel.
Be ready, Claudio, for your death tomorrow.
Yes. Has he affections in him that thus make him fight the law by the nose when he would force it? Sure, it is no sin, or of the deadly 7, it is the least.
Which is the least?
Oh, if it were damnable, he being so wise, why would he, for the momentary trick, be perdurably fine? Oh, Isabel.
What says my brother?
Death is a fearful thing.
And shamed life, a hateful.
Aye, but to die and go, we know not where. To lie in cold obstruction, and to rock this sensible, warm motion to become a kneaded clod, and the delighted spirit to bathe in fiery floods, or to reside in thrilling region of thick ribbed ice, to be imprisoned in the viewless winds and blown with restless violence round about the pendant world, or to be worse than worst of those that lawless and certain thought imagine howling, oh, it's too horrible. The weariest and most loathed worldly life that age, ache, penury, and imprisonment can lay on nature is a paradise to what we fear of death.
Alas, alas!
Sweet sister, let me live. What sin you do to save a brother's life? Nature dispenses with the deed so far that it becomes a virtue.
Oh, you beast! O faithless coward, O dishonest wretch! Wilt thou be made a man out of my vice? Is it not a kind of incest to take life from thine own sister's shame? What should I think? Heaven shield my mother, played my father fair, for such a warped slip of wilderness ne'er issued from his blood. Take my defiance, die, perish! I but my bending down reprieve thee from thy fate and should proceed. I'll pray 1,000 prayers for thy death, no word to save thee.
Nay, hear me, Isabel.
Oh, fie! Thy sin is not accidental, but a trade. Mercy to thee would prove itself a bond. 'Tis best thou diest quickly.
Oh, hear me, Isabel. Vouchsafe a word, young sister, but one word.
What is your will?
Might you dispense with your leisure? I would by and by have some speech with you. The satisfaction I would require is likewise to your benefit.
I have no superfluous leisure. My stay must be stolen out of other affairs. But I will attend you a while.
Son, I have overheard what hath passed between you and your sister. Angelo had never the purpose to corrupt her. Only he hath made an essay of her virtue to practice his judgment with the disposition of natures. She, having the truth of honor in her, hath made him that gracious denial which he is most glad to receive. I am confessor to Angelo, and I know this to be true. Therefore, prepare yourself to death. Do not satisfy your resolution with hopes that are fallible. Tomorrow you must die. Go to your knees and make you ready.
Let me ask my sister pardon. I'm so out of love with life that I will sue to be rid of it.
Hold you there, farewell. Provost, a word with you.
What's your will, father?
That now you are come, you will be gone. Leave me while with the maid. My mind promises with my habit, no loss shall touch her by my company.
In good time.
The hand that hath made you fair hath made you good. The goodness that is cheap in beauty makes beauty brief in goodness, but grace, being the soul of your complexions, shall keep the body of it ever fair. The assault that Angelo hath made you, fortune hath conveyed to my understanding, and but that frailty hath examples for his falling. I should wonder at Angelo. How will you do to content this substitute and to save your brother?
I am now going to resolve him. I had rather my brother die by the law than my son should be unlawfully born. Oh, how much is the good Duke deceived in Angelo? If ever he return and I can speak to him, I will open my lips in vain or discover his government.
That shall not be much amiss, yet, as the matter now stands, he will avoid your accusation. He made trial of you only, therefore fasten your ear on my advisings. To the love I have in doing good, a remedy presents itself. I do make myself believe that you may most unrighteously do a poor wronged lady a merited benefit. Redeem your brother from the angry law. Do not stain to your own gracious person and much please the absent duke, if peradventure he shall ever return to having hearing of this business.
Let me hear you speak further. I have spirit to do anything that appears not foul in the truth of my spirit.
Virtue is bold, and goodness never fearful. Have you not heard speak of Mariana, the sister of Frederick, the great soldier who miscarried at sea?
I have heard of the lady and good words sent with her name.
She should this Angelo have married, was affianced to her oath, and the nuptial appointed. Between which time of the contract and the limit of solemnity, her brother Frederick was racked at sea, having in that parish vegetable the dowry of his sister. But mark how heavily this befell to the poor gentlewoman. There she lost a noble and a renowned brother in his love towards her, ever most kind and natural. With him, the portion and the sinew of her fortune, her marriage dowry with both her combatant husband, as well seeming Angelo. That's married.
Can this be so? Did Angelo so leave her?
Left her in tears, and dried not one of them with his conqueror. Swallowed his vows whole, pretending in her discoveries of dishonor in vain bestowed her on her own lamentation, which she yet bears for his sake. And he, a marvel to her tears, is washed with them, but relents not.
What a merit were it in death to take this poor maid from the world. What corruption in this life that it will let this man live? How out of
And your merit not only saves your brother, but keeps your dishonor in doing it.
shall we have a good father?
This forenamed maid hath yet in her the continuance of her first affection. His unjust unkindness that in all reason should have quenched her love, hath, like an impotent in the current, made it more violent and unruly. Go you to Angelo, answer his requiring with a plausible obedience, agree with his demands to a point. Only refer yourself to this advantage first, that you stay with him may not be long, that the place may have all shadow and silence in it. And the time answer to convenience. This being granted in course and now follows all. We shall advise this wronged maid to speed up to your appointment. Itself hereafter it may compel him to her recompense. And here, by this is your brother saved, your honor untainted, the poor Mariana advantaged, and the corrupt deputy scaled. The maid will I frame and make fit his attempt. If you think well carried to this as you may, the doubleness of the benefit defends the deceit from reproof. What do you think you of it?
The image of it gives me content already, and I trust it will grow to a most prosperous perfection.
It lies much in your holding up. Haste your speedily to Angelo. If for this night he entreat you to his bed, give him promise of satisfaction. I will presently to St. Luke's. There, at the moated grange, resides this dejected Mariana. At that place, call upon me and dispatch with Angelo that it may be quickly.
Thank you for this comfort. Are you well, good father?
Nay, but if there be no remedy for it, but that you will need to buy and sell men and women like beasts, we shall have all the world dressed.
Oh heavens, what's up this year?
'Twas never merry world since of 2 Urices the merriest was put down, and the worst were allowed by order of law a furred gown to keep him warm, and furred with fox and lambskins too, to signify that craft being richer than innocency stands for the facing.
Come your way, sir. Bless you, good Father Fry.
And you, good brother, father, what offense hath this man made you, sir?
Marry, sir, he hath offended the law, and, sir, we take him to be a thief too, sir, for we have found upon him, sir, a strange picklock, which we have sent to the deputy.
Fie, sire, a bawd, a wicked bawd, an evil that thou causest to be done, that is thy means to live. Do thou but think what 'tis to cram a maw or clothe a back from such a filthy vice. Say to thyself, from their abominable and beastly touches I drink, I eat, array myself, and live. Canst thou believe thy living is a life so stinkingly depending? Go mend, go mend.
Indeed, it does stink in some sort, sir, but yet, sir, I would prove.
Nay, if the devil have given thee proof for sin, thou wilt prove his. Take him to prison, officer. Corruption and instruction must both work, ere this rude beast will profit.
He must before the deputy, sir, if he has given him warning. The deputy cannot abide a whoremaster. If he be a whoremonger and goes before him, he were as good go a mile on his errand.
That were we all, as some would seem, from all our faults, as faults seeming free.
His neck will come to your waist, a cord.
I spy comfort. I cry bail. Here's a gentleman and a friend of mine.
How now, noble Pompey? What, at the wheel of Caesar? Art thou led in triumph? What, is there not of Pygmalion's image's newly made woman to be had now for putting the hand in the pocket and extracting it clutched? What reply, huh? What sayest thou to this tune, matter, and method? Is not drowned in the last rain, huh? What sayest thou? Trot? Is the world as it was, man? Which is the way? Is it sad and few words, or how? The trick of it?
Still thus, and thus still worse.
How doth my dear morsel thy mistress? Procure she still, huh?
Probably. Is it me?
Yeah.
Great. Where are we? Troth, sir, she hath eaten up all her beef, and she is herself in the tub.
Why, 'tis good, it is the right of it, it must be so. Ever your fresh whore and your powdered bawd, an unshunned consequence, it must be so. Art going to prison, Pompey?
Yes, faith, sir.
Why, 'tis not amiss, Pompey, farewell. Go, say, I sent thee thither, for debt.
Pompey, or how?
For being a bawd, sir, for being a bawd.
Well, then imprison him. If imprisonment be the due of a bawd, why 'tis his right. Bawd he is doubtless, and of antiquity too, bawd born. Farewell, good Pompey. Commend me to the prison, Pompey. You return good husband now, Pompey. You keep the house.
I hope, sir, your good worship will be my bail.
No, indeed will I not, Pompey. It is not the wear. I will pray, Pompey, to increase your bondage. If you take it not patiently, why your metal is the more. Adieu, trust, Pompey. Bless you, friar.
And you.
Does Bridget paint still, Pompey, huh?
Come your way, sir, come.
You will not bail me then, sir?
Then, Pompey, nor now. What news abroad, friar? What news?
Come your way, sir, come.
Go to the kettle, Pompey, go.
Go.
What news, friar, of the Duke?
I know of none. Can you tell me of any?
Well, some say he's with the Emperor of Russia, others say he is in Rome, but where is he, think you?
I know not where, but wheresoever I wish him well.
It was a mad, fantastical trick of him to steal from the state and usurp the beggary he was never born to. Lord Angelo dukes it well in his absence. He puts transgression to't.
He does well in it.
A little more lenity to lechery would do no harm in him. Something too crabbed that way, friar.
It is too general a vice, and severity must cure it.
Yes, in sooth. The vice is of a great kindred. It is well allied, but it is impossible to extirp it quite, friar, till eating and drinking be put down. They say this Angelo was not made by man and woman after this downright way of creation. Is it true, think you?
How should he be made then?
Some report a sea maid spawned him. Some that he was begot between two stockfishes. But it is certain that what he makes water his urine is congealed ice.
Ew.
That I know to be true.
Yuck.
Oh, and he is a motion generative. That's
Pleasant, sir.
why, what a ruthless thing is this in him, for the rebellion of a codpiece to take away the life of a man. Would the Duke that is absent have done this? Ere he would have hanged a man for getting 100 bastards, he would have paid for the nursing 1,000. He had some feeling of the sport. He knew the service, and that instructed him to mercy.
I have never heard the absent Duke much defective for women. He was not inclined that way.
Oh, sir, you are deceived.
'Tis not possible.
Who? Not the Duke? Yes, your beggar of 50, and his use was to put a ducat in her clack dish, if you know what I mean. The Duke had crochets in him. He would be drunk, too. That, let me inform you.
You do him wrong.
Sir,
surely.
I was an inward of his. A shy fellow was the Duke, and I believe I know the cause of his withdrawing.
What, I pray thee, might be the cause?
No, no pardon. 'Tis a secret must be locked within the teeth and the lips. But this I can let you understand. The greater file of the subject held the Duke to be wise.
Wise? Why, good question, but he was.
A very superficial, ignorant, unweighing fellow.
Either this is envy in you, folly, or mistaking. The very stream of his life and the business he hath held must upon a warranted need give him a better proclamation. Let him be but testimony in his own bringings forth, and he shall appear to the envious a scholar, a statesman, a soldier. Therefore you speak unskillfully, or your knowledge be more. It is much darkened in your malice.
Sir, I know him, and I love him.
Love talks with better knowledge, and knowledge with dearer love.
Come, sir, I know what I know.
I can hardly believe that, since you know not what you speak. But if ever the Duke return, as our prayers are he may, let me desire you to make your answer before him. If it be honest you have spoke, you have courage to maintain it. I am bound to call upon you, and I pray you your name.
Sir, my name is Lucio. That's Lucio.
It's a good name.
Lucio.
He shall know you better, sir, if I may live to report you.
I fear you not.
Oh, you hope the Duke will return no more. You imagine me too unhurtful and opposite. But indeed, I can do you little harm. You'll forswear this again.
I'll be hanged first. Thou art deceived in me, friar. But no more of this. Canst thou tell if Claudio die tomorrow or no?
Why should he die, sir?
Why? For filling a bottle with a tun dish.
Whoa!
New bester.
I would the Duke we talk of will return again. This ungenitured agent will unpeople the province with continency. Sparrows must not build in his house eaves because they are lecherous. The Duke yet would have dark deeds darkly answers. He would never bring them to light. Would he were returned. Mary, this Claudio is condemned for untrussing. Farewell, good friar, I pray thee pray for me. The Duke, I say to thee again, would eat mutton on Fridays. He's now past it yet, and I shall say to thee, he could mouth with a beggar, though she smelt brown bread and garlic. Say that I said so. Farewell.
No might nor greatness and mortality can censure escape. Back wounding calumny, though whilst virtue strikes, what king so strong can tie the gall up in the slanderous tongue? But who here comes?
Go away with her to prison!
Good my lord, be good to me. Your honor is accounted a merciful man, good my lord.
Double and treble admonition and still forfeit in the same kind. This would make mercy swear and play the tyrant.
About of 11 years countenance, please, your honor.
Scary.
My lord, this is one Lucio's information against me. Mistress Kate Keepdown was with child by him in the Duke's time. He promised her marriage. His child is 1.25 years old, come Philip and Jacob. I have kept it myself and see how he goes about to abuse me.
That fellow is a fellow of much license. Let him be called before us. Away with her to prison. Go to. No more words. Provost Screech, my brother Angelo will not be altered. Claudio must die tomorrow. Let him be furnished with the divines and have all charitable preparation. If my brother wrought by my pity, it should not be so with him.
So please, this friar hath been with him and advised him for the entertainment of death.
Oh, good evening to you, good father.
Bliss and goodness on you.
Oh, whence are you?
Not of this country, though my chance is now to use it for my time. I am a brother of gracious order, late come from the sea in special business from his holiness.
Oh, what news abroad in the world?
None, but there is so great a fever on goodness that the dissolution of it must cure it. Novelty is only in respect, and it is dangerous to be engaged in any kind of course. It is virtuous to be constant in any undertaking. There is scarce truth enough alive to make society secure, but security enough to make fellowships accursed. Much upon this riddle runs the wisdom of the world. This news is old enough, yet it is every day's news. I pray you, sir, of what disposition was the Duke?
One that, above all other stripes, contented especially to know himself.
What pleasures was he given to?
Rather rejoicing to see another marry than marry at anything which professed to make him rejoice. A gentleman of all temperance, but leave we him to his events with a prayer that may prove prosperous, and let me desire to know how you find Claudio prepared. I am made to understand that you have lent him visitation.
He professes to have received no sinister measure from his judge, but most willingly humbles himself to the determination of justice. Yet had he framed to himself, by the instruction of his frailty, many deceiving promises of life, which I, by good leisure, have discredited to him, and now he is resolved to die.
Well, you have paid the heavens your function, and the prisoner of your very debt of your calling. I have labored for the poor gentleman to the extremest shore of my modesty, but my brother Justice have I found so severe that he has forced himself to tell me he is indeed Justice.
If his own like answer the straightness of his proceedings, it shall become him well, wherein he, if he chance to fail, he hath sentence himself.
Well, I'm going to go visit the prisoner. Fare you well.
Peace be with you. He who the sword of heaven will bear should be as holy as severe, pattern in himself to know, grace to stand, and virtue to go. More no less to others paying than to the other than by self-offences weighing. Shame to him whose cool striking kills but for faults of his own lacking. Twice treble shame on Angelo to weed my vice and let him grow. Oh, what may man within him hide, though angel on the outward side? How many likeness made in crimes, making him practice on times, to draw with idle spider's string most ponderous and substantial things. Craft against vice I must apply, but Angelo tonight shall lie. His older betrothed, the sky shall be so disguised by thy
Go to the last line.
pay with falsehood, false exacting, and performs as old contracting.
Those lips away that so sweetly were forsworn, and those eyes that break of day, lights that do mislead the morn. Oh, my kisses bring again. Seals of love was the other day.
Break off thy song and haste thee quick away. Here comes a man of comfort, whose advice hath often stilled my brawling discontent.
He just leaves. Stupid. This place is stupid.
I cry you mercy, sir, and well could wish you had not found me here so musical. Let me excuse so. My mirth is much displeased, but displeased my woe.
'Tis good, though the music oft hath such charm to make bad good and good provoke to harm. I pray you, tell me, hath anyone inquired for me here today? Much upon this time I have promised here to meet.
You have not been inquired after. I have sat here all day.
I do constantly believe you. This time has come even now. I shall crave your forbearance a little. Maybe I will call upon you anon for some advantage to yourself.
I am always bound to you.
Very well met, and welcome. What is the news from this good deputy?
Yet the gardens are covered with brick, whose western side is with a vineyard backed, and to that vineyard is a planchen gate that makes its opening this bigger key. This other doth command a little door, which from the vineyard to the garden leads. There have I made my promise upon the heavy middle of the night call.
But shall you on your knowledge find this way?
I have taken a due a weary note upon it.
Okay.
With whispering and most guilty diligence and action of all percept, he did show me the way twice over.
And are there no other tokens between your greed concerning her observance?
No, none, but only our terror of the dark. And that I have possessed him, my most stay can be but brief, for I have made him know I have a servant comes along with me. That stays upon me, whose persuasion is I come about my brother.
It's well borne up. I have not yet made known to Mariah a word of this. What ho, within, come forth. I pray you, be acquainted with this maid. She comes to do you good.
I do desire the life.
Do you persuade yourself that I respect you?
Good friar, I know you do, and I have found it.
Take then this your companion by the hand. You have a story ready before your ear. I shall attend your leisure, but make haste. The vaporous night approaches.
Philip, please you walk aside.
Oh, please, oh, place and greatness, millions of false eyes are struck upon the volumes of report run with these faults and most contrarious quests upon thy doings. Thousands escapes of wit make thee the father of thy ardent dream and wrap thee in thy fancies. Welcome. 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 I'll agree.
She'll take the enterprise upon her, father, if you advise it.
It is not my consent, but my entreaty to.
Little have you to say when you depart from him, but soft and low, remember now my brother.
Fear me not.
Nor, gentle daughter, fear you not at all. He is your husband on free contract. To bring you thus together, it is no sin. Sit that justice of your title to him doth flourish the deceit. Come, let us go. Our corns to reap, for yet our tithes to sow.
Come hither, sirrah. Can you cut off a man's head?
When I be a bachelor, sir, I can, but if he be a married man, he's his wife's head, and I can never cut off a woman's head.
Come, sir, leave me your snatches and yield to me a direct answer. Tomorrow morning, Archidai, Claudio, and Bernardine. Here is in our prison a common executioner who, in his office, lacks a helper. If you will take it on you to assist him, it shall redeem you from your graves. If not, you shall have full time of imprisonment and your deliverance with an unpitied whipping, for you have been notorious bald.
Sir, I have been in an awful bad time out of mind, but yet I would be content to get a lawful hangman. I would be glad to receive some instruction from my fellow partners.
What ho, a person? Here's a person there.
You rang.
Sirrah,
Here's a fellow will help you tomorrow in your execution. If you think it meet, compound with him by the year and let him advise her with you. If not, use him for the present and dismiss him. He cannot plead his estimation with you. He hath been abhorred.
Abhorred, sir. Fie upon him. He will discredit our mystery.
Go to, sir. You will equally a feather. You will turn the scale.
Pray, sir, by your good favor, for surely, sir, a good favor you have, but that you have a hanging look. Do you call, sir, your occupation a mystery?
Aye, sir. A mystery.
Painting, sir, I have heard say is a mystery. And your course, sir, being members of my occupation using painting, do prove my occupation a mystery. But what mystery there should be in hanging, I should be hanged, I cannot imagine.
Sir, it is a mystery. Every man's true apparel fits your feet. If it be too little for your feet.
We have different cuts of the plate.
Oh!
Okay, that line makes more sense for you. So
Does it? Oh. Here we go. If it be too little for your thief, your true man thinks it big enough. If it be too big for your thief thinks it little enough. So every true man's apparel fits your thief.
Are you agreed?
Sir, I will serve him, for I do find your hangman is a more penitent trade than your bard, who doth oftener ask forgiveness.
You, sir, I provide your block and your axe tomorrow, 4 o'clock.
Come, Lord, I will instruct thee in my trade. Follow.
I do desire to learn, sir, and I hope if you have occasion to use me for your own turn, you shall find me truly, sir, for your kindness. I owe you a good turn.
Call to the Bernardin and Claudio. One has my pity, not a jot the other, being a murderer, though he were my brother. Look, here's the warrant, Claudio, for thy death. 'Tis now dead midnight, and by 8 tomorrow thou must be made immortal. Where's Bernardin?
Barnaby.
Is fast locked up in sleep
Barnaby.
as guiltless labor when it lies starkly in the traveler's bones. He will not wake.
Who can do good on him? Well, go, prepare yourself, but hark, what noise?
Knock, knock.
Heaven give your spirits comfort. By and by, I hope this a reprieve for the most gentle Claudio. Welcome, Father.
The best and holiest spirits of the night envelop you, good provost. Who called here of late?
None since the curfew rung.
Not Isabel?
No.
They will then, ere be it long.
What comfort is for Claudio?
There's some in hope.
It is a bitter deputy.
Not so, not so. His life is paralleled even with the stroke and the line of his great justice. He doth with holy abstinence subdue that in himself which he spurs on his power to qualify in others. Were he kneeled with that which he corrects, then were he tyrannous. But
Tyrannosaurus.
But being so, he's dressed.
Knock, knock, knock.
Now they are come. This is a gentle provost, seldom when the steeled Gowler is a friend of men.
Knock,
Knock, knock, knock.
No, now, what noise? That spirit possessed with haste that wounds the uninsisting postern of these strokes.
There he must stay until the officer arrives to let him in. He is called up.
Have you no countermen for Claudio yet? But he must die tomorrow.
None, sir, none.
As near dawning, provost, as it is, you shall hear more ere morning.
Happily, you something know, yet I believe there comes no counterman. No such example have we. Besides, upon the very siege of justice, Lord Angelo hath to a public ear professed the contrary.
And here comes Claudio's pardon.
My lord hath sent you this note, and by me this further charge that you swerve
not
from the smallest article on it, neither in time, matter, nor circumstance. Good morrow, for I take it, it is almost day.
I shall obey him.
This is his pardon, purchased by such sin for which the pardoner himself is in. Hence hath offense his quick sterility. When it is born in high authority, when vice makes mercy, mercy is so extended. For that false love is the offender's friend. Now, sir, what news?
I told you, Lord Angelo, be like thinking you will miss in my office, awakens me with this unwanted putting on. Methinks strangely, for he hath not used it before.
Pray you, let's hear.
Whatsoever you may hear to the contrary, let Claudio be executed by 4 o'clock, and in the afternoon, Bernardine, for my better satisfaction, let me have Claudio's head sent me by 5. Let this be duly performed with the thought that more depends on it than we must yet deliver. Thus fail not to do your office as you will enter it at your peril. What say you to this, sir?
What is that, Arnodine, who is to be executed in the afternoon?
A Bohemian born, but here nursed up and bred. One that is a prisoner 9 years old.
How came it that the absent Duke had not either delivered him to his liberty or executed him? I have heard it was ever his manner to do so.
His friends still brought reprieves for him, and indeed his fact till now in the government of Lord Angelo came not to an undoubted proof.
Is it now apparent?
Not denied by himself.
Hath he borne himself
penitently
in prison? How seems he to be touched?
A man that apprehends death no more dreadfully, but as a drunken sleep, careless, reckless, and fearless of what's past, present or to come, insensible of morality, and desperately mortal.
He wants advice.
He will hear none. He hath evermore had the liberty of the prison. Give him leave to escape hence. He would not, drunk many times a day, if not many days entirely drunk. We have not very often awaked him as if to carry him to the execution, and showed him a seemingly warrant for it. It hath not moved him at all.
More of him anon. There is written in your brow,
You made this choice so long
and
ago.
constancy. If I read it not truly, my ancient skill beguiles me. But in the boldness of my coming, I will lay myself in hazard. Claudio, whom here you have warrant to execute, is no greater forfeit to the law than Angelo, who hath sentenced him. To make you understand this in manifested effect, I gave but 4 days' respite, for which you are to do me both a present and a dangerous courtesy.
Pray, sir, in what?
In the delaying death.
Alack, how may I do it, having the hour limited in an express command under penalty to deliver his head in the view of Angelo? I may make my case as Claudius to cross this in this month.
By now of my order, I warrant you, if my instructions may be your guide, let this Arnodine be this morning executed, and his head borne to Angelo.
Angelo hath seen them both, and will discover the favor.
Oh, that's the greater disguiser. And you may add to it. Shave the head, tie the beard. Say it was the desire of the penitent to be so barred before his death. You know, the course is common. If anything fall you two upon this, more than thanks and good fortune, by the sage whom I profess, I will plead against it with my life.
Pardon me, good father, it is against my oath.
Were you sworn to the Duke or to the deputy?
To him and to his substitute.
You will think you have made no offense if the Duke avouch the justice of your dealing.
But what likelihood is in that?
Not a remembrance, but a certainty. Yet, since I see you fearful that neither my coat, integrity, nor persuasion can with ease attempt you, I will go further than I meant, to pluck all fears out of you. Look you, sir, here is the hand and seal of the Duke. You know the character, I doubt not, and the signet. It's not strange to you.
I know them both.
The contents of this is the return of the Duke. You shall anon read it at your pleasure, where you shall find within these 2 days he will be here. This is a thing that Angelo knows not, for he this very day receives letters of strange tenor, perchance of the Duke's death, perchance entering into some monastery, but by chance nothing of what is writ. Look, the unfolding star calls upon the shepherd. Put not yourself into amazement how these things should be. All difficulties are but easy when they are known. Call your executioner and off with Arnodine's head. I will give him a present shrift and advise him for a better place. Yet you are made, but this shall absolutely resolve you. Come away. It is almost clear dawn.
Great, racing to the finish.
I am as well acquainted here as I was in our house profession. One would think it were Mistress Overdone's own house, for here be many of her old customers. First, here's young Master Rash. He's in for a commodity of brown paper and old ginger, 9 17 pounds, of which he made 5 marks ready money. Marry, then ginger was not much in request, for the old women were all dead. Then is there here one Master Caper, at the suit of Master 3 Pile the mercer, for some 4 suits of peach-colored satin, which now peaches him a beggar. Then have we here young Dizzy, and young Master Deep Vow, and Master Copperspur, and Master Starve Lackey, the rapier and the dagger man, man, and young Drophair, the killed Lusty Pudding, and Master Forthlight, the tilter, and brave Master Shoetie, the great traveler, and Wild Halfcan, Sab Potts, and I think 40 more, all great doers in the trade, and are now for the Lord's sake.
Sirrah, bring Barnardine hither.
Master Barnardine, you must rise and be hanged, Master Barnardine.
What ho, Barnardine?
Preposterous, Smith and Nurse there, where are you?
Your friend, sir, the hangman. You must do good, sir, to rise and be put to death.
No way, you're away. I'm sleepy.
Tell him that he must awake, and that quickly too.
Pray, Master Barnardine, awake till you are executed, and sleep afterwards.
Go into him and fetch him out.
He's coming, sir, he's coming. I hear his straw rustle.
Is the axe upon the block, Sirrah?
Very ready, sir.
Porson. What's the news?
Truly, sir, I would desire you to clap into your prayers. For look you, the warrant's come.
You rogue! I've been drinking all night. I'm not fit for it.
Oh, better, sir, for he that drinks all night and is hanged betimes in the morning may sleep the sounder all the next day.
Look you, sir, here comes your ghostly father. Do we jest now, think you?
Sir, induced by my certainty in hearing how hastily you are to depart, I come to advise you, comfort you, and pray for you.
Friend! No, I have been drinking hard all night, and I will not have more time to repair me, or there shall be on my brain the billets. I will not consent to die this day, that's certain.
Oh, sir, you must, and therefore I beseech you, look forward on the journey you shall go.
No, I swear I will not die today for any man's persuasion.
But here
not a word. If you have anything to say to me, come to my ward. From thence will I not today.
Unfit to live or die or gravel heart.
Now, sir, how do you find the prisoner?
A creature unprepared, unmeet for death, and to transport him in the mind he is were damnable.
Here in the prison, Father, where there died this morning of a cruel fever one Ragazine, a most notorious pirate, a man of Claudio's years, his beard and head, just of his color. What if we do omit the retrograde till he were well inclined and satisfy the deputy with the visage of Ragazine more like to Claudio?
Oh, 'tis an accident that heaven provides. Dispatch it presently. The hour draws on. Prefects by Angelo. See this be done, and sent according to the command, whilst I persuade this rude wretch willingly to die.
This shall be done, good Father, presently, but Bernardine must die this afternoon, and how shall we continue Claudio, to save me from the danger that might come if he were known alive?
Let this be done. Put them in secret holds, both Bernardine and Claudio, ere twice his son hath made his journey reading to yonder generation, you shall find your safety manifested.
I am your free dependent.
Quick, dispatch and send the head to Angelo. Now I will write letters to Angelo. The provost he shall bear them, whose comments shall witness to him I am near to home, and at that by great injunctions I am bound to enter publicly. Him I'll desire to meet me at the consecrated fount of the Lotus City. From thence by good gradation and well-balanced form he shall proceed with Angelo.
Here's the head. I'll carry it myself.
Convenient it is, make swift a return, for I would commune with you of such things that want no ear but yours.
I'll make all speed.
Peace shall be here.
The tongue of Isabel, she come to know yet if her brother pardon be come hither, but I will keep her ignorant of her good, to make her heavenly comforts of despair when it is least expected.
Oh, by your leave.
Good morning. Good morning to you, fair and gracious daughter.
The better given me by so holy a man. Hath yet the deputy sent my brother's pardon?
He hath released him, his son, from the world. His head is off and sent to Angelo.
Nay, but it is not so.
It is no other. Show your wisdom, daughter, in close patience.
I will to him and pluck out his eye.
You shall not be admitted to his sight.
Happy Claudio, wretched Isabel, injurious world, most damned Angelo.
This nor hurts him, nor profits your joint. Forbear it, therefore, give your clause to heaven, mark what I say, which you shall find by every syllable of faithful verity. The Duke comes home tomorrow. Nay, dry your eyes, one of your convent, and his confessor gives me this insistence. Already he hath carried notice to Aeschylus and Angelo, who do prepare to meet him at the gates, there to give up their power if you can place your wisdom in that good patch that I would wish it go, and you shall have your bosom on this wretch, grace of the Duke, revenge of your heart, and general honor.
I am directed by
This letter then to Friar Peter give. 'Tis that he sent me of the Duke's return, saying, by this token I desire his company at Mariana's house tonight. For cause and yours I'll perfect him withal, and he shall bring you before the Duke into the head bench, will accuse him home and home. For my poor self I am confined by a sacred vow and shall be absent. Wed you with this letter, command these running waters from your eyes with a light heart. Trust not my holy order if I prevent your course. Who's here?
Good evening. Good evening, Friar. Where's the provost?
Not within, sir.
Ah, pretty Isabella, I am pale at mine heart to see that eye so young. Thou must be patient. I am fain to dine and sup with water and bran. I dare not for my head fill my belly. One fruitful meal would see me to it. But they say the Duke would be here tomorrow. By my troth, Isabella, I love thy brother. If the old fantastical Duke of Dark Corners had been at home, he had lived.
Sir, the Duke is marvelous little beholding to your reports, but best is he lives not in them.
Friar, thou knowest the Duke not so well as I do. He's a better woodsman than thou takest me.
Well, you'll answer this one day fairly well.
Nay, tarry, I'll go along with thee. I can tell thee pretty tales of the Duke.
You have told me too many of them already, sir, if they be true. If not, none were enough.
I was once before him for getting a wench with child.
Did you say such a thing?
Yes, marry did I, but I was fain to forswear it. They would else have married me to the rotten meddler.
Sir, your company is fairer than honest. Rescue them.
By my troth, I'll go with thee to the lane's end. If body talk offend you, we shall have a very little. Nay, Friar, I am a kind of burr, I shall stick.
Every leather he hath read hath disavouched other.
In most uneven and distracted manner, his actions show much like to madness. Pray heaven his wisdom be not tainted. And why meet him at gates and redeliver our authorities there?
I guess not.
Why should we proclaim it an hour before his entering, that if any crave redress of injustice, they should exhibit their petitions in the street?
There he shows his reasons for that, to have a dispatched of complaint and deliver us from devices hereafter which shall then have no power to stand against.
Well, I beseech you, let it be proclaimed betimes in the morn. I'll call you at your house. Give notice to such men of sort and suit as there are two meetings.
I shall, sir, fare you well.
Good night. This deed unshapes me quite, makes me unpregnant and dull to all proceedings, a deflowered maid, and by an eminent body that enforce the law against it. But that her tender shame will not proclaim against her maiden loss, how might she tongue me? Ooh. Yet reason dares her no, for my authority bears of a created bulk that no particular scandal once can touch, but it confounds the breather. He should have lived, save that his riotous youth was with dangerous sense might in the times to come obtain revenge, by so receiving a dishonored life with ransom of the shame. Is that a period? Yep. Would yet he had lived! Alack, when once our grace we have forgot, nothing goes right. We would, and we would not. Duke?
These letters at fit time me.
Act 4, Scene 5.
The provost knows our purpose and our plot, the matter being afoot. Keep your instruction and hold you ever to our special drift, though sometimes you do blench from this to that. As cause doth minister, go at Flavius's house. And tell him where I stay, to give thee like notice to Valentinus Roland and to Crassus, and bid him bring the trumpets to gate. Send me Flavius first.
It shall be speeded well.
I thank thee, Varius. Thou hast made good haste.
I'm Varius.
There's our friends who greet us here anon. My gentle Varius.
Yes.
To speak someone directly, I am loath. I would say the truth, but to accuse him so, that is your part. Yet I am advised to do it, he says, to veil full purpose.
Be ruled by him.
Besides, he tells me that if peradventure he speaks against me on the adverse side, I should not think it strange, for it is a physic that's bitter to sweet end.
I would, Friar Peter.
Oh, peace, the friars come.
Come, I have found you out a stand most fit, where you have such vantage on the Duke, he shall not pass. Twice have the trumpet sounded. The generous and bravest citizens here have hent the gates, and very near upon Duke is entering. Therefore, hence away.
All right, Act 5 is lighting action. 25 minutes, go.
Go!
My very worthy cousin, very met our old and faithful friend. We are glad to see you.
Happy return, be to your royal grace.
Hey, and hearty thankings to you both. We have made enquiry of you, and we are here such goodness of your justice that our soul cannot but yield your forth to public thanks for running more widow.
You make my bonds more still
Oh,
greater.
but your desert speaks loud, and I should wrong it to walk to the words of convent bosom when it deserves so character by a supported residence against the tooth of time, and reaser of opinion give me our hand, and yet the subject seek to make them known, but that outward courtesies would fain complain favors that keep within. Come, SOS, you must walk
Okay.
by us, our God, our other hand and good supporters are you.
Now is your time. Speak loud and kneel before him.
Okay.
Justice, O royal Duke, fail you regard upon wrongs. I would fain have said a maid, O worthy princess, honor not your eye by throwing it on any other object till you have heard me in my true complaint to give me justice, 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 justice.
Reveal your wrongs and what whom, by whom, be brief. Here is Lord Angelo. Shall you give justice? Reveal yourself to him.
O worthy Duke, you bid me seek redemption of the devil. Hear me yourself, for that which I must speak must either punish me, not being believed, or wring redress for you. Hear me, oh, hear me, hear me.
My lord, her wits, I fear me, are not firm. She hath been a suitor to me for a brother, cut off by course of justice.
By course of justice.
And she will speak most bitterly and strange.
Most strange, but yet most truly will I speak. That Angelo is forsworn. Is it not strange? That Angelo is a murderer. Is it not strange? That Angelo is an adulterous thief. That hypocrite, a virgin violator. Is it not strange and strange?
Nay, it is 10 times strange.
It is not true. He is Angelo, then this is all true as it is strange. It is 10 times true. For truth is truth, that ends reckoning.
Away with her, poor soul. She speaks in this affirmity of sense.
Oh, Prince, I conjure thee, as thou believest, there is another comfort than this world, that thou neglect me not with that opinion that I am touched with madness. Make not possible that which but it seems alike. 'Tis not impossible, but one, the wickedest callous on the ground, may seem as shy, as great, as just, as absolute as Angelo. Even so may Angelo in all his dressings, characters, titles, forms, be an arch villain. Believe it, royal prince, if he be less, he be nothing, but he is more, had I a name for badness.
By mine honesty, if she be mad, as I believe no other, her madness hath the oddest frame of sense, such a dependency of thing on thing, as ere I heard madness.
O gracious Duke, heart not on that, nor do banish reason for inequality, but let your reason serve to make the truth appear where it seems to hide, and hide the false seems true.
Many are that are not mad, have sure more lack of reason, but say ye.
I am the sister of Claudio, condemned upon the act of fornication to lose his head, condemned by Angelo. I am probation of a sisterhood was sent by my brother Juan Lucio, and then the messenger.
That's I, and like your grace, I came to her from Claudio and desired her to try her gracious fortune with Lord Angelo for her brother's part.
That's he indeed.
You were not meant to speak.
No, my good lord, nor wish to hold my peace.
I wish you now that, pray you take note of it, and then you have new business of you, pray heaven you then be perfect.
I warrant your honor.
The warrants for yourself, take heed to it.
This gentleman told somewhat of my tale.
Right. It may be right, but you were in the wrong to speak before your time. Proceed.
I went to this pernicious cabinet deputy.
That's somewhat badly spoken.
Jesus. Pardon it, the phrase is to the matter.
Mend it again, the matter proceed.
In brief, to set the needless process by, how I persuaded, how I prayed and kneeled, how he refelled me, and how I replied, for this was much length. The vile conclusion I now begin with grief and shame to utter. He would not let his gift of my chaste body to his release my brother. And after much debate and my sisterly remorse confutes mine honor, and I did yield to him. But the next morn betimes, his purpose was fitting, he sounds a warrant for my poor brother's head.
This is most likely.
Oh, that ever is like as it is true.
By heaven, fond wretch, thou knowest not what thou speakest, or where else thou art subvert against his honor in painful practice. First, his integrity stands without blemish. Next, it imports no reason that such vehemency he should pursue faults proper to himself. If he had so offended, he would have weighed by thy brother by himself, and not have cut him off. Someone has set on you, confess the truth, and say by whose advice that claimest you here to complain.
And is this all? Then, oh, blessed ministers above, keep me in patience, and with ripened time unfold the evil which is here wrapped in countenance. Heaven shield your grace from woe, as I thus wrong.
I know you claim be God, an officer, to prison with her.
Yeah.
Shall we thus permit a blasting and a scandalous breath to fall on him so near? This needs must be in practice. Who knew of your intent in coming hither?
One that I were here, Friar Lodowick.
A ghostly father, be like, who knows but Lodowick?
Nobody.
None.
My lord, I know him as a meddling friar. I do not like the man. He has been lay, my lord, for certain words he spake against your grace in your retirement. I had swinged him out soundly.
Words against me, this a good friar be like. And to set this wretched woman here against her substitute, let this friar be found.
But yesternight, my lord, she and that friar, I saw them at prison. A saucy friar, very scary fellow.
Blessed be your royal grace. I have stood by, my lord, and I have heard her royally abused. First has this woman most wrongfully accused your substitute, who is as free from touch or soil with her as she is one of God.
We did believe no less. Know you that Friar Lodwick that speech?
I know him from a man divine and holy, not scurvy nor a temporary member, as he is reported by this gentleman, and on my trust, a man that never yet did, as he vouches, misreport your grace.
My lord must honestly believe it.
Well, he may in time come to clear himself, but at this instant he is sick, my lord, of a strange fever. Upon his mere request, being known to knowledge that there was a compliment intended against Lord Angelo, came I hither to speak, as from his mouth what he doth know is true and false, and what he with his oath and all reprobation will make up full clear, whomsoever he is convented. First, for this woman, to justify this worthy nobleman so vulgarly and personally accused, here shall you be disproven to her eyes till she herself confess it.
Friar, let's hear it. Do you not smile at this, Lord Angelo? Oh, heaven, the vanity of wretched fools, give us some seats. Come, cousin Angelo, in this I'll be partial to be judge of your own case. Is this witness, Friar? First, let her show her face, and after speak.
Pardon, my lord, I will not show my face until my husband bid me.
What, are you married?
No, my lord.
Are you a maid?
No, my lord.
A widow, then?
Neither, my lord.
Why are you nothing, then? Neither maid, nor widow, nor wife.
My lord, she may be a punk, for
Ew.
many of them are neither maid, widow, nor wife.
Silence that, fellow.
What?
He had some cause to prattle for himself.
Well, my lord.
My lord, I do confess I ne'er was, and I confess besides I am no maid. I have known my husband, yet my husband knows not that ever he knew.
He was drunk then, my lord. It can be no better.
For the benefit of silence, would that work so too?
There is no witness for Lord Angelo.
Now I come to my lord. She that accuses him of fornication, in the self-same manner doth accuse my husband, and charges him, my lord, with such a time when I'll dispose I had him in mine arms with all that effect of love.
Charges she more than me?
Not that I know.
No, you say her husband?
Why, just my lord, that is Angelo, who thinks he knows that ne'er knew my body, but knows he thinks what he knows Isabel.
That is strange abuse. Let's see thy face.
My husband bids me now, I will unmask.
Oh no, it's on face.
I know, I'm sorry. This is on the face, thou cruel Angelo, which thou once sworest thou worth looking. This is the hand which with vowed contract was fast belocked in thine. This is the body that thou took the match from Isabel and did supply thee at thy garden house in her imagined person.
Know you this woman?
Hardly, she says.
Sire, no more.
Enough, my lord.
My lord, I must confess I know this woman, and 5 years since there was some speech of marriage betwixt myself and her, which was broke off partly for that her promised proportions came short of composition, but in chief for that her reputation was disvalued in levity, since which time of 5 years I never spake with her, saw her, nor heard from her, upon my faith and honor.
Noble prince, as there comes light from heaven and words from breath, as there is sense and truth and virtue, I am affianced this man's wife as strongly as words can make up vows. And my good lord, by Tuesday night last gone, in his garden house, he knew me as his wife. As this is true, let me in safety raise from my knees, or else forever be confixed here. A marble mon.
I did but smile till now. Now, good my lord, give me the scope of justice. My patience here is touched. I do perceive these poor, informal women are no more but instruments of some more mightier member that sets them on. Let me have my way, my lord, to find this practice out.
I, with my heart, to punish them to your height of pleasure, thou foolish friar, and thou pernicious woman, compact with her that's gone, thinkest thou thy oaths, though they would swear down each particular saint for testimonies against his worth and credit that sealed in approbation. You, Lord Aeschylus, sit with my cousin, lend him your kind pains to find out this abuse, whence there is another friar that set him on, let him be sent for.
Would he were my lord, for indeed he hath set the woman on to this complaint. Your provost knows the place where he abides, and he may fetch him.
Go, do it instantly. And you, my noble and well-warranted cousin, whom it concerns to hear this matter forth, do with your injuries as seems you best in any chastisement. I, for a while, will leave you, but stir not you till you have well determined upon these slanders.
My lord will do it thoroughly. Signor Lucio, did you not say that you knew Friar Lodowick to be a dishonest person?
Cuculus non facit monachum. Honestly, nothing but in his clothes, and one that hath spoke most villainous speeches of the day.
We shall entreat you to abide here till we come and force them against him. We shall find this friar a notable fellow.
As any in Vienna on my word.
Call that same Isabel here once again. I would speak with her. Pray, my lord, give me leave to question. You shall see how I'll handle her.
Not better than he by her own report.
Say you?
Marry, sir, I think if you handled her privately, she would sooner confess.
Yes.
Perchance, publicly, she'll be ashamed.
Yes, I will go darkly to work with her.
That's the way for women are light at midnight.
Come on, mistress, here's a gentlewoman denies all that you have said.
My lord, here comes the rascal I spoke of, here with the provost.
In very good time, speak not you to him till we call upon you.
Mum?
Come, sir, did you set these women on to slander Lord Angelo? They have confessed you did.
'Tis false.
How know you where you are?
Respect to your great place, and let the devil be something honored for his burning throne. Where is the Duke? 'Tis he should hear me.
The Duke's in us, and we will hear you speak. Look, you speak justly.
Boldly at least, but oh, poor souls, come you seek the lamb and hear of the fox. Good night to your redress. Is the Duke gone? Then your cause gone too. The Duke's unjust thus to retort your manifest appeal and put your trial in the villain's mouth, which here come to accuse.
This is the rascal, this is he I spoke of.
Why, thou unreverend and unhallowed flower, it's not enough thou hast suborned these women to accuse this worthy man, but in foul mouth and in the witness of his proper ear to call him villain, and then to glance from him to the Duke himself, to tax with his injustice, take him hence to the rack with him, put dowsery and joint by joint, will you know his purpose? What unjust!
Be not so hot! The Duke dare not more stretch this finger of mine than he dare rack his own. His subject I am not, nor thy provincial. My business in this state made me a looker. I'm here in Vienna, where I have seen corruption boil and bubble till overrun the stew. Laws for all faults, but faults so countenance that the strong so statues stand like the forfeits in the barber shop as much as mock as
slander to the state! Away with him to prison!
What can you vouch against him, Signor Lucio? Is this the man that you did tell us of?
'Tis he, my lord. Come hither, goodman, bald pate. Do not you know me?
I remember you, sir. By the sound of your voice, I met you at the prison in the absence of the Duke.
Oh, did you so? Then do you remember what you said of the Duke?
Most notably, sir.
Do you so? And was the Duke a fleshmonger, a fool, a coward, as you then reported him to be?
You must, sir, change persons with me ere you make that my report. You indeed spoke so of him, and much more, much worse.
Oh, damnable fellow, did not I pluck thee by the nose for thy speeches?
I protest, I love the Duke as I love myself.
Mark how the villain would close now after his treasonable abuses.
Such a fellow is not to be talked withal. Away with him to prison! Why is no one listening to me? Where's the promise? Away with him to prison! They bolted him upon him, let him speak no more. Away with those giglets too, and with the other Confederate companions.
Stay, sir, stay a while.
What resists he? Help him, Lucio.
Come, sir, come, sir, come, sir. Oh, sir, why, you bald-pated lying rascal. You must be hooded, must you? Show your knave's visage with a pox to you. Show your sheep-biting face and be hanged an hour. Will it not off?
Thou art the first knave that ever made a Duke. First foremost, let me bail these gentle three. Speak not away, sir, for the friar and you must have a word anon. Lay hold on him.
Make the worse than the hanging.
When you have spoke, I pardon, sit you down.
Okay.
Will borrow place of him, sir, by your leave. Hast thou or word, or wit, or impudence that yet can do the office? If thou hast, rely upon till my tale be heard and hold no longer out.
Oh, my dread lord, I should be guiltier than my guiltiness to think I can be undiscernible when I perceive your grace, like power divine, hath looked upon my passes. Then, good prince, let no longer session hold upon my shame, but let my trial be mine own confession. Immediate sentence then, and sequent death is all the grace I beg.
Come hither, Mariana. Say, what's thou contracted to this woman?
I was, my lord.
Go, take her hence, and marry her instantly. Do you the office, friar, which consummate, return him here again. Go with him.
My lord, I am more amazed at his dishonor than at the strangeness of it.
Come hither, Isabel. Your friar is now your prince, as I was then, advertising and wholly to your business, not changing heart with habit. I am still attorney at your service.
Oh, give me pardon that I, your vassal, have employed and tamed your unknown son.
You are pardoned, Isabel, and now to your maid be you as free to us. Your brother's death, I know, sits at your heart, and you may marvel I have stirred myself, laboring to save his life, and would not rather make rash rearance of his hidden power. And I let him so be lost. Most kind me, it was the swift celebrity of his death, which I did think with slower foot came on, that reigned my purpose. But peace be with him, that life is better life. past fearing death, than which fears to make you so happy as your brother.
I do, my lord.
For this is new married man approaching here, whose salt imagination yet hath wronged your well-defended honor. You must pardon for Marianne's sake, but as the adjured to your brother, being criminal in double violation of sacred chastity, of promise breach thereupon dependent, of your brother's life, the very mercy of the laws cries out most audible, even for his proper tongue. And Angelo for Claudio, death for death, haste still pays haste, and leisure answers leisure, like doth quit like, and measure still for measure. Then Angelo, thy fault thus manifested, which thou wouldst deny, denies the vantage. We do condemn thee to the very block where Claudio stooped to death, and with like haste away with him.
Oh, my gracious lord, I hope you will not mock me with a husband.
It is your husband mocked with you with a husband. Consenting to the safeguard of your honor, I thought your marriage fit, else imputation for that he knew you might reproach your life and choke your good to come. For his possession, although by confiscation they are ours, we do instate and widow you withal to buy you a better husband.
Oh, my dear lord. I crave no other, nor no better man.
Never crave him, we are definite.
Gentle, my liege.
You do but lose your labor, away with him to death. Now, sir, to you.
Oh, my good lord, sweet Isabel, lend me to your knees and all my life to come. I'll lend you all my life to do your service.
Against all sense, you do importune her. Should she kneel down in mercy, but this fact her brother's ghost as a bed would break and take her hence in horror.
Isabel, sweet Isabel, do yet but kneel by me. Hold up your hands, say nothing, I'll speak all. They say best men are molded out of fault, and for the most become much more the better. For being a little bad, so may my husband. Oh, Isabel, will you not lend me a knee?
He dies for Claudia's death.
Most bounteous sir, look if it please you on this man condemned as my brother lived. I partly think the due sincerity governed his deeds, till he did look on these. Since it is so, let him not die. My brother had but justice, if he did the thing for which he died. For Angelo, his act did not overtake his bad intent, and must be buried but as an intent that perished by the way. Thoughts are no subjects, intents but merely thoughts.
Nearly, my lord.
Your suit's unprofitable. Stand up, I say. I have bethought me of another fault. Provost, how came it Claudio was beheaded at an unusual hour?
It was commanded so.
Had you a special warrant for the deed?
No, my good lord, it was by private
For
message.
which I do discharge you of your office. Give up your keys.
Pardon me, noble lord, I thought it was a fault, but knew it not. Yet did repent me after more advice, for testimony whereof one in the prison that should by private order else have died, I have reserved alive.
What's he?
His name is Bernardine.
I would have thou hast done so by Claudio. Go, fetch him hither. Let me look upon him.
I'm sorry one so learned and so wise as you, Lord Angelo, have still appeared should slip so grossly, both in the heat of blood and lack of tempered judgment afterwards.
I am sorry that such sorrow I procure, and so deep sticks it in my penitent heart that I crave death more willingly than mercy. 'Tis my deserving, and I do entreat it.
Which is that Barbadane?
This is my lord.
There was a friar told me of this man. Sire, thou art said to be a stubborn soul that apprehends no further than this world, and swearest thy life accordingly. Thou art condemned, but for those earthly faults I quit them all, and pray thee take this mercy to provide for better times to come. Friar, advise him, I leave him to your hands. What muffled fellow is that?
This is another prisoner that I served who should have died when Claudio lost his head, as like almost to Claudio as himself.
If he be your brother for his sake, it is pardon. And for your lovely sake, give me your hand and say you will be mine. He is my brother too, but fitter times for that. By this Lord Angelo perceives he's safe. Methinks I see a quickening in his eye. Well, Angelo, your evil quits you well. Look that you love your life. For few words, I can find an apt remission in myself, and yet here's one in place. I cannot pardon you, sire, and knew me for a fool, a coward, one of all luxury, an ass, a madman, where I have observed of you, that you extol me thus.
Faith, my lord, I spoke it but according to the trick. If you will hang me for it, you may, but I had rather that it would please you, I might be whipped.
Whipped first, sir, and hanged after, proclaiming
come on!
around the city. If any woman wronged by this lewd fellow, as I have heard him swear himself, there's one who he got a child. Let her appear, and he shall marry her. the nuptial finish, let him be whipped and hanged.
I beseech your highness, do not marry me to a whore. Your highness said even now I made you a duke. Good, my lord, do not recompense me in making me a couple.
Upon my honor, thou shalt marry her. Thy slanders I forgive, and therewithal remit thy other forfeits. Take him to prison and see our pleasure herein executed.
Marrying a punk, my lord, is pressing to death, whipping, and hanging.
Slandering a prince deserves it. She, Claudio, that you wronged, look to you restore. Joy to you, Mariana, love her. Angelo, I have confessed her, and I know her virtue. Thanks, good friend Aeschylus, for thy much goodness.
You're
There's
welcome.
more behind. Thanks, Provost, for thy care and secrecy. We shall employ thee in a worthier place. Forgive him, Angelo, that brought you home the head of Rangosign for Claudio's. The offense pardons itself. Dear Isabel, I have motion much imports your good. Whereto, if you will have a willing ear inclined, what is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. So bring us to our palace, where we'll show what's yet behind that needs you all should know.
Yeah! All right. 3 minutes till Merchant of Venice.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we do take a quick break, stretch.
Thank you all for watching. It's gonna start getting a little silly as we get into the PM hours. If you want to donate, you should donate, and if not, I love you anyway. Hi, Laurel. Do you want to come say hi to? There's only one person watching now. There were two, but now there's one. Maybe it's Megan and Dale.
I love that anybody's been watching us.
No, lots of people have been watching.
Really?
Yeah.
No, we don't actually. That's slightly terrifying. I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, shit. Already.
No, people have been watching.
Hello, Internet.
I'm gonna set it up somewhere else.
You want to change around the room?
What?
You want to change
I don't care. I just.
All right, folks, I'm
I
out.
got something to look at.
It's been a pleasure.
You mean not just David's face? I think that's the whole point of this.
Well, I mean, maybe
it's
something
for 24 hours.
She has been a great co-host
That
over
was
there.
fun.
Yeah. Well, now Laurel's here,
It
so
almost seemed as though you were gesturing to her.
the busty woman has been a great co-host. I need Merchant of Venus.
No, Venice, babe.
Merchant of
Sure. Merchant of penis.
If any of you are interested, I'll have a business card
Do it.
on the piano here. Feel free to take it.
Yay!
All right.
You mentioned
I'll say that's the
Later, all.
Later. Me?
For Shakespeare, and I'll see you. And those of you who are here
Oh, I wasn't
tomorrow.
I know when it happened. That had the Merchant of Venice.
Is that what you handed it to me?
Yes.
Oh, but they're so small. Laura.
That voice would make you lots of money.
Which?
That's voice.
Yeah.
Make you lots of
You don't say that fucking-
Keep it,
Oh,
please.
it's like-
That's my creepy old man voice.
There's a.
Because I found out, I didn't know who Aeschylus was, and it just says an ancient gentleman. So, oh shit, I'm supposed to be ancient. Great.
What do
That
you
sucks in
want?
Merchant of Venice.
Why am I in front of that?
I don't know. I'm gonna put you somewhere else.
Lots on our Instagram and videos.
Yay! Pictures and videos on Instagram.
Oh, Dad?
You're sad, right?
I am sad, but I got waiver for this just in case.
Yeah,
this
we
was
got
taken.
permission right away. I don't think Zach will care. Instagram.
That's what I
No.
There's like a clause.
There's an Instagram clause? Sorry.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, so nice.
To have fun. For a 24-hour adventure.
Oh, I will.
Yes.
How is she missing?
I got here at 4. They got here at 6.
Well, people can't
Oh.
make it.
So yeah, so this is just keep
Right.
going.
Here we go!
I'm
6 a.m.
No, why am I over here?
Right?
Are you ready? Are you staying?
Yeah, why am I?
Merchant of Venice, let's do it.
Oh, wait, name tags.
Name tags, name tags.
I have a name tag.
You're Laurel. Hi, Laurel. I'm Kenny. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Shylock.
Nope.
Me?
I
Great.
think so.
Girl, scoot over.
Why do you think more of us in this?
No. No.
No.
All right. David,
What?
since you seem to be going through your snacks so quickly, I'm going to leave you a Red Bull and a giant bottle of water.
I won't get the red one.
You want?
No.
Do you want a giant bottle of water? You're sitting here. Do I have another one of these?
Maybe. No, I have water. I have plenty of water.
Sweat.
Okay, I have another one of these.
Oh wow, that's big.
Is it just the four of us?
Yep.
Yep.
Here we go.
No, really?
Thank you. It's really good. I'm lucky.
Here we
Do you want to join?
I would, but I need to like talk at work. And talking.
I'm a
here.
school teacher.
I got
That's
it.
all I'm doing tomorrow.
Yeah, but you're like smart and you're probably taking care of your boys.
All right, Virtue of Venice. Whenever you're ready.
I'm only Lancelot.
I'm Sherlock.
Right. Leo.
Oh yeah, Laura, just so you're caught up, it's just like if there's a roll that's sitting dead,
Yeah.
feel free to jump on it. Yeah.
Looks
You
like
guys are
we're
really
doing
good.
it.
Yeah, please find any spots.
Laura,
Portia?
great.
Who are you? Shylock.
Leo.
One of your kids.
This is beautiful.
In truth, I know not why I am so sad.
Oh, no.
It wearies me, you say it wearies you. But how I caught it, found it, or came by it, what stuff 'tis made of, whereof it is born, I am to learn. And such a want with sadness makes of me that I have much ado to know
Hey.
myself.
Your mind is tossing on the ocean like sinew. There where your argosies were with courtly sail, like seniors and rich bulgars of blood, or as it were the pageants of the sea, do overpeer the petty traffickers, that curtsy to them to their reverence, and they fly by them with their broken wings.
Believe me, sir, had I such venture forth, the better part of my affections would be with my hopes abroad. I should be still plucking the grass to know where sits the wind, hiring in maps with ports and piers and roads, and every object that might make me fear misfortune to my ventures, out of doubt would make me stand.
My wind cooling my broth would blow me to the ague, when I thought what a harm a wind would too great might do at sea. I should not see the sandy hourglass run, but I should think of shallows and flats, and see my wealthy Andrew dot in sand, veiling her high top lower than her ribs. To kiss the burial, should I go to church and see the holy edifice of stone, and not bethink me straight of dangerous rocks, which touching by my gentle vessel's side would scatter all her spices on the steam, and robe the roaring waters with my silt, and in a word, but even now with this, and now with nothing shall I have the thought to think of this, and shall I lack the thought that such a thing be chance would make me sad. But tell not me, I know Antonio is sad to think upon his venture.
Believe me, no. I thank my fortune for it. My ventures are not in one bottom trusted, nor to one place, nor is my whole estate upon my fortune of this present year. Therefore my merchandise makes me not sad.
Why, then you're in love.
Fie.
Not in love neither? Then let us say you're sad because you are not married. For it is easy for you to laugh and leap and say you are married because you are not sad. Now by two-headed Giannis, nature hath framed strange fellows in her time. Some that will evermore peep through their eyes and laugh like parrots at a bagpiper, as they do that. And others of such vinegar aspects that they'll not show their teeth in way of the smile, though nest or swell the jest to be laughable. Here comes Bassanio, your most noble kinsman, Gratiano and Lorenzo. Very well, we leave you now with better company.
I would have stayed till I had made your marriage, if worthier friends had not prevented me.
Your worth is very dear in my regard. I take it your own business calls on you, and you embrace the occasion to part.
Good morrow, my good lords.
Good seniors both.
Now it's Laurel.
I'm trying to remember who you are.
You're Bassiana.
Okay. Good seniors both. When shall we laugh? Say when. You grow exceeding strange. Must it be so?
Well, make your outledgers to attend on yours.
This year.
My Lord Bassiano, since you have found Antonio, we too will leave you, but at dinner time. I pray you have in mind where we must meet.
I will not fail you.
You look not well, Signor Antonio. You have too much respect upon the world. They lose it that you buy it with much care. Believe me, you are marvelously changed.
I hold the world but as the world, Graviano, a stage where every man must play a part, and mine a sad one.
Let me play the fool. With mirth and laughter let old wrinkles come, and let my liver rather heat with wine than my heart cool with mortifying growth. Why should a man whose blood is warm within sit like a grandshire cut in alabaster, sleep when he wakes, and creep into the jaundice? by being peevish. I tell thee what, Antonio, I love thee, and it is my love that speaks. There are a sort of men whose visages do cream and mantle like a standing pond, and to a willful stillness entertain, with purpose to be dressed in an opinion of wisdom, crafty, profound conceit, as who should say, I am Sir Oracle, and when I ope my lips, let no dog bark. O my Antonio, I do know of these, and therefore only are reputed wise, for saying nothing who I am very sure, if they should speak, would almost damn those ears, which hearing them would call their brothers fools. I'll tell thee more that of this other time, but fish not with this melancholy bait, for this fool's gushing, this opinion. Good, come, good Lorenzo, fare ye a while. I'll end my exhortation after dinner.
Well, we will leave you then till dinner time. Let's be one of these dumb wise men, for Gratiano never lets me speak.
Well, keep my company but 2 years, thou shalt know the sound of thy own tongue.
Fare you well, I'll grow a talker for this year.
Thanks in faith, for silence is only commendable, and neat tongues dried and maids not bendable.
It is that. Anything now.
Gratiano speaks an infinite deal of nothing, more than any man in all of Venice. His reasons are 2 grains of wheat hid in 2 bushels of chaff. You shall seek all day ere you find them, and when you have them, they are not worth the search.
Well, tell me now what lady is the same to whom you swore a secret pilgrimage that you today promised to tell me out?
'Tis not unknown to you, Antonio. How much have I disabled mine estate? By something showing more swelling port than my faint means would grant continuance. Nor do I now make moan to be abridged from such a noble rate, but my chief care is to come fairly off from the great debts wherein my time, something too prodigal, hath left me gagged. To you, Antonio, I owe the most money and in love. And from your love I have a warranty to unburthen all my plots and purposes, how to get clear of all the debts I owe.
I pray you, good Bassanio, let me know it, and if it stand, as you yourself still do, within the eye of honor, be assured my purse, my person, my extremest means lie all unlocked to your occasions.
In my school days, when I had lost one shaft, I shot his fellow of the self-same flight to the self-same way, with more advised watch to find the other fourth, and by adventuring both, I oft found both. I urge this childhood proof, because what follows is pure innocence. I owe you much, and like a willful youth, that which I owe is lost. But if you please to shoot another arrow that self-way which you did shoot the first, I do not doubt. As I will watch the aim, or to find both, or bring you the latter hazard back again, and thankfully rest debtor for the first.
You know me well, and herein spend but time to wind about my love with circumstance, and out of doubt you do me now more wrong in making question of my uttermost, than if you had made waste of all I had. Then do but say to me what I should do, that in your knowledge maybe by me Baba will be done, and I am pressed unto it. Therefore speak!
Belmont is a lady richly left, and she is fair, and fairer than that word of wondrous virtues. Sometimes from her eyes I did receive fair, speechless messages. Her name is Portia, nothing undervalued to Cato's daughter, Brutus's Portia, nor is the wide world ignorant of her worth, for the 4 winds blow in from every coast, renowned suitors, and her sunny locks hang on her temples like a golden fleece, which makes her seat of Belmont Caucus. And many Jasons come in quest of her. Oh, my Antonio, had I but the means to hold a rival place with one of them, I have a mind presages me such thrift that I should questionless be fortunate.
Thou knowest that all my fortunes are at sea, neither have I money nor commodity to raise a present sum. Therefore go forth, try what credit can in Venice do. That shall be racked even to the uttermost to furnish thee Belmont, fair Portia. Go presently inquire, and so will I, where money is, and I no question make to have it of my trust, or for my sake.
By my troth, Nerissa, my little body is aweary of this great world.
It were me, sweet madams, if your miseries were in the same abundance as your good fortunes are, and yet for all I see they are sick that serve it with too much as they that stop for nothing. It is no mean happiness, therefore, to be seated in the mean, superfluity, sooner by white hairs, but competency looks longer.
I don't read so good.
Good sentences and well pronounced.
They will be better if well followed.
If to do were as easy as to know what were good to do, chapels had been churches and poor men's cottages princes' palaces. It is a good divine that follows his own instructions. I can easier teach 20 what were good to be done than to be one of the 20 to follow my own teaching. The brain may devise laws for the blood, but a hot temper leads, or a cold decree. Such a hair is a madness, the youth, to skip o'er the meshes of good counsel the cripple. But this reasoning is not in fashion to choose me a husband. Oh me, the word choose. I may neither choose who I would nor refuse who I dislike. So is the will of a living daughter curbed by the will of a dead father. Is it not hard, Nerissa, that I cannot choose one nor refuse none?
Your father was a virtuous and holy man at their death and good inspirations. Therefore the lottery that he hath devised in these 3 chests of gold, silver, and lead, whereof who chooses his meaning chooses you, will no doubt never be chosen by any rightly but one who you shall rightly love. And what worth is there in your affection towards any of these princes soon as they're already come?
I pray thee overname them, and as thou namest them, I will describe them. And according to my description, level at my affection.
First there is the Neapolitan prince.
Aye, that's a colt indeed, for he
Nay.
does nothing but talk of his horse, and he makes it a great appropriation to his own good parts that he can shoot in himself. I much afeared my lady his mother played false with a smith.
Whoa.
Then there's Emperor Palpatine.
Then there's the County Palatine.
He does nothing but frown, as who should say, and do not have me choose. He hears merry tales and smiles not. I fear he will prove a weeping philosopher when he grows old, being so full of unmannerly sadness in his youth. I'd rather be married to a death's head with a bone in his mouth than to either of these. God defend me from these two.
I'll say you by the French Lord, Monsieur Levin.
God made him, and therefore let him pass for a man. In truth, I know it is a sin to be a mocker, but he hath a horse better than the Neapolitans, a better bad habit of frowning than the Count Palatine, and he is every man in no man. If a throstle sing, he falls straight a capering. He will fence with his own shadow. If I should marry him, I should marry 20 husbands. If he would despise me, I would never forgive him, for if he love me to madness, I shall never requite him.
What say you that the falcon reach the young Baron of England?
No, I say nothing of him, for he understands not me nor I him. He hath neither Latin, French, nor Italian, and you will come into the court and swear that I have a poor pennyworth in the English. He is a proper man's picture, but alas, who can converse with a dumb show? How oddly he's suited. I thought he bought his doublet in Italy, his round hose in France, his bonnet in Germany, and his behavior everywhere.
And you were the Scottish lord and neighbor.
That he hath a neighborly charity in him, for he borrowed a box of the ear of the Englishman, and swore he would pay him again when he was able. I think the Frenchman became a surety and sealed under for another.
Like anybody, how like you, the young German, the Duke of Saxon's nephew?
Very vividly in the morning when he is sober, and most vividly in the afternoon when he is drunk. When he is best, he is a little worse than a man, and when he is worse, he is little better than a beast. And the worst fall that ever fell, I hope I shall make shift to go without him.
If he should offer to choose and choose the right casket, you should refuse to perform your father's will if you should refuse to accept them.
Therefore, for fear of the worst, I pray thee, set a deep glass of Rhenish wine on the contrary casket. For if the devil be within, and that temptation without, I know he will choose it. I will do anything, Nerissa, ere I'll be married to a sponge.
You do not fear, lady, that having any of these lords, they have acquitted me with their determinations, which is indeed to return to their home, and to trouble you with no more suit, unless you may be won by some other sort than your father's imposition, depending on the caskets.
If I live to be as old as Sibylla, I will die as chaste as Diana, unless I be obtained by the manner of my father's will. I'm glad this parcel of wooers are so reasonable, for there is not one among them but I dote on his very absence, and I pray God grant him a fair departure.
Do you not remember, lady, in your father's time, a Venetian, a scholar, and a soldier that came hither, and a tinker and a tailor, that came hither in the company of the Marquis of Montfort?
Yes, it was Bassanio, I think, so he's called.
True, man. He of all the men that ever was my foolish eye did look upon was the best described, deserving of a fair lady.
I remember him well, and I remember him worthy of that praise. How now? What news?
The 4 strangers seek you madam, to take their leave, and there is a forerunner come from Fifth, the Prince of Monaco, who brings word that the prince, his master, will be here tonight.
I can bid the 5th welcome with so good heart as I can bid the other 4 farewell. I should be glad of his approach. If he have the condition of a saint and the complexion of a devil, I had rather he should shrive me than wive me. Come, Nerissa, sir up, go before. Whiles we shut the gate upon the war, another knocks at the door.
3,000 ducats. Well,
Aye, sir, for 3 months.
for 3 months. Well,
For the which, as I told you, Antonio shall be bound.
Antonio shall be bound. Well,
May you stead me, or will you pleasure me? Shall I
Heyo.
answer?
3,000 ducats for 3 months and Antonio bound.
What is wrong with you?
Answer to that.
Antonio's a good man.
Have you heard any imputations to the contrary?
Oh, no. I mean, you said he's a good man to have you understand me, that he is sufficient, yet his means are in supposition. He hath an argosy bound to Tripolis, another to the Indies. I understand, moreover, upon the Rialto, he hath a third at Mexico, a fourth for England, and other ventures he hath squandered abroad. But ships are but boards, sailors but men. There be land rats and water rats, water thieves and land thieves. I mean pirates. And then there's the peril of waters, winds, rocks. The man is notwithstanding sufficient.
Pigs.
3,000 ducats. I think I may take his bond.
Be assured you may.
I will be assured I may, and that I may be assured I will, but think me. May I speak with Antonio?
If it please you to dine with us.
Yes, to smell pork, to eat of the habitation with your cross at the Nazareth, conjure the devil into. I will buy with you, sell with you, talk with you, walk with you, and so follow me. But I will not eat with you, drink with you, nor pray with you. What news on the Rialto? Who is he comes here?
This is Senor Antonio.
Hi! How like a fawning publican he looks. I hate him, for he's a Christian. But more to that, in low simplicity, he lends out money gratis and brings down the grapes of usurance here with us in Venice. If I can catch him once upon the hip, I will feed fat the ancient bread I bear him. He hates our sacred nation, and he rails, even when there are motives most to congregate, on me, my bargains, and my well-won thrift, which he calls interest. Cursed be my tribe if I forgive him.
Shylock, do you hear?
I am debating of my present store, and by the near guess of my memory, I cannot instantly raise up the gross of full 3,000 ducats. What of that? Tubal, a wealthy Hebrew of my tribe, will furnish me. But soft, how many months do you desire? Let's too fair, good senior. Your worship was the last man in our mouths.
Shylock, albeit I neither lend nor borrow, by taking nor by giving of excess, yet to supply the right wants of my friends, I'll break a custom. Is he yet possessed? How much you should?
Aye, 3,000 ducats.
And for 3 months.
I forgot, 3 months. You told me so. Well, then your bond, and let me see. But hear you. You thought you said you neither lend nor borrow upon advantage.
I can never use it.
When Jacob praised his uncle Laban's sheep, this Jacob from our holy Abraham was, as his mightiest mother wrought in his behalf, the third possessor. Aye, he was the third.
And what of him? Did he take interest?
No, not take interest, not as you would say, directly interest. Mark, what Jacob did, I can't keep this up.
Right.
Laban himself were promised that all the earnings which were streaked and pied should fall as Jacob's heir, the ewes being ranked in the end of autumn turned to the rams. And when the work of generation was between these woolly breeders in the act, the skillful shepherd pilled me certain wands, and in the doing of the deed of kind, he stuck them up before the fulsome ewes, who then conceiving did in weaning time full party-colored lambs, and those were Jacob's. This was a way to thrive, and he was blessed, and thrift is blessing if men steal not.
This was a venture, sir, that Jacob served for, a thing not in his power to bring to pass, but swayed and fashioned by the hand of heaven. Was this inserted to make interest good, or is your gold and silver use and land?
I cannot tell, I make it read as fast. But note me, Signor.
Mark you this, Bassanio. The devil can cite scripture for his purpose. An evil soul producing holy witness is like a villain with a smiling cheek, a goodly apple rotten at the heart. Oh, what a goodly outside falsehood hath.
3,000 ducats to the good round sum. 3 months from 12, let me see the way.
Why, Shylock, shall we be beholding to you?
Signor Antonio, many a time and often the Rialto you have rated me about my monies and my usances. Still have I borne it with a patient strug, for sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. You called me misbeliever, cutthroat dog, and spat upon my Jewish gabardine, and all for the use of that which is mine own. Well then, it now appears you need my help. Go to then. You come to me and say, Shylock, we would have moneys. You say so. You that did void your room upon my beard and foot me as you spurn a stranger cur over your threshold. Moneys is your suit? What should I say to you? Should I not say, hath a dog money? Is it possible a cur can lend 3,000 ducats? Or shall I bend low and in a bondman's key with bated breath and whispering humbleness say this? Fair sir, you spat on me Wednesday last, you spurned me such a day, another time you called me dog, and for these courtesies I'll lend you thus much money.
I am as like to call thee so again, to spat on thee again, to spurn thee too. If thou wilt lend this money, lend it not as to thy friends, for when did friendship take of grief for barren metal of his friend, but lend it rather to thine enemy, who if he break, thou mayest with better face exalt the penalty.
Why, look you how you storm. I would be friends with you and have your love. Forget the shames that you have stained me with. Supply your present wants and take no doit of usurance for my moneys, and you'll not hear me. This is kind, I offer.
This were kindness.
This kindness will I show. Go with me to a notary. Seal me there your single bond, and in a merry sport, if you repay me not on such a day in such a place, such sum or sums as are expressed in the condition, let the forfeit be nominated for an equal pound of your fair flesh, to be cut off and taken in what part of your body pleaseth me.
Content in faith, I'll seal to such a bond, and say there is much kindness in a Jew.
You shall not seal to such a bond for me. I'll rather dwell in my necessity.
I fear not, man, I will not forfeit it. Within these 2 months, there's a month before this bond expires, I do expect return of thrice 3 times the value of this bond.
Oh, Father Abraham, what these Christians are, whose own hard dealings teaches them suspect the thought of others. Pray you, tell me this. If he should break his day, what should I gain by the exaction of this forfeiture? A pound of man's flesh taken from a man is not so estimable, profitable neither, as flesh of muttons, beefs, or goats, I say. To buy his favor, I extend this friendship. If he will take it, if he will take it, so. If not, adieu. And for my love, I pray you wrong me not.
Yes, Shylock, I will seal unto this bond.
Then meet me forthwith at the notary's. Give him direction for this merry bond, and I will go and purse the ducats straight. See to my house, left in the fearful guard of an unthrifty knave, and presently I'll be with you.
Highly gentle Jew, the Hebrew will turn Christian, he grows kind.
Like not fair terms in a villain's mind.
Come on, in this there can be no dismay. My ships come home a month before the day. This is a comedy.
Yeah. Mislike me not for my complexion, the shadowed livery of this burnished sun to whom I am a neighbor. And ne'er bred, bring me the fairest creature northward born, where Phoebus fire scarce thaws the icicles. Let us make incision for your love, to prove whose blood is reddest, his or mine. I tell thee, lady, this aspect of mine hath feared the valiant by my love. I swear, this best regarded virgins of our clime have loved it too. I would not change this hue, except to steal your thoughts, my gentle queen.
In terms of choice, I'm not solely led by nice direction of maiden's eyes. Besides, the lottery of my destiny bars me the right of voluntary choosing. But if my father had not scanted me and hedged me by his wit to yield himself his wife who wins me by that means I told you, yourself, renowned prince, and stood as fair as any comer I have looked on yet for my affection.
Even for that I thank you. Therefore I pray you lead me to the caskets, to try my fortune by this scimitar, that slay the Sophie and the Persian prince, that won 3 fields of Sultan Solomon. I would outstare the sternest eye that look. I'll brave the heart most daring on the earth, pluck the young sucking cubs from the she-bear, yea, mock the lion when he roars for prey, to win thee, lady. But alas, the while,
Heracles and Lycus play at dice. Which is the better man? The greater throw may turn by fortune from the weaker hand. So is Alcides, beaten by the page, and so may I, a blind fortune leading me, miss that which one unworthier may attain and die with grieving.
You must take your chance, and either not attempt to choose at all, or swear before you choose. If you choose wrong, never to speak to lady afterward in way of marriage. Therefore be advised.
Nor will not. Come, bring me unto my chance.
First, forward to the temple. After dinner, your hazard should be made.
To make me blessed or cursed among men.
Certainly, my question.
Certainly, that's on my day today. Certainly, my conscience will serve me to run from this Jew, my master. The fiend is at mine elbow and tempts me, saying to me, Gobbo, Lancelot Gobbo, good Gobbo, or good Gobbo, or good Lancelot Gobbo, use your legs, take the stars, run away! My conscience says, no, take heed, honest Lancelot, take heed, honest Gobbo, or, as aforesaid, honest Lancelot Gobbo, do not run, scorn running with thy heels. Well, the most courageous fiend bids me pack. Fia, says the fiend, away, says the fiend, for the heavens, rouse up a brave mind, says the fiend, and run. Well, my conscience, hanging about the neck of my heart, says very wisely to me, my honest friend Lancelot, being an honest man's son, or rather an honest woman's son, for indeed my father did something smack, something grow to. He had a kind of taste. Well, my conscience says, Lancelot, budge not. Budge, says the fiend. Budge not, says my conscience. Conscience, say I, you counsel well. Fiend, say I, you counsel well. To be ruled by my conscience, I should stay with the Jew, my master, who, God bless the mark, is a kind of devil. And to run away from the Jew, I should be ruled by the fiend, who, saving your reverence, is the devil himself. Certainly the Jew is the very devil incarnation, and in my conscience is but a kind of hard conscience to offer me counsel to stay with me, to offer to counsel me to stay with the Jew. The fiend gives the more friendly counsel. I will run, fiend, my heels are at your commandment. I will run!
Master, young man, you, I pray you, which is the way to the master Jews?
Oh heavens, this is my true begotten father, who being more than sand blind, high gravel blind, knows me not. I will try confusions with him.
Master, young gentleman, I pray you, which is the way to Master Jews?
Turn up your right hand at the next turning, but at the next turning of all on your left. Mary, at the very next turning, no turn of no hand, but turn down indirectly to the Jew's house.
By the god Socrates, 'twill be a hard way to hit. Can you tell me whether one Lancelot that dwells with him dwell with him or no?
Talk you of young Master Lancelot. Mark me now. Now I will raise the waters. Talk you of young Master Lancelot?
No, master, sir, but a poor man's son, his father. Though I say it is an honest, exceeding poor man, and God be thanked well to live.
Well, let his father be what it will. We talk of young Master Lancelot.
Your worship's friend and Lancelot?
But I bring you ergo, old man, ergo I beseech you, talk you of young Master Lancelot.
Of Lancelot, and please your master.
Ergo, Master Lancelot. Talk not of Master Lancelot, father, for the young gentleman, according to the fates and destinies and such odd sayings, the sisters three, and such branches of learning, is indeed deceased. Or, as you would say in plain terms, gone to heaven.
Mary, God forbid the boy was the very staff of my age, my very prop.
Do I look like a cudgel or a hovel post, a staff or a prop? Do you know me, father?
Alack the day, I know you not, young gentleman. But I pray you, tell me, is my boy, God rest his soul, alive or dead?
Do you not know me, father?
Alack, sir, I am sand-blind, I know you not.
Nay, indeed, if you had your eyes, you might fail of the knowing me. It is a wise father that knows his own child. Well, old man, I will tell you news of your son. Give me your blessing. Truth will come to light. Murder cannot be hid long. A man's son may, but in the end, truth will out.
Pray you, sir, stand up. I am sure you are not Lancelot, my boy.
Pray you, let's have no more fooling about, but give me your blessing. I am Lancelot, your boy that was, your son that is, your child that shall be.
I cannot think you are my son.
I know not what I shall think of that, but I am Lancelot, the Jew's man. I am sure Margaret, your wife, is my mother.
Her name is Marguerite. Indeed, I'll be sworn if thou be Lancelot, thou art mine own flesh and blood. Lord worshipped might he be. What a beard hast thou got? Thou hast got more hair on thy chin than Jonathan my thistle horse has on his tail.
It should seem then that Jonathan's tail grows backwards. I am sure he had more hair on his tail than I have on my face when last I saw him.
Lord, how art thou changed? How dost thou, thy master great? I have brought him a present. How keep he now?
Well, well, but for mine own part, as I have set up my rest to run away, so I will not rest till I have run some ground. My master is a very Jew. Give him a present. Give him a halter. I am famished in his service. You may tell every finger I have with my ribs. Father, I am funny. Father, I am glad that you are come. Give me your present to one Master Bassanio, who indeed gives rare new liveries. If I serve not him, I will run as far as God has any ground. Oh, rare fortune, here comes the man. To him, Father, for I am a Jew, if I serve the Jew any longer.
You may do so, but let it be so hasted that supper be ready at the farthest by 5 o'clock. See these letters delivered, put the liveries to making, and desire Gratiano to come anon to my lodging.
To him, Father.
God bless your worship.
Gramercy, what's thou off with me?
Here's my son, sir, a poor boy.
Not a poor boy, sir, but a rich Jew's man. That would, sir, as my father would shall specify.
Yet the great infection, sir, as one would say, to serve.
Indeed, the short and the long is, I serve the Jew, and have a desire, as my father shall specify.
His master and he, saving your worship's reverence, and scarce cater cousins.
To be brief, the very truth is the Jew, having done me wrong, doth cause me, as my father, being I hope an old man, shall frutify unto you.
I have here a dish of doves that I would bestow upon your worship, and my suit is...
In very brief, the suit is the pertinent to myself, as your worship shall know by this honest old man, and though I say it, though old man, yet poor man, my fault.
One speak for both, would you?
Sir.
That is the very defect of the matter, sir.
I know thee well, thou hast obtained thy suit. Shylock, thy master spoke with me this day, and hath preferred thee, if it be preferment to leave a rich Jew's service to become the follower of so poor gentleman.
The old proverb is very well parted between my master Shylock and you, sir. You have the grace of God, sir, and he hath had enough.
Thou speakst it well. Go, father, with thy son. Take leave of thy old master and inquire my lodging out. Give him a livery more guarded than his fellows. See it done.
Father, I can't get a service. No, I have ne'er a tongue in my head. Wow. If any man in Italy have a fairer table, which doth offer to swear upon a book, I shall have good fortune. Go to, here's a simple line of life. Here's a small trifle of wives. Alas, 15 wives is nothing. Alvin?
And chipmunks.
Alvin, widows, and 9 maids is a simple coming in for one man, and then to escape drowning thrice, and to be in peril of my life at the edge of the feather bed. Here are simple escapes. Now, if fortune be a woman, she's a good wench for this gear. Father, come, I'll take my leave of the Jew and the drinking.
I pray thee, good Leonardo, think on this. These things being bought and orderly bestowed, return in haste, for I do feast tonight, my best esteemed acquaintance. Hie thee go.
My best endeavor shall be done herein.
Where is your master?
Yonder, sir, he walks.
Signor Bassanio?
Gratiano.
I have a suit to you.
You have obtained it.
You must not deny me. I must go with you to Belmont.
Why then you must. But hear thee, Gratiano, thou art too wild, too rude and bold of voice. Parts that become thee happily enough, and in such eyes as ours appear not faults. But wert thou art not known, why there they show something too liberal. Or you take pain to lay it with some cold drops of modesty, thy skipping spirit, lest through thy wild behavior I misconstrued in the place I go to and lose my hopes.
Signor Bassanio, hear me. If I do put on sober habit, talk with respect and swear, but now and then, wear prayer books in my pocket, look demurely, nay, and more, while grace is saying, with mine eyes, thus with my hat and sigh and say amen, use all observance of civility like one well studied in a sad Austin, to please this grand dame, never trust me more.
Well, we shall see your bearing.
Nay, but I bar tonight you shall not gauge me by what we do tonight.
No, that were pity. I would entreat you rather to put on your boldest suit of mirth, for we have friends that purpose merriment. But very well, I have some business.
And I must to Lorenzo and the rest, but we will visit you at supper time. I am sorry thou wilt leave my father so. Our house is hell, and thou, a merry devil, didst rob it some taste of tediousness, but fare thee well. There is a ducat for thee. And Sir Launcelot, soon to a supper shalt thou see Lorenzo, who is thy new master's guest. Give him this letter, do it secretly, and so farewell. I would not have my father see me.
Adieu, tears exhibit my tongue, most beautiful pagan, most sweet Jew. If a Christian do not play the knave and get thee, I am much deceived. But adieu, these foolish drops do something drown my manly spirit. Adieu!
Farewell, good Launcelot. Alack, what heinous sin is in me, to be ashamed to be my father's child. But though I am a donor to his blood, I am not of his manners. O Lorenzo,
Thou keep promise, I shall end this strife, become a Christian and thy loving wife.
Nay, we shall sink away in supper time, disguises at my lodging, and return all in an hour.
We have not made good preparation.
We have not spoken yet of torchbearers.
'Tis vile, unless it may be quantitatively, and better in my mind not undertook.
It is now but 4 o'clock. We have 2 hours to furnish us. Friend Lancelot, what's the news? And it shall please you to break off this, it shall seem to signify. I know the hand in fate is a fair hand, and whiter than the paper it writ on is the fair hand that writ.
Love news in faith.
By your leave, sir. Whither goest thou? Marry, sir, to bid my old master the Jew to sup tonight with my new master the Christian. Hold there, take this. Tell gentle Jessica I will not fail her. Speak it privately. Go, gentlemen. Will you prepare you for this mask tonight? I am provided of a torchbearer.
I, Mary, all gone about it straight. And so will I.
Meet me and Gratiano at Gratiano's lodging some hour hence.
So good we do so.
Was not that the letter from fair Jessica?
I must needs tell thee all. She hath directed how I shall take her from her father's house, what gold and jewels she is furnished with, what page's suit she hath in readiness. If e'er the Jew her father come to heaven, it will be for his gentle daughter's sake, and never dare misfortune cross her foot unless she do it under this excuse, that she issue to a faithless Jew. Come, go with me, peruse this as thou goest. Fair Jessica shall be my torchbearer.
Well, thou shalt see. Thy eye shall be thy judge, the difference of old Shylock and Bassanio. What, Jessica, thou shalt not gormandize as thou hast done with me. What, Jessica, and sleep and snore and rend apparel out. Why, Jessica, I say.
Why, Jessica!
Who bids thee call? I do not bid thee call.
Your worship was wont to tell me I could do nothing without bidding.
Call you? What is your will?
I am bid forth to supper, Jessica. There are my keys. Where should I go? I am not bid for love, they flatter me. But yet I'll go in hate to feed upon the prodigal Christian. Jessica, my girl, look to my house. I am right loath to go. There is some ill brooding towards my breast, for I did dream of money bags tonight.
I beseech you, sir, go. My young master doth detect your approach.
So do I his.
And they have conspired together. I will not say you shall see a mass, but if you do, then it was not for nothing that my nose fell a bleeding on Black Monday last at 6 o'clock in the morning. Falling out that year on Ash Wednesday was 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
What, are there masks? Hear you me, Jessica. Walk up my doors, and when you hear the drum and the vital squeaking of the ring-nicked fife, clamber not you up to the casements then, nor thrust your head out into the public street to gaze upon Christian fools with varnished faces, but stop my house's ears, I mean my casements. Let not the sound of shallow foppery enter my sober house. By Jacob's staff, I swear I have no mind for feasting tonight, but I will go. Go you before me, Sirrah, say I will come.
I will go before, sir. Mistress, look out a window for all this. There will come a Christian by, will you worth a Jewess' eye.
What's that fool of Hagar's offspring?
His words were farewell, mistress.
The patch is kind enough, but a huge feeder, snail slow in profit, and he sleeps by day more than a wild cat. Drones hide not with me, therefore I part with him, and part with him to one that I would have him help to waste his borrowed purse. Well, Jessica, go in. Perhaps I will return immediately. Do as I bid you. Shut doors after you. Fast. Find. A proverb never stale in thrifty mind.
Farewell, and if my fortune be not crossed, I have a father, your daughter lost.
Why is Act 2 so long?
I don't know. This is the penthouse under which Lorenzo desired us to make stand.
His hour is almost past.
It is a marvel he outdwells his hour, for lovers overrun before the clock.
Oh, 10 times faster Venus pigeons fly. The seal loves bombs new made than they are wont to keep obliged face unforfeited.
That ever holds with riseth from
Hated here.
with that keen appetite that he sits down. Where is the horse that doth untread again? His tedious measures from that unbated fire that he did pace them first. All the things that are with more spirit chaste than enjoyed. How with a younker or a prodigal, and a scarf bark puts out from her knave boy, hugged and embraced by the strumpeted wind. How like a prodigal doth she return, with o'er-weathered ribs and ragged sails, lean, rent, beggared by the strumpet wind.
Here comes Lorenzo. More of this hereafter.
Sweet friends, your patience for my long abode, not I, but my affairs have made you wait. When you shall please to play the thieves or wives, I'll watch as long for you then. Approach, here dwells my father Jew. Ho! Who's within?
Who are you? Tell me for more certainty, albeit I swear that I do know your tongue.
Lorenzo and my
Lorenzo certain, and my love indeed.
for who I love so much, and now who knows but you, Lorenzo, whether I am yours.
Heaven and thy thoughts are witness that thou art.
Here, catch the casket. It is worth it. It is worth it. I am glad to.
What did you put in here?
You do not look on me, for I am much ashamed of my exchange. But love is blind, and lovers cannot see the pretty follies that they themselves commit. For if they could, Cupid himself would blush to see me thus transformed to a boy.
Descend, for you must be my torchbearer.
What? I must hold a candle to my chains. They in themselves could suit are too tight, too light. Why is 'tis an office of discovery, love, and I should be obscured?
So are you sweet, even in that lovely garnish of a boy. But come at once, for the close night to play the runaway, and we are stayed for it, Bassanio speaks.
I will make fast the doors and gild myself with some more ducats and be with you straight. Now by your hood, a Gentile and no Jew.
Betrow me, but I love her heartily, for she is wise if I can judge of her, and fair she is if that might be true, and true she is if she hath proved herself, and therefore like herself, wise, fair, and true shall she be placed in my constant soul. What art thou come? On, gentlemen, away. I'm asking mates by this time for a stay.
Who there?
Signor Antonio!
Hi, Luciano. Where are all the rest? It's 9 o'clock. Our friends will stay for you. No mass tonight, but witness come about. Bassanio presently will go aboard. I have sent 20 out to see for you.
I'm glad on it. I desire no more delight than to be under sail and gone tonight.
Great.
Go, draw aside the curtains and discover the simple caskets to this noble prince. Now make your choice.
The first of gold who this inscription bears, who chooseth me shall gain what many men. The second, silver, which this promise carries, who chooseth me shall get as much as he deserves. This third, dull lead, with a warning all is blood, who chooseth me, give and hazard all he hath. How shall I know if I do choose the right?
The one of them contains my picture, prince. If you choose that, I am yours with all.
Some God direct my judgment. Let me see. I will survey the inscriptions back again. What says the leaden casket? Who chooseth me, give and hazard all he hath. Must give for what? For lead? Hazard for lead? This casket threatens. Men that hazard all do it in hope of fair advantages. A golden mind stoops not to shows of dross. I'll then nor give nor hazard aught for lead. Let's say the silver with her virgin hue. Who chooseth me shall get as much as he deserves. As much as he deserves. Pause there, Monaco, and weigh thy value with an even hand. If thou beest rated by thy estimation, thou dost deserve enough, and yet enough may not extend so far to thy lady, and yet to be afeard of my deserving were but a weak disabling of myself, as much as I deserve. Why, that's the lady. I do in birth deserve her, and in fortunes, in graces, and in qualities of breeding. But more than in these, in love I do deserve. What if I stray no further? But choose here. Let me see once more what is saying engraved in gold. Who chooseth me shall gain what many men desire. Why, that's the lady. All the world desires her. From the four corners of the earth they come to kiss this shrine, this mortal grieving saint, this high deserts and the vastly wilds of the valley of wide Arabia are the thoroughfares now for princes to come view fair Portia, that wait kingdom, whose ambitious head spits in the face of heaven, is no bar to stop foreign spirits, but they come, nor brook to see fair Portia. One of these three contains her heavenly picture. It's like that. Isn't like the lead contains her. 'Twere damnation to think so base a thought. It were too gross to rid her of cerecloth in the obscure grave, or shall I think in silver she's immured, being 10 times undervalued to try gold? Oh, sinful thought! Never so rich a gem was set in worse than gold. Have they in England? A coin that bears the figure of an angel, stamped in gold, but that's insult upon. But here an angel in a golden bed lies all with it. Deliver me the key. Here I do choose, and thrive as I may.
There, take it, prince. And if my form lie there, then I'm yours.
Oh, hell. What have we here? Carrying of death?
Chose
Within
wrong.
whose empty eye there is a written scroll. I'll read the writing.
Oh, good.
All that glistens is not gold. Often have you heard that told. Many a man his life hath sold, but my outside to behold. Gilded tunes to worms enfold, had you been as wise as gold. Young in limbs and judgment old, your answer had not been in scroll. Fare you well, your suit is cold. Cold indeed, and labor lost. And then farewell, Heaton. Welcome, Frost. Course adieu. I'm too grieved a heart to take a tedious leave. Thus losers part.
Loser.
A gentle riddance. Draw the curtains go. Let all of his complexion choose me so.
Racist.
Well, man, I saw Bassanio on the sail with him as Gratiano going along, and in their ship I am sure Lorenzo was not.
The villain Jew, which outcries raised the Duke, who went with him to search Bassanio's ship.
He came too late, the ship was under sail, but there the Duke was given to understand that in a gondola were seen together Lorenzo and his amorous Jessica. Besides, Antonio certified the Duke that they were not with Bassanio in the ship.
Never heard of passion so confused, so strange, outrageous, and so variable as the dog Jew did utter in the strait. My daughter! Oh, my ducats! Oh, my daughter! Blood of the Christian! Oh, my Christian ducats! Justice! Along! My ducats! My daughter! A sealed bag! 2 sealed bags of ducats! A double ducat stolen by me by my daughter! A jewel! 2 stones! 2 rich and precious stones stolen by my daughter! Justice! Find the girl! She hath the stones upon her! And the ducats!
Why, all the boys in Venice follow him, crying, "He stones his daughter and his ducats!"
Let good Antonio look he keep his day, or he shall pay for this.
Very well remembered. I reasoned with a Frenchman yesterday who told me in the narrow seas that part the French and English there miscarried a vessel of our country richly fraught. I thought upon Antonio when he told me, and wished in silence that it were not his.
You were best to tell Antonio what you hear. Yet do it not suddenly, for it may grieve.
A kinder gentleman treads not the earth. I saw Bassanio and Antonio apart. Bassanio told me he would make some speed in his return. He answered, "Do not so, slubber not business for my sake, Bassanio, but stay the very ripening of the time. And for the Jew's bond, which he hath of me, let it not enter in your mind of love. Be merry, and employ your chiefest thoughts to courtship, and such fair ostents of love, as shall conveniently become you there." And even there, his eyes being big with tears, turning his face, he put his hand behind him, and with affection, wordless, sensible, he wrung Bassanio's hand, and so they parted.
Loves the world for him.
Oh.
I pray thee, let us go and find him out, and quicken his embraced heaviness with some delight or other.
Do we, sir?
Pray.
Quick, I pray thee, draw the curtain straight. The Prince of Aragon has paid his oath, and comes to his election presently.
Aragon's here?
Yep.
Aragorn, yes!
Stand the caskets, noble prince. If you choose that wherein I am contained, straight shall our nuptial rites be solemnized. But if you fail without more speech, my lord, you must be gone from hence immediately.
I am enjoined by oath to observe 3 things. First,
Go on.
never to unfold and do anyone which casket was I chose. Next, if I fail of the right casket, never in my life who away in way of merit. Lastly, if I do fail in my fortune of my choice, immediately to leave you and be gone.
To these injunctions every one doth swear that comes to hazard for my worthless soul.
And so I have addressed me fortune now to my heart's hope, gold, silver, and base lead, which who that me giveth and hazard all he hath. You shall look terror ere I give or hazard. What says the golden chef? I'll let me see. Which who that me shall gain what many men desire. What many men desire, that many may demand by the full multitude that choose by show, not learning more than the fond eye doth teach, which prize not its interior, but like the marks that billows in weather on the outward wall, even the horse from the roads of casualty. I will not tooth what many men desire, because I will not jump with common spirit and rake me with the violent multitude. Why then to thee, this for treasure house, tell me what more, what title doth affair, who to the me shall get as much as he deserves. What then too? Who shall go about because important and be honorable without the stamp of merit, that none presume to wear an undeserved dignity of that 18th degrees and offices were not divided corruptly and that clear honor which were purchased by the merit of the wearer. How many then would cover that stand bare? How many be commanded that command? How much low peasantry would then be gleaned from the true seal of honor? And how much honor picked from the chaff and ruin of the time to be new varnished? Well, but to my choice. To that me I'll get as much as he deserves. I will assume the third.
Who deserved?
Give me a key for fifth, and instantly unlock my fortune here.
Too long a pause for that. What you find there?
What's here? The portrait of a blinking idiot, presenting me as sketchful. I will read it. How much I like carved out the portrait. How much I like my hopes and my turkey. To let me shall have as much as he deserves. Did I deserve no more than a fool's head? Is that my prize? Or my deserts no better?
To offend and judge are distinct offices and opposed natures.
What is here? The fire 7 times tried it. 7 times tried that judgment is. Judgment is. That never did truth amiss. So that may become a shackled kiss. Such have I but as tassels bliss. To be fooled alive, I was still the door and so fit. That with wife you will to bend. I will ever be your head. Though you are gone, though you are sped. Still more a fool I shall appear. By the time I lingered here. With one fool's head I came to woo. But I go away with 2. Sweet of you, I'll keep my oath. Hated me to bear my wrath.
Thus hath the kettle sing them off. Oh, these deliberate fools, when they do choose, they have the wisdom by their wit to lose.
The ancient saying is no hearsay. The hanging and wiping goes by destiny.
Come, draw the curtain for us.
Ooh, okay.
Where is my lady?
Here, what would my lord?
Madam, there is alighted at your gate a young Venetian, one that comes before to signify the approaching of his lord, from whom he bringeth sensible regrets, to wit, besides commends and courteous breath, and gifts of rich value, yet I have not seen so likely an ambassador of love. A day in April never came so sweet to show how costly summer was at hand, and at this board spur comes before his lord.
No more, I pray thee. I am half afeard thou wilt say anon he is some kin to thee, thou spendst such high day wit in praising him. Come, Nerissa, for I long to see quick Cupid's post that comes so mannerly.
Nathaniel, Lord love if I will be busy.
Act 3, finally.
Oh shit! Finally. Damn.
Oh. Now what news on the Rialto?
Why yet it lives there unchecked, and Antonio hath a ship of rich lady wrecked on the narrow seas. The good ones, I think they call the place, a very dangerous flat, and fatal where the carcasses of many a tall ship lie buried, as they say, if my gossip report be an honest one of her word.
I would she were as lying as gossip in that has never kidnapped Ginger or made her neighbors.
What about Ginger?
Kidnapping. Believe she wept for the death of a 3rd husband, but it is true without any slips of proximity or crossing or plain highway I trot that good Antonio, the honest Antonio, oh that I had a title good enough to keep his name.
Come, the full stop.
How what thou sayest, why the end is he that hath lost a ship.
I would it might prove the end of his losses.
Let me say amen. Betimes lest the devil cross my prayer, the likeness of a Jew. So, how now, Shylock? What news among the merchants?
You knew. None so well. None so well as you of my daughter's flight.
That's certain. I, for my part, knew the tailor that made the wings she flew.
And Shylock, for his own part, knew the bird was fledged, and then it was the complexion of them all to leave the dam.
She is damned for it.
That's certain if the devil may be her judge.
My own flesh and blood to rebel.
Out upon it, old carrion, rebels it at these years.
I say my daughter is my flesh and blood.
There is more difference between thy flesh and hers than between jet and ivory. More between your bloods than there is between red wine and Greenwich. But tell us, do you hear whether Antonio have had any loss at sea or no?
There I have another bad match. A bankrupt, a prodigal who dares scarce show his head on the Rialto. A beggar that was used to come so smug upon the mart. Let him look to his bond. He was wont to call me in, you sir. Let him look to his bond. He was wont to lend money for a Christian kersey. Let him look to his bond.
Why, I am sure if he forfeit, thou wilt not take his flesh. What's that good for?
To bait fish withal. If it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. He hath disgraced me and hindered me 500,000, laughed at my losses, mocked at my gains, scorned my nation, thwarted my bargains, cooled my friends, hated my enemies. And what's his reason? I am a Jew. Hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions, fed with the same food?
hurt with the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer as a Christian is? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not revenge? If we are like you in the rest, we will resemble you in that. If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be by Christian example? Why, revenge. The villainy you teach me, I will execute. And it shall go hard, but I will better the instruction.
The gentleman by Master Antonio is in his house and is our speaker.
We've been up and down seeking.
Here comes another of the tribe. A third cannot be matched unless the devil himself turn Jew.
Oh now, Tuber, what news from Genoa? Hast thou found my daughter? Ducats in Frankfurt. Since till now, I have never felt it till now. 2,000 ducats in that, and other precious, precious jewels. I would my daughter were dead at my foot and the jewels in her ear. Would she were cursed at my foot and the ducats in her coffin? No news of them? Why so? And I know not what's spent in the search. Why thou loss upon loss, the thief gone with so much and so much to find the thief, and no satisfaction, no revenge, nor no ill luck story, but what lights on my shoulders, no sighs, but on my breathing, no tears, but on my shedding.
Yes, other men have ill luck too. Antonio, as I heard in general.
What? Ill luck? Ill luck?
Hath an arts he cast away, coming from Tripolis.
I thank God. I thank God. Is it true? Is it true?
I spoke with some of the sailors that escaped through act.
I thank thee, good Tuber. Good news. Good news. Pretty genuine.
Your daughter's been in Genoa, as I heard. One night, forcing.
Thou is a text to dagger at me. I shall never see my gold again. 4 ducats in a sink. 4 ducats.
Okay, now is something Antonio's creditors in my company defense and swear he cannot choose with right.
I am very glad of it. I'll play him. I'll torture him. I am glad of it.
What if showed me a ring and he had your daughter for a monkey?
Where'd you put a monkey? Thou torturest me.
I don't know.
Thou torturest me, Tubal.
Uber.
It was my Turkish.
Turkey.
It was my turkey. Tourist? It was my turkeys. I had it with Leah when I was a bachelor. I would have not have given it for a wilderness of monkeys.
Well, Antonio was seriously undone.
Hey, that's true. That's very true.
Ours says turquoise.
No, it's turquoise.
Okay, go.
Oh.
He don't know how to spell in his book.
All right, go Tuber. Feed me an officer. Speak him a fortnight before. I will have the heart of him if he poured it. For were he out of Venice, I can make what merchandise I will.
No.
Yeah, go Tuber. Meet me at our synagogue. Go, good Tuber, at our synagogue. Tuber.
I pray you, Cherry, pause a day or two before you hazard. For in choosing wrong, I lose your company. Therefore forbear a while. There's something tells me, but it is not love. I would not lose you, and you know yourself. Hate counsels not in such equality. But lest you should not understand me well, and yet a maiden hath no tongue but thought, I would detain here some month or two before you venture for me. I could teach you how to choose right, but then I am forsworn. So will I never be so make you miss me. But if you do, you shall make me wish a sin, that I had been forsworn. For shroud your eyes, and they have overlooked me and divided me. One half of me is yours, the other half yours. Mine own, I would say, but if mine, then yours, and so all yours. Oh, these naughty times. Put bars between the owners and their rights, and so though yours, not yours. Prove it so, let fortune go to hell for it, not I. I speak too long, but 'tis to appease the time, to etch it and to draw it out in length, to stay you from election.
Let me choose, for as I am, I live upon the rack.
Upon the rack, Bassanio, and confess what treason there is mingled with your love.
None but that ugly treason of mistrust, which makes me fear the enjoying of my love. There may as well be amity and life between snow and fire as treason in my love.
Aye, but I fear you speak upon a rack, where men enforced do speak anything.
Promise me life, and I'll confess the truth.
Well, then confess and live.
Confess and love had been the very sum of my confession. Oh, happy torment, when my torturer doth teach me answers for deliverance. But let me to my fortune and the caskets.
Away then, I locked in one of them. If you do love me, you will find me out. Nerissa and the rest stand all aloof. Let music sound while he doth make his choice, then if he lose, he makes a swan-like end, fading in music. That the comparison may stand more proper, my eye shall be the stream and watery deathbed for him. He may win, and what is music then? The music is even as the flourish when true subjects bow to a new crowned monarch. Such it is as art thou dulcet sounds in break of day that creep into the dreaming bridegroom's ear and summon him to marriage. Now he goes with no less presence, but with much more love than young Alcides when he did redeem the virgin tribute paid by Howling Troy to the sea monster. I stand for sacrifice, the rest aloof are the Dardanian wives with bleared visages come forth to view the issue of the exploit. Go, Hercules, live thou, I live. With much, much more dismay I view the fight than thou that makes the fray.
Everywhere is fancy bread, or in the heart, or in the head. I'll bring up adoration.
Reply!
Ladies and gentlemen, in the eyes, we're getting fat and fancy fries. In the cradle where it lies, let us all ring fancies now. I'll begin it. Ding dong bell!
Ding dong bell! So many outward shows bewitch themselves, the world is still deceived with ornament. In law, what please so tainted and corrupt, but being seasoned with a gracious voice obscures the show of evil? In religion, what damned error but some sober brow will bless it and approve it with a text, hiding the grossness with fair ornament? There is no vice so simple, but assumes some mark of virtue on his outward parts. How many cowards whose hearts are all as false as stairs on sand, wear yet upon their chins the beards of Hercules and frowning Mars, who inward searched have livers white as milk, and these assume but valor's excrement to render them redoubted. Look on beauty, and you shall see 'tis purchased by the weight, which therein works a miracle in nature, making them lightest that wear most of it. So are those crisped, snaky golden locks, which make such wanton gambols with the wind, upon supposed fairness often known to be the dowry of a second head, the skull that bred them in the sepulchre. Thus ornament is but the beguiled shore to a most dangerous sea, the beauteous scarf veiling an Indian beauty. In a word, the seeming truth which cunning times put on to entrap the wisest. Therefore then, thou gaudy gold, hard food for Midas, I will none of thee, nor none of thee, thou pale and common drudge between man and man, but thou meager lead, which rather threatenest than dost promise aught. Thy paleness moves me more than eloquence, and here choose I. Joy be the consequence.
How all the other passions fleet to air, as doubtful thoughts and rash embrace, despair and shuddering fear and greed, I jealousy. O love, be moderate, allay thy ecstasy, in measure reign thy joy, scant the success. I feel too much thy blessing, make it less for fear I surfeit.
What find I here? Fair Portia's counterfeit. What demigod hath come so near creation? Move these eyes, or whether writing on the balls of mine seem thee in motion? Here are severed lips parted with sugar breath, so sweet a bar should sunder such sweet friends. Here in her hairs the painter plays the spider and hath woven a golden mesh to entrap the hearts of men faster than gnats and cobwebs. But her eyes, how could he see to do them, having made one? Methinks it should have power to steal both his and leave itself unfurnished. Yet look how far the substance of my praise doth wrong this shadow in underprizing it. So far this shadow doth limp behind the substance. Here's the scroll, the content and summary of my fortune. You that choose not by the view, chance is fair and choose is true. Since this fortune falls to you, be content and seek no new. If you be well pleased with this and hold your fortune for your bliss, turn you where your lady is and claim her with a loving kiss. A gentle scroll, fair lady, by your leave, I come by note to give and to receive. Like one of two contending in a prize that thinks he hath done well in people's eyes, hearing applause and universal shout, giddy in spirit still gazing in a doubt, whether those pearls of praise be his or no, so thrice fair lady stand I even so. as doubtful whether what I see be true until confirmed, signed, ratified by you.
You see me, Lord Bassanio, where I stand, such as I am. Though for myself alone I would not be ambitious in my wish, to wish myself much better, yet for you I would be troubled 20 times myself, 1,000 times more fair, 10,000 times more rich, that only to stand high in your account I might in virtues, beauties, livings, friends exceed account. But the full sum of me is some of something, which determined gross is an unlessoned girl, unschooled, unpracticed, happy in this, she is not yet so old, but she may learn. Happier than this, she is not bred so dull, but she can learn. Happiest of all is that her gentle spirit commits itself to yours to be directed, as from her lord, her governor, her king. Myself and what is mine to you and yours is now converted. But now I was the lord of this fair mansion, master of my servants, queen or myself, and even now, but now this house, these servants, and the same myself are yours, my lords. I give them with this ring, which when you part from, lose, or give away, let it presage the ruin of your love, and be my vantage to exclaim on you.
Madam, you have bereft me of all words, so I'm going to talk. A lot. Only my blood speaks to you in my veins, and there is such confusion in my powers as after some oration fairly spoke by a beloved prince, there doth appear among the buzzing, pleased multitude, where every something being blent together turns to a wild of nothing save joy, expressed and not expressed. But when this ring parts from this finger, then parts life from hence. But then be bold to say Bassanio's dead.
My lord and lady, it is now our time that have stood by and seen our wishes prosper to cry good joy, good joy, my lord and lady.
My lord Bassanio and my gentle lady, I wish you all the joy that you can wish, for I am sure you can wish none for me. And when your honors me to solemnize the bargain of your faith, I beseech you, even at the time I may be married to.
With all my heart, so thou canst get a wife.
I thank your lordship, you have got me one. My eyes, my lord, can look as swift as yours. You saw the mistress, I beheld the maid. You loved, I loved, her intermission no more pertains to me, my lord, than you. Your fortune stood upon the casket. Sorry.
Keep it together.
You're not just for this. So did mine too. As did Matterfalls. For waiting here until I sweat again, and swearing till my very roof was dry with oaths of love at last, promise last, I got a promise of this fair one here to have her love provided with your fortune achieved her mistress.
Is this true, Nerissa?
Madam, it is, so you stand pleased with all.
And do you, Graciano, mean good faith?
Yes, faith, my lord.
Our feast shall be much honored in your marriage.
Well, play with them. First boy for 1,000 ducats.
What, strokes down?
Yeah.
No, we'll ne'er win at that sport and stake down. But who comes here and is infidel? What that my Venetian friend Salanio?
Lorenzo and Salario, welcome hither. If that the youth of the new interest here have power to bid your welcome. By your leave, I bid my very friends and countrymen sweet Ferrari welcome.
So do I, my lord. They're entirely welcome.
I thank you, Lord, for my part. My purpose was not to have seen you here, but meeting here with Salami. By the way, he did entreat me, past all saying nay, to come with me, him alone.
I did, my lord, and I have reason for it. Signor Antonio commends him to you.
Ere I open his letter, I pray you tell me how my good friend doth.
Not sick, my lord, unless it be in mine, nor well, unless in mine. His letter there will show you his estate.
No.
Gardena? Wait, what?
Nabisco, cheer young stranger, bid her welcome. Your hand, Salami, what's the news from Venice? How doth that royal merchant, good, not funny name? I know he will be glad of our success. We are the Jasons, we have won the fleece.
I would have won the fleece that he had lost.
Thank you. There's some shroud condensed in yon signed paper that steals the color from some dear friend dead, else nothing in the world could turn so much the constitution of any constant man. What worse and worse will lead Bassanio? I am half yourself, and I must freely have the half of anything that this same paper brings to you.
Oh, sweet Portia, here are a few of the unpleasantest words that ever blotted paper.
voice and shit.
Yeah. Gentle lady, when I did first impart my love to you, I freely told you all the wealth I had ran in my veins. I was a gentleman, and then I told you true, and yet, dear lady, rating myself at nothing, you shall see how much I was a braggart. When I told you my state was nothing, I should then have told you that I was worse than nothing. For indeed, I had engaged myself to a dear friend, engaged my friend in his mere enemy to feed my means. Here's a letter, lady, the paper as the body of my friend, and every word in it a gaping wound issuing lifeblood. But is it true, Salami? Hath all his ventures failed? What, not one hit? From Tripoli, from Mexico and England, from Lisbon, Barbary and India, and not one vessel escaped the dreadful touch of merchant marring rocks?
Not one, my lord. Besides, it should appear that if he had the present money to discharge the Jew, he would not take it. Never did I know a creature that did bear the shape of man, so keen and greedy to confound a man. He plies the Duke at morning and at night, that doth impeach the freedom of the state if they deny him justice. 20 merchants, the Duke himself and the Magnificos of greatest port have all persuaded with him, but none can drive him from the envious plea of fortitude, of justice, and his James Bond.
When I was with him, I heard him swear to Tuber and Shoes, his countrymen, that he would rather have Antonio's flesh than 20 times the value of the sum that he did owe him. And I know, my lord, in law, authority, and power deny not, it will go hard with poor Antonio's.
Is it your dear friend that is thus in trouble?
The dearest friend to me, the kindest man, the best conditioned and unwearied spirit in doing courtesies, and one in whom the ancient Roman honor more appears than any that draws breath in Italy.
What sum owes he the Jew?
For me, 3,000 ducats.
What, no more? Pay him 6,000 to deface the James Bond, double 6,000, and then treble that. Before a friend of this description shall lose a hair through Bassanio's fault. First go with me to church and call me wife, and then away to Venice to your friend, where never shall you lie by Portia's side with an unquiet soul. You shall have gold to pay the petty debt 20 times over. When it is paid, bring your true friend along. My maid Nerissa and myself, meantime, will live as maids and widows. Come away, for you shall hence upon your wedding day. Bid your friends welcome, show a merry cheer. Since you are dear bought, I will love you dear. But let me hear the letter of your friend.
Sweet Bassanio, my ships have all miscarried, my creditors grow cool, my estate is very low, my James Bond to the Jew is forfeit, and since in paying it is impossible I shall live, all debts are cleared between you and I. If I might but see you at my death, notwithstanding use your pleasure, if your love do not persuade you to come, let not my letter.
Love, dispatch all business and be gone.
Since I have your good leave to go away, I will make haste, but till I come again, no bed shall e'er be guilty of my stay, nor rest be interposer twixt us twain. Jailer looked at him, tell me not of mercy. This is the fool that let out money gratis. Jailer, look at him!
Hear me yet, good Shylock.
I'll have my James Bond. Speak not against my James Bond. I have sworn an oath that I will have my James Bond. Thou call'st me a dog before thou hadst a cause. But since I am a dog, beware my fangs. The Duke shall grant me justice. I do wonder, thou naughty jailer, that thou art so fond to come abroad with him at his request.
I pray thee hear me speak.
I'll have my James Bond. I will not have thee speak. I'll have my James Bond, and therefore speak no more. I'll not be made a stuffed and dull-eyed fool to shake the head, relent, and sigh, and yield to Christian intercessors. Follow me not. I'll have no speaking. I will have my James Bond.
It is the most impenetrable cur that ever kept with men.
Let him alone. I'll follow him no more with bootless prayers. He seeks my life, his reason well I know. I oft delivered him his forfeitures, many that have at times made known to me. Therefore he hates me.
I am sure the Duke will never grant his forfeitures, I hope.
The Duke cannot deny the course of law, for the commodity that strangers have with us in Venice, if it be denied, will much impeach the justice of the state, since that the trade and profit of the city consisteth of all nations. Therefore go. These griefs and losses have so weighted me that I shall hardly spare a pound of flesh tomorrow to the bloody creditor. Well, jailer on. Pray God Bassanio come to see me pay his debt, and then I care not.
Madam, although I speak it in your presence, you have a noble and true conceit of godlike enmity, which appears most strongly in bearing thus the absence of your lord. But if you knew to whom you show his honor, how true a gentleman you send relief, how dear a lover of my lord your husband, I know you would be prouder of the work than customarily bounty can enforce you.
I never did repent for doing good, nor shall not now. For in companions that do converse and waste the time together, whose souls do bear an yoke of love. Oh, an eagle. Equal yoke of love. There must be needs a like proportion of lineaments, of manners and of spirit, which makes me think that this Antonio, being the bosom lover of my Lord, must needs be like my Lord. If it be so, how little is the cost I have bestowed in purchasing the semblance of my soul from out of the state of hellish cruelty. This comes too near the praising of myself, therefore no more of it. Here are other things, Lorenzo, I commit into your hands the husbandry and manage of my house until my Lord's return. For mine own part, I have toward heaven breathed a secret vow to live in prayer and contemplation, only attended by Nerissa here, until her husband and my Lord's return. There is a monastery 2 miles off, and there we will abide. But do desire you not to deny this imposition, the which my love and some necessity now lays upon you.
Madam, with all my heart I shall obey you in the fair commands.
My people do already know my mind, and will acknowledge you and Jessica in place of Lord Bassanio and myself. So very well till we shall meet again.
Fair thoughts and happy hours attend on you.
I wish your ladyship all heart's content.
I thank you for your wish, and am well pleased to wish it back to you. Farewell, very well, Jessica. Now, Balthazar, as I have ever found thee honest, true, so let me find thee still. Take this same letter, and use thou all the endeavor of man, and speed to Padua. See thou render this into my cousin's hands, Dr. Bellario, and look what notes and garments he doth give thee. Bring them, I pray thee, with imagined speed, unto the to the common ferry which trades to Venice. Waste no time in words, but get thee gone. I shall be there before thee.
Madam, I go with all convenient speed.
Come on, Nerissa. I have work in hands that you yet not know. That you yet know not of. We'll see our husbands before they think of us.
Shall they see her?
They shall, Nerissa, but in such a habit that they shall think we are accomplished with that we lack. I'll hold thee any wager when we are both accounted like young men. I'll prove the prettier fellow of the two and wear my dagger with a greater grace, and steep between the change of a man and boy with a reed voice, and turning 2 mincing steps into a manly stride, and speak a phrase like a fine bragging youth, and tell quaint lies. How honorable ladies sought my love, which I denied, and they fell sick and died. I could not do withal. Then I'll repent and wish for all that I had not killed them, and 20 of these puny lies I'll tell, that men shall swear I've discontinued school above a 12-month. I have within my mind 1,000 raw tricks of these bragging jacks, which I will practice.
Why shall we turn to men?
5, what a question that, if thou wert near a lewd interpreter. But come, I'll tell thee with all my whole device, when I am in my coach, which stays for us at the park gate, and therefore haste away, for we must measure 20 miles today.
Yes, truly, for look you, the sins of the father are to be laid upon the children. Therefore, I promise you, I fear you, I was always plain with you, and so now I speak my agitation of the matter. Therefore, be of good cheer, for truly I think you are damned. There is but one hope in it that can do you any good, and that is but a kind of bastard hope neither.
And what hope is that, I pray thee?
Mary, you may partly hope that your father got you not, that you are not the Jew's daughter.
That were a kind of bastard hope, indeed, so the sins of my mother should be visited upon me.
Truly, then I fear you are damned, both my father and mother. Thus will I shun Cilia, your father. That's not right, Skyla, your father. I fall into Chernobyl, your mother. Well, you are gone both ways.
I shall be saved by my husband. He hath made me a Christian.
Truly, then more to blame he. We were Christians now before, even as many as could well live one by another. This meeting of Christians will raise the price of hogs. If we grow all to be pork eaters, we shall not surely have a rasher or coals for money.
I'll tell my husband, Lancelot, that what you say, here he comes.
I shall bring jealous of you shortly, Lancelot, if you thus get my wife into corners.
Nay, you not need fear of us, Lorenzo. Lancelot and I are out. He tells me flatly there is no mercy for me in heaven, because I am a Jew's daughter, and he says you are no good member of the Commonwealth, for in converting Jews to Christians, you raise the price of pork.
I shall answer that better than the Commonwealth than you can the getting up of. Oh, come on. Then you can the getting up of the Negro's belly. The more is the child by you, Lancelot. It is much the more should be more than reason, but if she be less than an honest woman, she is indeed more than I took her for. For how every fool can play upon the word, I think the best grace of wit will shortly turn into silence and discourse grow commendable, and none but only parents. Go in, Sirrah, bid them prepare for dinner. That is done, sir, they have all stomachs. Goodly lord, what a wit snapper are you. Then bid them prepare for dinner. That is done too, sir, only cover is the word. Will you cover then, sir? Not, sir. No, not, sir, so neither. I know my duty, yet more quarreling with occasion. Wilt thou show the whole wealth of thy wit in an instant? I pray thee understand, a plain man in his plain meeting. Go to thy fellows, bid them cover the table, serve in the meat, and we will come into dinner. The table, sir, it shall be served in. But meat, sir, it shall be covered. We are coming into dinner, sir, while let the humors and conceits shall govern. Oh, dear discretion, how his words are suited. The fool hath planted in his memory an army of good words, and I do know of many fools that stand in better place garnished like him, that for a tricksy word defy the matter. How cheerst thou, Jessica? And now, good sweet, say thy opinion. How dost thou like the Lord Bassanio's wife?
Past all expressing, it is very meet the Lord Bassanio live an upright life, for having such a blessing in his lady. He finds the joys of heaven here on earth. And if on earth he do not mean it, then in reason he should never come to heaven. Why, if two gods should play some heavenly match, and on the wager lay two earthly women, and Portia one, there must be something else upon with the other, for the poor rude world hath not her fellow.
Even such a husband hast thou of me as she is for a wife.
Nay, but I ask my opinion too of that.
I will anon. First let us go to dinner.
Nay, let me praise you while I have a stomach.
No, pray thee, let it serve for table talk. Then howsoever thou speakst, among other things, I shall digest it.
Well, I'll set you for it.
What? Is
Act
that
four.
here?
Ready, so please your grace.
I'm sorry for the inarticulate answer. A stony adversary and a human wretch, incapable of pity, void and empty from any dram of mercy.
I have heard your grace have taken great pains to qualify his rigorous course, but since he stands obdurate and that no lawful means can carry me out of his enemy's reach, I do oppose my patience to his fury, and am armed to suffer, with a quietness of spirit, the very tyranny and rage of his.
Go on and call the Jew into court.
He is ready at the door, he comes, my lord.
Make room and let him stand before our face. Shylock, the world thinks, and I think so too, that thou but leadst to this fashion of thine eyes, to the last hour of the act, and then 'tis thought thou'st show thy mercy and remorse more strange than is thy strange apparent cruelty, and whether thou exacts the penalty which is a pound of this poor merchant's flesh, thou wilt not only lose that forfeiture, but touch with humane gentleness and love. Forgive a moiety of the principle, glancing an eye of pity in his losses, that have of late so huddled on his back. And now to press the royal merchant down, and pluck commiseration of his state. For brassy bosoms and rough
Brassy bosoms.
stubborn Turks and Tartars and strange officers of tender courtesy, and we shall expect a gentle answer, Jew.
I have possessed your grace of what I purpose, and by our holy Sabbath have I sworn to have the due and forfeit of my James bond. If you deny it, let the danger light upon your charter and your city's freedom. You'll ask me why I rather choose to have a weight of carrion flesh than to receive 3,000 ducats. I'll not answer that. But say it is my humor. Is it answered? What if my house be troubled with a rat, and I please to give 10,000 ducats to have it banned? But are you answered yet? Some men there are love, not a gaping pig. Some that are mad if they behold a cat, and other when the bagpipe sings at the nose cannot contain their urine. I'm one of those. It's bad affection.
Makes you pee with your bagpipes?
Yeah. For affection, mistress of passion, sways it to the mood of what it likes or loathes. Now for your answer. As there is no firm reason to be rendered why he cannot abide a gaping pig, why he a harmless necessary cat, why he a woolen bagpipe, but of course must yield to such inevitable shame as to offend himself being offended. So can I give no reason, nor I will not, more than a lodged hate and a certain loathing I bear Antonio, and I follow thus a losing suit against him. Are you answered?
This is no answer, thou unfeeling man, to excuse the current of thy cruelty.
I am not bound to please thee with my answers.
Do all men kill the things they do not love?
Hates any man the thing he would not kill?
Every offense is not a hate at first.
What wouldst thou have, a strip and sting me twice?
I pray you think you question with a Jew. You may as well go stand upon the beach and bid the main flood bait his usual height. You may as well use question with the wolf, why he hath made the ewe bleak for the lamb. You may as well forbid the mountain pines to wag their high tops and to make no noise when they are threatened with the gusts of heaven. You may as well do anything most hard as seek to soften that, than which what's harder. It is Jewish hard. Therefore I do beseech you, make no more offers, use no further means, but with all brief and plain conveniency, let me have judgment and adjue his will.
For thy 3,000 ducats here is 6.
If every ducat in 6,000 ducats were in 6 parts, and every part a ducat, I would not draw them. I would have my James Bond.
How shalt thou hope mercy rendering none?
What judgment shall I dread, do me no wrong? You have among you many a purchased slave, which like your asses and your dogs and mules you use in abject and in slavish parts because you bought them. Say I shall to you, let them be free, marry them to your heirs. Why sweat they under burdens? Let their beds be as soft as yours, and let their palates be seasoned with such viands. You will answer, the slaves are ours. So do I answer you. Shylock is my name.
Of a strange nature is this suit you follow, yet in such rule that the Venetian law cannot impugn you as you do perceive. You stand with his danger, do you not?
My son says.
Do you confess the James Bond?
I do.
Then must the Jew be merciful?
On what compulsion must I? Tell me that.
The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven upon the place beneath. It is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives, and him that takes. 'Tis mightiest in the mightiest. It becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power. the attribute to awe and majesty, wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above the sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself, and earthly power doth then show like God's when mercy seasons justice. Therefore, Jew, though justice be at thee, consider this, that in the court of justice none of us should see salvation. We do pray for mercy, and that same prayer doth teach us all to render the deeds of mercy. I spoke thus much to mitigate the justice of thy plea, which if thou follow, the strict court of Venice must needs give sentence against the merchant here.
My deeds upon my head, I crave the law, the penalty and forfeit of my James bond.
Is he not able to discharge the money?
Yes, here, I tended for him in the court. Yea, twice the sum, it will not suffice. I will be bound to pay it in 10 times or on forfeit of my hands, my head, my heart. If this will not suffice, it must appear that malice bears down on truth, and I beseech
Be recorded for a precedent, and many an error by the same example will rush into the state. It cannot be.
A Daniel come to judgment, yea, a Daniel! O wise young judge, how I do honor thee.
I pray you, let me look upon James Bond.
Here it is, most reverend doctor, here it is.
Shylock, there's thrice the money offered thee.
An oath, an oath. I have an oath in heaven. Shall I lay perjury upon my soul? No, not for Venice.
By this James Bond is forfeit, and lawfully by this the Jew may claim a pound of flesh to be by him cut off nearest the merchant's heart. Be merciful, take thrice the money, bid me tear the James Bond.
When it is paid according to the tenure, it doth appear you are a worthy judge. You know the law, your exposition hath been most sound. I charge you by the law, whereof you are a well-deserving pillar. Proceed to judgment. By my soul, I swear there is no power in the tongue of man to alter me. I stay here on my James Bond.
Most heartily I do beseech the court to give the judgment.
When? Why then thus it is. You must prepare your bosom for this night.
Oh, noble judge! Oh, excellent young man!
For the intent and purpose of the law have full relation to the penalty, which here appeareth due upon James Bond.
'Tis very true. A wise and upright judge. How much more elder art thou than thy looks?
Therefore lay bare your bosom.
Aye, his breast, so says the James Bond, doth it not, noble George? Nearest his heart, those are the very words.
It is so. Are there balance here to weigh the flesh?
I have them ready.
Have by some surgeon, Shylock, on your charge, to stop his wounds lest he do bleed to death.
Is it so nominated in the James Bond?
It is not so expressed, but what of that? 'Twere good you do so much for charity.
No, I cannot find it. It is not in the James Bond.
You, merchant, have you anything to say?
But little. I am armed and well prepared. Give me your hand, Bassanio. Fare you well. Grieve not that I am fallen to this for you. For here fortune shows herself more kind than is her custom. It is still her use to let the wretched man outlive his wealth, to view with hollow eye and wrinkled brow an age of poverty, from which lingering penance of such misery doth she cut me off. Commend me to your honorable wife, tell her the process of Antonio's end, say how I loved you, speak me fair and dead. And when the tale is told, bid her be judge whether Bassanio had not once a love, repent but you that you shall lose your friend, and he repents not that he pays your debt. For if the Jew do cut but deep enough, I'll pay it instantly with all my heart.
Antonio, I am married to a wife which is as dear to me as life itself. But life itself, my wife, and all the world are not with me esteem above thy life. I would lose all, I sacrifice them all here to this devil to deliver you.
Your wife would give you little thanks for that, if she were by to hear you make the offer.
I have a wife whom I protest I love. I would she were in heaven, so she could entreat some power to change this curse.
If I would offer it behind the back, the wish would make else you would apply it out.
These be the Christian husbands. I have a daughter. Would any of the stock of barbarous have been her husband rather than a Christian? We trifle time, I crave, pursue the sentence.
A pound of that same merchant's flesh is thine. The court awards it, and the law doth give it.
Most rightful judge.
You must cut this flesh from off his breast. The law allows it, and the court awards it.
Most learned judge, a sentence. Come, prepare.
Tarry a little, there is something else. This James Bond doth give thee here no jot of blood. The words expressly are a pound of flesh. Take then thy bond, take thou thy pound of flesh. But in the cutting it If thou dost shed one drop of Christian blood, thy lands and goods are by the laws of Venice confiscate unto the state of Venice.
Oh, upright judge, mark! Jew, oh, learned judge.
Wait, is that the law?
Thyself shalt see the act, for as thou urgest justice, be assured thou shalt have justice more than thou desirest.
Wait, what?
Still you shall.
Oh, learned judge, mark Jew, oh, learned judge!
I take this offer then. Pay the bond thrice and let the Christian go.
Here's the money.
Soft, the Jew shall have all justice. Soft, no haste. He shall have nothing but the penalty.
Oh, Jew, an upright judge, a learned judge.
Therefore, prepare thee to cut off the flesh. Shed thou no blood, nor cut thou less no more, but just a pound of flesh. If thou takest more or less than just a pound, be it but so much as makes it light or heavy in substance, or the division of the 20th part of one poor scruple. Nay, if the scale do turn but in the estimation of a hair, thou diest, and all thy goods are confiscated.
A second Daniel, Jew, now infidel, I have you on the hip.
Why doth the Jew pause? Take thy forfeiture.
No, give me my principal and let me go.
I have it ready for thee. Here it is.
For he hath refused it in the open court, he shall have merely justice in his James bond.
Daniel, so I say. Daniel, second Daniel, I think that you were teaching me that word.
Shall I not barely have my principal?
Thou shalt have nothing but the forfeiture to be taken so at thy peril, Jew.
Or then the devil give him good of it. I'll stay no longer questioned.
Tarry, Jew. The law hath yet another hold on you. It is enacted in the laws of Venice, if it be proved against an alien that by direct or indirect attempts he seek the life of any citizen, the parties against which he doth contrive shall seize one half of his goods, the other half comes to the privy coffer of the state, and the offender's life lies in the mercy of the Duke only against all other boys. In which predicament I say thou standst, for it appears by manifest proceeding that indirectly and directly too thou hast contrived against the very life of that defendant, and thou hast incurred the danger formerly by me rehearsed. Down, therefore, and beg mercy of the Duke.
Beg that thou mayest have leave to hang myself, and yet thy wealth being forfeit to the state, thou hast not left the value of a cord. Therefore thou must be hanged in the state's joy.
That thou shalt see the difference of I pardon thee thy life before thou ask it. For the half thy wealth, it is Antonio's. The other half comes to the general state, which humbleness may derive unto a fine.
Aye, for the state, not for Antonio.
Nay, take my life and all, pardon not that. You take my house when you do take the prop that doth sustain my house. You take my life when you do take the means whereby I live.
What mercy can you render him, Antonio?
Behold, and grant nothing else for God's sake. So please my lord the Duke and all the court to quit the fine for one half of his goods, I am content. So he will let me have the other half in use to render it upon his death unto the gentleman that lately stole his daughter. Two things provided more, that for this favor he presently become a Christian. The other, that he do record a gift here in the court of all he dies possessed unto his son Lorenzo and his daughter.
He shall do this, or else I do repent the pardon that I lay pronounced here.
Art thou contented, Jew? What dost thou say?
I am content.
Clerk, draw a deed of gift.
Oh, Lord, I pray you, give me leave to go from hence. I am not well. Send the deed after me, and I will sign it.
Get thee gone, but do it.
In Christine shalt thou have 2 godfathers. Had I been judge, thou shouldst have had 10 more to bring me to the gallows, not to the font.
Sir, I entreat you home with me to dinner.
I humbly do desire your grace of pardon. I must away this night toward Padua. It is meet I presently set forth.
I am sorry that your leisure serves you not. Antonio, gratify this gentleman, for in my mind you are much bound in him. Most worthy gentlemen, I and my friend have by your wisdom been this day acquitted of grievous penalties, in lieu whereof 3,000 ducats, in lieu whereof do freely cope your courteous pains withal.
And stand indebted over and above in love and service to you evermore.
He is well paid that is well satisfied, and I delivering you am satisfied, and therein do account myself well paid. My mind was never yet more mercenary. I pay you know me when we meet again. I wish you well, and so take no leave.
Dear sir, of course I must attempt you further. Take some remembrance of us as a tribute. Not as a fee, grant me 2 things I pray you, not to deny me and to pardon.
You press me far, and therefore I will yield. Give me your gloves, I will wear them for your sake. And for your love, I'll take this ring from you. Do not draw back your hand, I'll take no more, and you in love shall not deny me this.
This ring, good sir, alas, it is a trifle. I will not shame myself to give you this.
I will have nothing else but only this, and now methinks I have a mind to it.
There's more depends on this than on the value. The dearest ring in Venice will I give you, and find it by
outright proclamation. Only for this I pray you pardon me.
I see, sir, you are liberal in offers. You taught me first to beg, and now methinks you teach me how a beggar should be answered.
Good sir, this ring was given me by my wife, and when she put it on me, she made me vow that I would neither sell nor give nor lose it.
That excuse serves many men to save their gifts. And if your wife be not a madwoman and know how well I have deserved this ring, she would not hold out enemy forever for giving it to me. Well, peace be with you.
My lord Bassanio, let him have the ring. Let his deservings and my love of all be valued against your wife's command.
Go, Gratiano, run and overtake him, give him the ring, and bring him, if thou canst, up to Antonio's house. Away, make haste. Come you, and I will thither presently. Around in the morning, early will we both fly toward Belmont. Come, Antonio.
Inquire the Jew's house out and give him this deed, and let him sign it. We'll away tonight and be a day before our husband's home. This deed will be well welcome to Lorenzo.
Fair sir, you are well o'ertaken. My lord Bassanio, upon more advice, hath sent you here this ring, and doth entreat your company at dinner.
It cannot be. This ring I do accept most thankfully, and so I pray you tell him furthermore, I pray you show my youth old Shylock's house.
That will I do.
Sir?
So I will speak with you. I'll see if I can get my husband's ring, which I had to make you swear to keep forever.
Thou mayst have warrant we shall have old swearing that they did give the rings away to men, but we'll outface them and outswear them too. Away, make haste. Thou knowst where I will tarry.
Come, good sir, will you show me to the house? Last scene. The moon shines bright, and such a night as this, where the sweet wind does gently kiss the trees, and they did make no noise, and such a nice Troilus, methinks, mounted the Trojan walls, and sighed his soul for the Grecian tents where Crescent lay that night.
In such a night did Thisbe fearfully o'ertip the dew, and saw a lion's shadow air himself, and run dismayed away.
In such a night stood Dido on the with the willow in her hand upon the wild sea banks, and waft her love to come again to Carthage.
In such a night Medea gathered the enchanted herbs that did renew old age.
In such a night did Jessica steal from the wealthy Jew, and with an unthrift love did run from Venice as far as Belmont.
In such a night did young Lorenzo swear he loved her well, stealing her soul with many vows of faith, ne'er a true one.
In such a night did pretty Jessica, like a little shroud, slander her love, and he forgave it her.
I found out night you did nobody come, but hark, I hear a footing of a man.
Who comes so fast in silence of the night?
A friend.
A friend? What friend? Your name? I pray you, friend.
Stefano is my name, and I bring word my mistress will before the break of day be here at Belmont. She doth stray about. Thy holy cross is where she kneels and prays for happy wedlock hours.
Who comes with her?
None but a holy hermit and her maid, I pray you, is my master.
He is not, nor we have not heard from him, but go we in, I pray thee, Jessica, and ceremoniously let us prepare some welcome for the mistress of the home. Sola, did you see Master Lorenzo? Master Lorenzo, sola!
Ye hollering man here.
Sola, where?
Here.
Tell him there's a post come from my master with his horn full of good news. The master will come here in the morning. Sweet soul, that's it, and they expect their coming. And yet, no matter, why should we go in? My friend Stefano, signify, I pray you, within the house where mistress is at hand, and bring your music forth into the air. How sweet the moonlight sweeps under this bank. Here we will sit, and let the sounds of music creep in our ears. Soft, stillness in the night become the touches of sweet harmony. Sit, Jessica, look how the floor of heaven is thick inlaid with patterns of bright gold. There's not the smallest orb which thou beholdest in this motion like an angel sings, still choiring to the young-eyed cherubims. Such harmony is in immortal souls, and whilst this muddy vesture of decay does grossly close it in, we cannot hear it. Come, ho, and wake Diana with this hymn, with sweetest touches pierce your mistress' ear, and draw her home with music.
I am never merry when I hear sweet music.
The reason is your spirits are tempted, for to what note the race of youthful and unhandled colts fetching mad bounds, bellowing and neighboring loud, which is the hot condition of their blood. If they but hear perchance a trumpet sound or any air of music touch their ears, you shall perceive them make a mutual stand, their savage eyes turned to a modest gaze by the sweet power of music. Therefore the poet did feign that Orpheus through trees filled with floods, since not so stockish heart and full of rage, but music for the time that changes nature. The man that hath no music in himself, nor is not moved with concord of sweet sounds, is fit for treason, stratagems, and spoils. The motions of his spirit are dull as night, and his affections dark as Erebus. Let no such man be trusted. Mark the music.
Burning in my hall, how far that little candle throws his beams, so shines a good demon in a naughty world.
When the moon shone, we did not see the candle.
So doth the great glory dim the less. A substitute shines brightly as a king until a king be by, and then his state empties itself as doth an inland brook into the main of waters. Music, ha!
It is your music, madam, of the house.
Nothing is good. I see without respect. Methinks it sounds much sweeter than my day.
Silence bestows that virtue on it, ma'am.
The crow doth sing as sweetly as the lark when neither is attended. And I think the nightingale, if she should sing by day when every goose is cackling, would be thought no better a musician than the wren. How many things by seasoned are to their right praise and true perfection? Peace, ho! The moon sleeps with Endymion, and would not be awaked.
That is the voice, or I much deceived, of Portia.
He knows me as the blind man knows the cuckoo by the bad voice.
Dear lady, welcome home!
We've been praying for our husband's welfare and speed. We hope the best for our words. Are they returned?
No, they're not yet, but there is come a messenger before to signify their coming.
Go in, Nerissa. Give order to my servants that they take no note at all of our being absent hence. Nor you, Lorenzo, Jessica, nor you.
Tuck it!
Your husband is at hand, I can just tuck it. We are no telltales, madam, fear you not.
The night methinks is